Bloons. The answer to the age-old question of what if monkeys can pop balloons? It's a very simple concept really. Pop balloons to win the level. It was quite mild and a smash hit. Released in the golden age of Flash games, it undoubtedly became one of the most popular Flash games of the time. And it's all thanks to Ninja Kiwi, the studio behind Bloons. And sure, there was some strategy in beating those levels, but that's not enough. What if we had slightly more strategy? Maybe you could pop the balloons more than once. Maybe there are different types of monkeys. Oh, and now the balloons can move for some reason. And voila, it's Bloons. But now, it's a tower defense game. But we can do better. What if we had more maps? More towers? Maybe introduce a leveling system? More balloons? More everything. 11 years since the conception of Bloons, we have Bloons TD6, hailed as the best tower defense game of all time for its simple concept yet unparalleled strategic depth. Millions of people bought the game, and it stands as one of the highest rated games of all time on Steam. It's so large that tens of thousands of players play this game every day. So large that, over time, tons of game modes spawn out of this game itself. Racers, bosses, challengers, each bringing out more strategic depth to the game, spawning their own dedicated communities. But out of all these game modes, one of them stood out: Contested Territory. It is now 2 years old. It is a game mode so broken, most Bloons TD6 players don't play it anymore. Hold up, no one plays it anymore? Welp, I guess it's not worth talking about. Thanks for watching guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. Wait a minute, this script has more than 10 words? Well, I guess it's actually time to start talking about this game mode. Humans are stupid. Like, insanely stupid. Have you seen this guy that spent $44 billion to change a company's name to X? It is the nature of humanity to push themselves to the limit. If there is a goal, even if there's no real reason for us to do so, we will accomplish it, even if it's just to prove a point. To your average player, Contested Territory is a disappointment. You have to join a team with zero way to communicate, pray your teammates are actually competent, and you have to attack 4 times every day, rolling the dice that your team actually wins, hoping that you aren't going up against a top 3 team. Most give up after an event or 2. Yet, at the highest levels of Contested Territory, things are so much different. Beating any random team? That's not a problem. Any team that is active enough can easily get top 25. But top 3? Now, that's a coveted spot. However, there is a problem with that. In any other game mode, you get top 3 through your own effort. Unless you hack, in which case, you are a disgrace to society and you need to report to the principal's office to write a 500-word essay on why you are indeed a very naughty boy. Or girl. But in Contested Territory, to attain a top 3, you need a combination of luck, speed, and skill. Many teams start off from humble beginnings, hoping to grow their team into a recognizable name, or even become an empire in the world of Contested Territory. But humans are stupid, so stupid, to the point where people will do anything, and I mean anything, to get top 3. Accusations, sabotage, cheating, spying, conspiracies. There is so much drama in the world of contested territory. You can create a television show out of it, and Vince Gilligan will personally come to your house and award you an Emmy. And though contested territory may be boring to play in, the experience you get will change your life forever. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Join me, my friends, as we dive into the fascinating yet terrifying world of contested territory. Let us watch the rise of many a mighty empire, the fall of those who failed to stand the test of time, and expose the darkest secret of Bloons. What does it take to lead a team? How does one build an empire from nothing? It's easy to create a team, but with no way to communicate, how do you organize a team in order to bring it to success? How did all the greatest teams of all time, 1L Pro, cheesing the algorithm, uncontested, and much more, all start? Surely they had to start from somewhere, right? Well, we'll get to that. But first, what is contested territory? To answer that, we need to go back in time and learn how contested territory came about. Because if we want to learn why whatever happened, we need to be on the same page. And do stick around, because the history of this game mode itself is just as interesting as that of the actual game. The history of contested territory is actually older than you might think. On the 3rd of June 2014, Contested Territory was first released in Bloons Monkey City. Yeah, remember that game? It was originally released on the Flash version of the game and was later added to the mobile version, mostly because the mobile version hasn't existed yet. The concept of Contested Territory back then was simple. There's a map with some tower restrictions, and your goal was to reach the highest round possible. You're fighting with 5 other players who are roughly at the same level as you, and the person with the highest round will claim the tile for the next 8 hours. If you secured a better score than the previous person who owned the tile, control of the tile will cede to you. And after 8 hours, when the score reverts back to 0, you have to replay the tile again if you want to regain control. To win contested territory, you have to secure the tile for the longest possible time over the span of 48 hours. Of course, this concept was flawed. Thankfully, however, there was no rewards for coming in first amongst your group. Your rewards were just city cash, which you had to collect while you were in game. And although this was quite dumb, as if you maxed out on city cash, and yes, there was a limit, you weren't able to collect any more. It also didn't automatically give the cash to you if you forgot to collect it. There was also no such thing as a global leaderboard. As such, whether you got your rewards depends on how lucky you are, whether your opponents are active or they just suck. There were also milestone rewards, which gave bonuses based on either how long you had the tile claim for or how many rounds you made it to. Despite its flaws, the idea of contested territory, which was simple yet fun, was praised by the community at large, and everyone wanted to see it come to Bloons TD6, let alone bring back Bloons Monkey City 2. But how will you bring it to the Bloons TD6 franchise? How can it be made better such that more people will love it? 5 years later, it is the 20th of June 2019, and Contested Territory was added to Bloons Adventure Time Tower Defense. Only this time, it's called Martian Games. The concept was entirely the same as its Bloons Monkey City counterpart. However, there's one massive difference, and that was for each Martian game, there were up to 3 different modifiers that would shake things up. For example, you couldn't place powers, you can only place one hero multiple times, you can only play Adventure Time heroes, you can only play Monkey heroes, half cash, Characters randomly swap around every round. Characters get kidnapped. These modifiers applied to everyone who played the map. Also, the rewards were an exclusive currency, which you could use to buy many useful things to upgrade your character with. It was also positively received by the community. At least, I think it did. I don't know, I only started playing the game this year. But it was fun enough that it didn't receive any massive backlash. And then came Bloons Pop. Bloons Pop is a weird game to say the least. Released in the Bloons TD6 era of games, it didn't really fit in with other Bloons games, and not many people played it due to a lack of strategy. As such, it became more of a testing ground for other Bloons games. Now, on the 7th of June 2022, Bloons Pop version 6.0 was released. For reference, that was 2 months before Bloons TD6 update version 32.0, but we are getting ahead of ourselves. The important thing this update brought to the game were two things. First off, parties. Parties are essentially a team that can be filled with up to 10 people, including yourself, and within these teams, you can complete objectives as a team in order for you to get some rewards. But that's not really why parties are added, are they? No. The real change was this new game mode called Party Crashers. In this game mode, your party can fight against 5 other parties. Now, you may ask, how will this work? Well, you have a board filled with a lot of tiles, and the board is shaped like a hexagon, and each team starts off at the corner of the hexagon. Each tile has a level you can play, and upon completing the level, you can capture tiles adjacent to the tiles you own. These tiles can last for up to 24 hours, and each hour, they generate points for your team. So the more tiles you own, the more points your team gets. Some tiles also grant your party special abilities, such as the ability to pop white balloons, black balloons, purple balloons. See, such useful relics. Similarly to the old contested territory, it is contested because if your opponent can get a better score than you, your opponents can capture that tile and the points generated will go to them instead. But unlike the old one, you can't just attack whenever you want. You are limited to 3 tickets per day, 1 ticket for 1 attack. Here's a twist though, there's this thing called score decay. Over time, the score on your tile will worsen, meaning your opponent will have an easier time capturing the tile. Party crashes last a total of 7 days, followed by a 7-day break before continuing. The party with the most amount of points win the party crashes. And what rewards will you get for beating every other team? Cosmetics to improve your team. Oh, what's that? There's a global leaderboard now? And the rewards are tied to global leaderboards? That's cool. Surely this is a massive improvement to the old contested territories and nothing could go wrong, right? Right? Apparently, Ninja Kiwi thought nothing could go wrong, and 2 months later, update 32.0 dropped globally in Bloons TD6. Bloons Monkey City was one of the most beloved games in Bloons history, and for good reason. It's a city building game where everything you do affects the growth of your city and the strategies you can employ. Even if you played Bloons TD5, the game Bloons Monkey City came from, before, and unlocked everything prior, it was still fun unlocking everything from scratch and made every action feel rewarding, granting you that sense of accomplishment you cannot feel in any other game. And people have been pushing for Ninja Kiwi to add Bloons Monkey City 2 alongside its game modes, the most requested of which was Contested Territory. As such, update 32.0 dropped in Bloons TD6 on the 4th of August 2022, and it was the most hyped and anticipated update. Ninja Kiwi spent a year making Contested Territory happen in Bloons TD6. To them, they have made a whole new game inside the game. And to an extent, this was true. It was an impressive feat Ninja Kiwi managed to pull off, Because unlike every other game mode, which was mostly just adding a new bloon or changing some settings, this game mode requires working everything from the ground up. And it was truly the most impressive update Ninja Kiwi had pulled off thus far. The very first contested territory event started soon after the update dropped. So, how did contested territory work? It's more or less the same as how party crashes worked in Bloons Pop, but requires slightly more strategy. Instead of a team of 10 people, you can have up to 15 people, resulting in a total of up to 90 people in a contested territory game. Every tile generates 10 points per hour, but they're special tiles. 24 of them are banners and 24 of them are relics. Relics serve as powerful tiles worth 20 points each, and they grant you powerful abilities should you choose to equip them. For example, a relic could allow you to pop white bloons, black bloons, purple bloons. See, such useful relics. Of course, there were other useful relics, such as reducing regal weight by 25%. Unfortunately, when your relic tile expires after 24 hours, you lose your relic and you need to recapture the tile for you to get back the relic itself. Then there were banners, tiles that grant you a whopping 40 points per hour. Both banners and relic tiles were relatively difficult to capture. And to make things worse, score decay still exists, meaning if you're facing against a team with really good players, good luck, schmucko. There are 4 types of tiles in contested territory: least tiers, least cash, time attack, and bosses. Least cash and least tiers are self-explanatory. Get the least amount of cash or tiers to beat your opponents. Time attack are basically racers, which honestly, why do you even bother renaming racers to time attack, Ninja Kiwi? Saying time attack is not only longer with more syllables, it's also longer to type. Like, what were you thinking? Anyway, the goal of racers are simple. Beat the game in the least time possible. It sounds quite brainless, right? I mean, just pop the bloons as soon as possible before the next round starts. But that's not where the strategy comes from. Rather, it comes from the ability for you to send the next round early. Yes, even before you finish the current round. And you can send as many rounds as possible. So your job is to figure out how to send as many bloons as possible without dying. And there are bosses, which are simply massive bloons with a lot of health. Thankfully, unlike their event counterpart, there are only normal bosses in contested territory that goes up to 2 tiers and no more. All the towers and maps that are generated are random, though some towers like Soda are restricted and all expert maps are restricted. That being said, some maps are still worse than others. And that's basically how contested territory works. Simple, right? Yes, it is that simple. Especially in the early days, there were lots of cheating accusations hurled at top teams. However, for the most part, they're just that, accusations. Believe it or not, there is a formula to all of this madness, and only one formula. So let's go into details of how you get a top 3 global medal. First off, remember the 3 tile types? Banners, relics, and regulars? Well, obviously, you want to capture all of your banners and relics as early as possible and ensure that they are in your control 100% of the time. But why? Because when you start off your game, the board is claimed by no one. You have 0 eco, and the longer you wait to capture banner tiles, the more potential points you lose out to compared, say, a team that got all their banners within the first few hours. You also can't just do everything by yourself, otherwise, what is the point? Therefore, each person is limited to just 4 tickets per day. You did, however, get access to team tickets, which are tickets left over from players who didn't attack the day before. 6 of them, for a total of 10 tickets. And all of those contributed to your individual leaderboard score. If you're wondering how to get on the global player leaderboard in contested territory, it is by capturing banners, and only banners, every day. It's really that simple, any player can do so. Your tickets will refresh every 24 hours, just in time for tiles to expire. But wait, since tiles stop producing points after 24 hours, doesn't that mean that you need to recapture tiles immediately after they expire? Yes. Therefore, your entire team has to attack at the same time every day, even if that means losing sleep, or to win contested territory. Yes, there are people who wake up in the middle of the night to play contested territory. But wait, you say again, how do you communicate with players? Surely not everyone knew that the strategy was to capture only banners and relics? Well, you go somewhere online and find people to communicate with. Every single one of the top CT teams found each other via Discord one way or another, as you'll see later. There's also the concept of queue delay, because the matchmaking in contested territory is weird. Your team will only start searching for another team to compete against when anyone in your team presses the play button. So if you can't communicate with each other, your team will just queue early, and you will most likely face teams who also cannot communicate with each other but will still try their best regardless, so good luck. Queue too late, however, and you miss out on a lot of points that you could have gotten. This is another reason why communication is important. Without Discord, people wouldn't know what time you will queue, and people will just accidentally queue early, and there's nothing you can do about it. And that's it really. You don't really need that much to get into top 3. And that is where we get into some controversies. First off, you'll notice for the higher scores in contested territory, you have to play non-stop for however long contested territory lasts, and it will wear you out. And contested territory lasts for 12 days? Yeah, no, just about everyone was pissed off it lasted this long. Imagine spending a few hours of your day, every day, to play 4 games or even more if you're using team tickets. Teams were also relatively cheap to make, and that's good, because that means anyone can make a team. Wait a minute, that's not good, because then people will only make teams and not join a team, so there ended up being a lot of small dead teams. Score degradation was also a problem, because the degradation was insane, making it easy for the opponent to take your tiles should they so choose, which resulted in insane scores. I mean, come on, scores that decay up to 650% is original score? That seems a little unnecessarily harsh. Some tiles were also really stupid. For example, one of these tiles is FEA. Well, what is FEA? It's this tile that you're watching the gameplay of right now. It is a race on Wake, which at best you can score 7 minutes on. The average race takes less than 3 minutes for top players to finish. By the way, this footage was recorded by one of the top racers in the Bloons TD6 community, so this is literally the best strategy you could come up with. But surely, after all this effort, a glorious prize awaits for you at the end, right? Absolutely. You were rewarded with team trophies. And what can you buy with team trophies? Cosmetics to improve your team. Oh, and you also get some monkey money and some other minor stuff too, I guess. Then there were the bugs. There were so many bugs. That Todd Howard was so impressed, he offered to buy Ninja Kiwi. Oh wait, they were sold already. Oh well, better luck next time. So what exactly were the bugs? For starters, people randomly got only 3 tickets instead of 4 on day 1. Why? Nobody knows. It's just a thing that happened. Okay, so I'm a new CT player and I wanna join my friend's team. I know what the team name is, so let me search that up. Huh? Who are these teams? Some of these team names don't even have any of the letters I searched for. And why is the result I want in the middle of nowhere? That doesn't make sense. But hey, Ninja Kiwi added 20 round checkpoints in this update. And that's good. Only thing is they cost a little bit of money. Hold up, why is we starting from round 123? Oh well, since it's free, I might as well take advantage of that. Wait, I got flagged? Well see, when you get flagged, you can't access special events that has a leaderboard. And for contested territory specifically, you will lose all your points accumulated when you are flagged. Yes, even if you were flagged from something not related to contested territory. In this case, most people got flagged from using the free round 120 checkpoint, even though it was a bug on Ninja Kiwi's end. Good job, Ninja Kiwi! Something I didn't mention earlier was that despite owning all the relics on board, you can't use all of them. There are a total of 24 relics, and your team has to vote on 7 relics everyone wants to use the most. Then, from those 7 relics, only 4 could be used in the game. And let me remind you that there's absolutely no way to communicate with other players in your team in the game. Does that sound dumb? If you say no, you may need to seek a mental health professional. And the sponsor of today's video is Help. Oh wait, no one sponsored me. Anyway, it was extremely dumb, spending all that hard work only to not be able to use that relic. Everyone hated it. But that's okay, because with a bug, you can use 7 out of 4 relics. I know, right? That's awesome. There's also an exploit where you could get infinite tickets. How? Well, you know how there are 15 players in your team and each person could only use 4 tickets? This means every day, your team could only use 60 tickets. But what if someone who already used all 4 tickets leaves your team and a new person joins? Well, that person can also attack. I mean, it's only fair. But wait, that means if everyone uses their tickets, now the team can use 64 tickets out of the maximum of 60 tickets? You know what that means? It's an infinite ticket exploit. And almost all the top teams exploited this bug. Good job again, Ninja Kiwi. And there were many more minor bugs, most of which weren't related to contested territory, but these bugs and exploits were the greatest and most game-breaking of them all. Did you remember where you were when contested territory dropped? I remember. It was the morning of the 4th of August, and I was just posted to my new job, where I met a whole bunch of unfamiliar figures. But then, while waiting for more people to come in for our induction program, I saw a Twitter post. Oh my glob. Version 32.0 was released, so I immediately resigned from my job, took the nearest taxi home, used my mobile data to download the new app. Hey, wait a minute, I'm under NDA. Y'all shouldn't be hearing about this stuff. FBI, open up! Oh no, please don't come after me. I forgot I was under NDA. Anyway, I am now released from FBI jail, and what were we talking about? Oh yeah, the first day of contested territory. So, contested territory was such a hyped update. I guarantee that most people, like me, were elated that it finally released. After all these years, our most wanted game mode finally came to existence. Or that might just be me, because other people remembered their first days of contested territory differently. So let's take a look at the origins of some of the largest and prominent teams in contested territory. And who better to start the ball rolling than the strongest team in contested territory, Juan. Or actually it's pronounced Juan, so Juan is an index team. What do I mean by this? Well, since the early days of Bloons TD6, there was an effort to try and keep a record of all the accomplishments made by the Bloons TD6 community. This was also known as the Bloons TD6 Index. Most people in the server were people who have an in-depth knowledge about the game and played the game a lot. From the server came two people, Ahhh and Smart Person. Smart Person thought of the idea of creating a team for contested territory and recruited mostly from the Index server. Others were DM'd and asked to join. And what better name to come up with than Juan? Why Juan? Because it was based off a meme called Juan Pro, which was a Brawl Stars meme, but that's a story for another day. Why not Juan Pro? There was also another Index team called Skucha's Bald Head. It was formed around Skucha, who was a YouTuber for, let's say, things you probably shouldn't be doing. It was home to some of the strongest players in the Bloons TD6 community, such as Gavo, Alexme, and 210577, which we'll just call 210. Now, on the other side of the CD community were the challenge makers. Now, in the challenge menu, there's a tab for trending challenges. Well, how do you get your challenges up there? Well, if more people end up playing your challenge, of course. So, some challenge makers thought it was a good idea to create a server for the sole reason of getting their challenges up to the trending page. And they were, as the cool kids say, cheesing the algorithm. Because they were exploiting the algorithm in order to promote their challenges better. Why bother promoting challenges? Some people just want to make a challenge less than 1% of people can solve. Some people just want to gain more followers. And what do followers allow you to do? See what challenges they have created. No, I'm not joking, that is literally the only point of having followers. Anyway, when Contested Territory was released, people in the Cheesing the Algorithm server thought, hey, this event sounds fun, let's form a team and give it a shot. And so they did. They formed a team called Cheesing the Algorithm, or CTA for short. Not Call to Arms, that Middle Path Village upgrade. Cheesing the Algorithm. Very original, I know. Actually, hold on. They created two teams. There was a second team called The Animal Sucks. The Animal was another challenge maker in CTA. And why do they suck? I don't know, probably suck at making challenges, but anyway, it got renamed to The Animal Algorithm eventually. You know, because consistency. Wait a minute, there's a third team that got created called Cheesing the Algorithm. Except it quickly went inactive and was never revived. But why am I talking about those teams? Who cares about them? No one knows who they were. Why bother? Let's talk about a team everyone knew instead. Uncontested. Or Uncontested as we like to say. Uncontested was first created before the start of Contested Territory, shortly after it was announced, which was about 1.5 months prior to the update. Unlike other teams, Uncon was a racing team, who all knew each other through, you guessed it, the boss community. The original roster consisted of 6 players: Gumball, Infinity, Xafer, Supreme Avocado, TSP, and of course, Isaac at Battles, also known as ISAP. You may not know this, but ISAP is a pretty small YouTuber. Oh well, he'll be popular eventually, one day. He's a professional Bloons player who is a god at almost anything Bloons related. He is also the reason why Uncontested was the most popular team amongst the Bloons TD6 community, for the sole reason that he is in it. Now, all these 6 players knew each other in the racing community for several years, so it made sense that they form a team. And they wanted to form a team quickly so that they could get some other good players to join them. I mean, with ISAP's name attached to the team, who could say no? And so the uncontested server was created by Infinity on the 27th of June 2022, the official birth of Uncontested. Now, if you stare at the Uncontested roster in its early days, you might notice that Ahhh wasn't the leader of Uncontested. Why is that? It's because he wasn't the leader, silly. Ahhh is a YouTuber, so he has stuff to focus on other than contested territory. So leadership of Uncontested was mostly handled by the other 5 members. Then, of course, the team grew to include more racers, such as Papa Place and Chalkbox. Bloon, another growing Bloons YouTuber, asked to join, and he joined since there were 3 spots. And finally, to stack the player numbers, a few index players were also added. Now, how would a bunch of top racers, including a famous YouTuber, name their team? Well, there were a few options, but none were interesting. Until someone came up with the name Uncontested Territory, and everyone said, "Bravo Vince, you've done it again." And then Peter Gold, Fritz, came along and said, "But what if we shorten the name to Uncontested?" I mean, since your team can only have 20 characters and the name Uncontested Territory exceeded the limit by 1 character, it was agreed on, and that name has stuck ever since. Wait, why do I keep calling the team Uncontested instead of Uncontested like I'm supposed to? Well, it's a running joke in the Index server based on the fact that Randy, who owns the Index server and was in Uncon, got 5th place in the 129th race called Congrats. He then made the Uncontested server Con and Ring of Fire team and made jokes around those. People eventually got tired of that and banned the word Con from the server. So that's the story of why Uncontested hates Con. But there's also one more team that will play an important part of history we haven't even touched on yet. Now, there are 2 German boss players, legendary Wombat and Toby, both of whom are extremely good at the game. Now, both of them wanted to create a CT team just like everyone else. At first, they just wanted to play CT and didn't really have a set goal in mind. But there's something about Germans you gotta know. They are good, like really good at the game. So they ended up recruiting a lot of good players. Actually, quite a lot of good players. To the point where they had 6 teams. Quincy's Academy, Quincy's Wolfpack, Quincy Cyber, Quincy Circus, Quincy Scientist. That's a lot of Quincy teams. But here's the thing, those were the names of their sub-teams. What should they name their main team? Well, Gumball had a suggestion. Sons of Quincy. Wait a minute, wasn't Gumball in Uncontested? Why is he helping the Sons of Quincy? Well, he was originally going to be in their team. But then Uncontested had Ahhh attached to their name, so he left them for Uncontested. Same with Papa Place. Anyway, Gumball's advice didn't matter that much because that name was already taken. So in the end, for the first event, they created a brand new team called Skill Issue. And true to their word, they didn't know how anything worked and just captured random tiles. You know, that's fine. They only have some of the best Bloons TD6 players after all. Hang on, they have the best Bloons TD6 players and they aren't going for top 3? Man, they truly had skill issue after all. No, this cannot continue. They decided to disband their team and start a new one called Wind Trading. I don't think it needs an explanation as to why Wind Trading called themselves that. It was meant to be a troll name, but suffice to say, some people weren't happy about it, especially Toby. But with that, they were able to actually start their top 3 run. So, that was a lot of teams that had their origins in CT1. There are a lot more teams who also started off from the very first contested territory event, but we will talk about them as we go along. And speaking of which, how well did all the teams end up doing? Well, Uncontested faced off another team called Bugsucks. Because they had some influential Bloons TD6 members, Uncon got worried and proceeded to spawn trap them, marking the first ever spawn trap that we know of anyway. This caused Bugsucks to disband and form a new team. Uncon ended up top 25. Now, remember that ticket exploit mentioned earlier in the video? Let me ask you something. If you exploit a bug that was in the game that gives you an unfair advantage, is that cheating or not? Well, forget about your opinion, because on the second last day of contested territory, Ninja Kiwi thought that, well, having more tickets than you're supposed to have? Now that's cheating, after a team called Bubble Bobble exploited this bug so much they got first place. So, the teams who ended up using this bug got flagged. Even though there were so many other bugs in the game that people exploited, and no one was flagged for those. The coveted first place spot was tied between Chasing the Algorithm and Silk Tissue, which was originally one of the strongest teams in the CT world, but slowly died out, for reasons you'll see later. However, both teams used the ticket exploit and ended up getting flagged, or as we like to say when a team loses a lot of points, nuked by Ninja Kiwi. Both CTA and Silk got nuked to the top 25 spots, which, let's just say, is still a bit of controversy. But then if they got nuked, who were the actual top 3 teams? Well, in third place, with just 416,000 points, was Juan. Not all that surprising. In second place came a team called Team 69, who came in at 422,000 points. It was created by Phoenix Killer, a rather popular YouTuber. However, the team fell apart eventually as one of their members, Mena, argued with Phoenix over Mena only caring about his first place player spot rather than team points. At least that's what Phoenix argued, which wasn't the whole story. Turns out, Phoenix took a couple of banners early, and that kinda pissed off Mena since he was going for first local. Phoenix refused to argue back and left the team after the event, creating a new one called Duckling Crew. And in first place, with a massive lead of 447,000 points, came from Wind Trading. Something to note was that Wind Trading was also abusing the infinite tickets bug, but then their leaders told them to stop so that no one would get flagged. And it worked, because no one from Wind Trading got flagged. The Anime Algorithm came in 4th place at 409,000 points, short of third place by 7,000 points, which was a shame. Better luck next time, boys. Skucha's board head didn't end up doing too well as most people lost interest mid-event. Remember, the event lasted 12 days, so it's understandable most people wanted to quit after a while. As such, after the event, Juan absorbed 3 players from Skucha's board head and recruited more members from the index server after the season ended, creating the start of the Juan Empire and killing off Skucha's board head. There's also this team called Taiwan No. 1. They are global 19th. They'll show up again later. Oh, there's also this team called Mad Donkeys. Yeah, they are a small team. They got top 25. And that's it for the first season of Contested Territory. Oh wait, no, that's not it. In the middle of the event, a race called Taken from CT became the race for the week. And what will you know, it was taken from CT. Okay, now that's truly it. Well, that's rather interesting, wasn't it? Well, my friends, we are literally just getting started. So buckle up again, for things can only get more insane from here. The second ever contested territory. This ought to be fun. Well, let's jump straight into the leaderboard. Hey, wait a minute. Why does every team have less than 500 points? What happened? So this event is something that was never acknowledged by Ninja Kiwi or by anyone actually. The second ever contested territory event was cut short after it was up for just 2 hours. Now, why do you think that is the case? Well, remember the infinite tickets exploit from earlier? Turns out Ninja Kiwi completely forgot to patch it, and now everyone who used their tickets in these past 2 hours, well, all their efforts were completely deleted into the void. Yes, this event was completely deleted in 2 hours. But that's okay, surely nothing wrong can come out of this, right? Right? Anyway, since the event ended in 2 hours, there's nothing to talk about, so let's just look at the leaderboard. At Global Dirt is Banana Lovers, a random team. At second came a team called Wire, and at first place, at an astounding 490 points, is a team called Ben's Tax Evaders. Oh, so that's how Ben's able to hack in so much money every game? He doesn't pay his taxes. But Benjamin gave me 10 market money to not bring any of this up to the IRS, so I won't. Unfortunate. FBI, open up! Oh god damn it, not again. A bunch of teams also appeared on the top 25 leaderboard, and among them are a few teams like Mud Donkeys, Silk Tissue, Wind Trading, and BTD. Not really that important since no one got medals for this event. Wait, really? Well yeah, unfortunately Ninja Kiwi did not give anyone medals or rewards for this 2-hour event. Actually, that's fortunate because I was still sleeping while this event was happening, so rip anyone who actually spent tickets. But then the event immediately restarted on the same day, so everyone had to queue again. Whatever. The previous event has been renamed to CT 1.5 by the community at large, and almost everyone had forgotten what happened, because this event is much more interesting. As you saw earlier, Event 1 didn't go exactly to plan. Most people could figure that out, including Ninja Kiwi, so they made some tweaks. First off, CT now lasts 7 days instead of 12. So now you have to play non-stop for 1 week instead of 2 weeks. That's so much better. Some people were still unhappy about it being this long, but hey, what could you do? Contested Territory is only the longest Bloons TD6 event by far. It did, however, have a 1 week break, so it was always 1 week on and 1 week off. At least its schedule was consistent, but so was every other Bloons TD6 event. Team tickets were changed such that they are limited to only 2 per day per person, meaning your team could only use a maximum of 30 team tickets total. Weird change, but okay. Matchmaking pools were also introduced. According to Ninja Kiwi, there were 3 buckets of matchmaking groups based on activity. How exactly did they work? No one knew, and Ninja Kiwi was not telling. There is no way to tell which matchmaking group you're in. This is unlike other games like Clash of Clans, where leagues exist, making it pretty clear which league one was in and how strong their opponents will be. That meant active teams will face active teams, and inactive teams will face inactive teams, so you won't have an active team facing off an inactive team. Which sounds great, and it was perfect, and there was absolutely nothing wrong with this implementation whatsoever. Tiles also expire or stop producing points at 28 hours instead of 24 hours. The idea was that if you logged in at the same time every day, and everyone in your team did the same, you had to attack the same tiles, especially banner and relic tiles, every day in order to maintain your top 3 status. Not perfect, but it was a sacrifice one had to make to get top 3. But now, with the new 28 hours system, you could potentially attack different tiles. Good change, except that those who aim for top 3 spots still needed everyone to attack at the same time, given how most, if not all, banner and relic tiles are captured within the first 6 hours of the game. So most people ended up sleeping very late, waking up very early, or even waking up in the middle of the night to play the game. Not exactly the best for your health, but good for European players since they don't have to wake up in the middle of the night every day. Remember how score degradation was too much in the early days? Well, now it's been improved such that the scores don't get too bad too quickly. Furthermore, scores won't degrade for the first 4 hours of contested territory, so that's great. Oh, and teams now cost 2000 monkey money to create, which should have been the case in the first place, but oh well, better late than never. They also got around to fixing the 7 out of 4 relics bug. Rest in peace, you are the only good that came out of the mess that was relic voting. But don't spend too long mourning their death. There's a new bug in town, and that bug is Day 2 tickets ceasing to exist. Wait a minute, that's not exactly something we can celebrate, let alone exploit. So basically, because of Event 1.5, some people used their tickets or logged into the game during the 2 hours the game lasted. And many people found out that on Day 2, because of this bug, anyone who logged in early could not use tickets. This resulted in only a few players getting tickets for the entire team. Very cool. So most teams were impacted by this, and the ones who went away unscathed were those from top teams who already had Discord and coordinated with other team members to swap accounts out of the team with those impacted by the bug, which further shown the disparity between top teams and others with no means of communication. Now, of course, support was contacted and their response was to give us monkey money instead of, refunding tickets through team tickets at the very least. At least it's better than nothing. On the bright side, there were several positive changes. Team Eco is now shown on the leaderboard, lots of UI and bug fixes which, although minor, did increase the quality of life, so good job Ninja Kiwi. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's get into some team history. This season introduces us to 2 more teams, IMMT4R and Wire. IMMT4R was created by Bracers. Who was he? I have no idea. What did it stand for? It stood for I need more than 4 relics, referring to absolutely nothing at all. Absolutely nothing happened in Event 1, don't you worry. They are what are called a Ninja Kiwi Discord team, or NK Core team for short. That is, teams that are recruited by either the Ninja Kiwi Discord server or Phoenix server. But it did have an interesting history. For starters, INMT4R's locals were leaked by their very own leader. Now, this is really bad for one simple reason that isn't obvious to many at first. So here's why. In the middle of the event, you're allowed to join any team. This is a much needed feature, especially for smaller teams in order for them to grow, since your average player only plays while the event is on and doesn't even know contested territory exists while it's off. But this feature has an unintended side effect: griefing. You see, if you can grab hold of a team's locals, you can use a second account to join one of their opponent's teams and, take tiles from them. This will cause them to lose a lot of points, even if they spent a ticket to recapture the tile, since that ticket could have been better used to get tiles elsewhere to generate more points. This is generally frowned upon by the CT community, and most prefer to call it sabotage, because a majority of griefings happen to top contested territory teams, and when someone leaks their locals, accidentally or intentionally, saboteurs will take advantage of that information to destroy that team's chances of top 3. In fact, this happened to Uncontested in CT1, albeit unintentionally, by none other than ISEP, who tried to stream contested territory while the event was ongoing. Naturally, some people joined their locals to see how well ISEP could score in contested territory, or maybe even sabotage. We will never know what actually happened, But regardless, people came in and sabotaged the team. And actually, that's how win trading justified themselves using the exploit last season, since cheating the algorithm sabotaged win trading in order to secure their first place and had to use the extra tickets to stop their sabotage. Not like it mattered, since, you know, they got nuked. And the same thing happened with IMMT4R, except this time, it was intentional, as two Juan members, Tupot and Barbitos, spread their locals to the community. At the same time, Juan also spread propaganda to them and claimed that relics gave less points than regular tiles. Which, come on, how can you fall for it? You can check each tile's eco in-game, and never mind, they captured some regular tiles anyway. Okay, let's pause on IMMT4R and move on to Wire. If you've been listening carefully, you would have noticed that Wire got global second during CT 1.5. You know, the events that ended after 2 hours? Incidentally, they also got 490 points and was therefore tied for first place. Wire's history is much shorter. They too are an NK Cord team. Generally, the top teams see NK Cord teams as weak, since the player quality is lower compared to those who were already good at the game and heavily invested into the Bloons TD6 community. However, Wire is an exception. Despite having a few players, they were relatively good at the game, including their leader, Wire. Unfortunately, for their first event, they only got a global top 10% medal. But they seem to do much better now, and as such, they managed to maintain their position on the leaderboard. And speaking of leaderboards, let's check on the leaderboard and what the fusha happened here. Why is every top team named after a wizard? Well, it turns out Juan Pro managed to snag first global by the second day. And to celebrate, Smart Person created a troll Reddit post claiming that someone joined their team and renamed it. But why specifically use Archmage? Because Tupot is a huge fan of the Wizard Monkey. Big shocker. And then Juan tried to convince the other top teams to change their names to Wizard OP. And it worked. So you got the Prince of Darkness OP, you got Archmage OP, you got Wizard Lord Phoenix OP, you got Wall of Fire OP, you got Subducky Fan Club, you got Subduck OP, you got Monkey Sense OP, and so on. It was one of the weirdest moments in CT history where those out of the loop think something illegal is going on when in reality, it's just an inside joke that got out of control. So anyway, back to the leaderboards. Uncontested came in top 25. Remember, no one in Uncontested was trying for top 3 and top 25 was seen as a pretty good standing. The anime algorithm changed its name a lot of times during the event. It changed from the anime algorithm to CTA Rejects OP, to Money Sense OP, to NK Sucks Give Back Points, for what I can only assume is CTA exploiting more bugs or someone getting flagged, before finally changing their name to CTA Rejects, also known as CTA. As their team name implies, it became a team for when CTA wasn't playing or where their weaker players would be placed in. And speaking of which, where was CTA in all of this? Well, they didn't play this season at all. There were two reasons for this. First off, the majority of CTA players were challenge players, and even though this means that they are pretty skilled, especially in least tiers and least cash, it just didn't make sense for them to continue. Not to mention, the team got obliterated by Ninja Kiwi in their very first event, rendering the team's efforts useless, considering that they were contending for first place. As such, some of the challenge players left CTA and got absorbed into other teams like Juan, while others just quit contested territory altogether. This meant there weren't enough players to play in CTA, let alone attempt a top 3 run. The other reason was that Late Trender, though not the owner of the CTA server, was the owner of the CTA contested territory team, and he didn't trust anyone else to attempt a top 3 run, which, considering this was the early days of contested territory, was reasonable. As such, when Late Trender was unable to run a team, CTA didn't play. However, CTA rejects continue playing, as they did this season. How about the top 3 teams? For starters, the 4th place team was named Nerf Prince of Darkness 2OP, which was renamed from IMMT4R. Turns out, the propaganda against them worked. They were originally in 2nd place, but that wasn't what killed them. The final nail in the coffin was Tuport and Barbitos joining their locals on the final day to steal their tiles. They considered their 4th place a failure. Yet a person or two in the team found the situation quite funny, except for their leader, who ended up changing the team's name to Tuport is Pathetic. By the way, did I mention that Tuport was an NK Corp moderator? Yeah. At the end of the event, Juan merged with IMMT4R, absorbing 8 of their members and essentially killing off the entire team. A month after this, Braces deletes the IMMT4R server and the rest of history is lost. In 3rd place came a team called Wizardlord Phoenix OP, which was renamed from Punk. They are a small NK Corp team, whose history is unknown. They are currently called Sleeping Punks and they never made a resurgence to top 3 again. In 2nd place came the up and coming team called Wall of Fire OP, also known as Wire, but they ended up changing their name back to Wire before the season ended. It's nice that Wire, after getting global 2nd in CT 1.5, got their 2nd global, but for real, right after in this season. And in 1st place came the Rising Empire called Archmage OP, also known as Juan, and so begins the Juan 1st place win streak. Wait, you might think, what happened to Win Trading, the team who got 1st place last season? Well, the team slowly died out, and their 1st place medal would probably be the first and last time they ever got top 3. Which is a shame, as they were a really strong team. Also, they faced against a team called Bloons Wiki. You know, the team filled with the Bloons Wiki mods. Obviously they didn't do too well against Win Trading. Bubble Bobble, who caused a massive flag nuke in the last season, got global 5th this season. You might be wondering why I didn't go into the history of Bubble Bobble, and that's because we don't really know anything about them. No one knows who they are, and for the most part, their only objective was to completely exploit contested territory until they get top 3. Anyway, Mark Donkeys got top 25. You might have noticed so far that winning in contested territory is completely based off luck, in that you need to have no locals. None of the strongest teams face each other, and this allowed everyone to get top 3 whenever they could. As such, there wasn't a lot of skill involved in contested territory, especially to get on the leaderboards. But what if some of the strongest teams face each other? Now, before we get started, let's look at the changes made this season. Don't worry, it's not much. The game was updated to version 32.3 and it consisted of many minor changes. For example, when you have no more tickets, the 0 is now yellow. I know, it's a big change. Team tickets has also reverted back to 6 per person per day, but the maximum amount of team tickets that can be stored remain at 30. However, on the bright side, team tickets no longer counted towards personal leaderboard scores, so it was now possible for you to achieve a top spot in both the player leaderboards and team leaderboards. It's only a matter of time before someone gets 1st place in both the global teams and player leaderboards. There was also a hotkey unlimited power bug, which, judging by its name, I think you can guess what it is about. And that was about it. Now that we are 3 seasons into contested territory, Ninja Kiwi finally ironed out most of the issues that were present with contested territory, and it was starting to become more stable. So we don't have to watch Ninja Kiwi every season. Event 3 was the first season where some of the largest teams face each other. Usually it's either because they happen to queue at the same time by accident, or because they insta-queued, aka queuing the second the event starts. There were 2 major battles that emerged this event, the first of which was Uncontested versus BTD. But who is BTD and why were they such a big deal? BTD was a Ninja Kiwi Discord team created by Claude in the first few hours of contested territory. It was a team who had large ambitions, hoping to become a top 3 team someday. In Event 1, it ended up being a top 25 team, not too bad for an NK Cord team. And in the next event, a new player called Sync becomes the co-leader of BTD and they end up top 25 again. However, after the second event, Claude retires and Sync becomes the owner of BTD. At the time, BTD was considered one of the strongest CT teams to exist. They even had a player called Dennis who was an extremely good racer. So how did the battle play out? Well, on day 1, Uncontested suffered due to several inactive members, allowing BTD to take over the board. On the next day, however, Uncontested had team tickets, meaning the team could use more than 60 tickets that day. Furthermore, BTD made a blunder of recapping old tiles instead of saving tickets. This meant that with some planning, and since Uncontested had all the best racers, they were able to almost wipe BTD off the board, leaving them with just a few tiles left and in danger of getting spawn trapped. On day 3, BTD managed to make a resurgence since Uncon didn't have any more team tickets to use, but couldn't exactly catch up as Uncon held most, if not all, the important relics. Furthermore, Dennis was the only racer strong enough to push deep into Uncon territory, and for the rest of the events, BTD was only able to contest one tile, the Box of Monkey relic, which was an easy least tiers relic on Town Center. It should be pretty obvious that Uncontested beat out BTD by a massive margin, and even managed to secure a top 100 global position. Worse yet for BTD, Uncontested managed to steal Dennis from BTD, weakening their team significantly. There was also another massive battle that erupted, but this time, it was amongst 3 teams, Wind Trading versus Bubble Bobble versus CTA Rejects. Bubble Bobble tried on the first day or 2, but then realized they were no match for 2 of the strongest teams in the world and gave up soon after. It probably didn't help that their players were more so mediocre and didn't exactly do their best, so this battle was really amongst Wind Trading and CTA. There was another team in their locals called Bloom Pop Enjoyers, also known as Dwarf Shortage, who were a small team. Because they lacked the skill and thought that Wind Trading scores were impossible, they exploited the Hotkey Unlimited Power bug. Basically, some relics give you powers, which are special items that could be used a limited number of times in-game. Instead of dragging and dropping powers like most people, you could use a hotkey, aka your keyboard, to activate a power you have. So if you use a hotkey to place down a power, the power will be used, but the number of powers you have in your inventory doesn't decrease. That's right, you are able to use infinite powers if you own them. Imagine owning SMS and you use it every round. That's right, that's how strong this power was. Regardless, because of this, Wind Trading ended up using that exploit in retaliation against Draw Shortage and soon after, CTA Rejects. Eventually, Wind Trading and CTA, instead of fighting each other, ended up teaming against Draw Shortage due to their blatant cheating. And since everyone cheated, all the 3 teams got nuked by NK. Classic competition. Despite all of this, Win Trading managed to stay in the lead throughout the entire event, never fluctuating once. As such, they came in first local at 93,000 points, followed by Seedlings at 81,000 points. Bloompop and Joyous, who were teamed against by both massive teams, ended up getting 65,000 points, and Bubble Bobble, who immediately gave up, got 37,000 points. If this event shows anything, it shows that matchmaking is starting to improve and actually do its job of matching strong teams against each other. Sort of. Because down the line you see how some teams have more luck than others. But we are not done yet. What about Juan, the strongest team in the CT world? Well, they call themselves a little problem. Well, 2 in fact. First off, they got a fair bit too many players in their team, because even though they absorbed an entire team and recruited a bit more after, no one was quitting Juan. Another problem was that because Juan changed his name to Archmage OP last season, this meant that someone else could take their team name. Here's the thing about team names. Unless more than one person claims the name at the same time, only one team could hold the team name at a time. This is to prevent duplicates and impersonation, which is fair, but once you have changed your team name, you are open to people stealing your team name. In this case, a random team stole the name Juan, and they are still active, surprisingly. As such, Juan finally changed their name to Juan Pro. The team's name was named after their Brawl Stars meme anyway, so it was about time the name was changed to what it was always meant to be. As for the overflow of team members, Smart Person created a new team called Juan OP, soon renamed to Juan Noob. It was meant to be a team for people who didn't want to try hard, at least according to Smart Person. And while it existed, it was fueled by, let's say, things that will easily get me demonetized on YouTube. But here's the thing about Juan Noob. It was a brand new team, and because it was a new team, the matchmaking system thought, what a nice new team. Would be a shame if, I don't know, we didn't give them a chance and force them to match against strong opponents. So they were given a chance and didn't face strong opponents, or actually, any opponents at all. Since they were a new team, they were at the lowest matchmaking bucket, and therefore didn't need to worry about anything, including locals. So how did everyone end up doing on the global stage? Well, fueled by all the things that will get me demonetized, Juan Noob managed to get third global. You know, even though they were a casual team and were behind Juan Pro by 4,000 points, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. In all fairness, there was a massive gap between 4th and 5th place, and oh look, those 2 spots are held by Taiwan #1 and Via respectively. Therefore, it made sense that there wasn't as much competition for the leaderboard this season. In 2nd place, however, came a team called Sloth City. They were another Ninja Kiwi Discord team and aren't as strong as the other teams in terms of raw skill, but they were coordinated enough to secure a 2nd place global victory. And in 1st place, of course, came Juan Pro. There was also this team you probably haven't heard of called Quincy's Academy. Actually, you did hear about the team before because if you listen closely, that was one of the sub-teams that Win Trading owned. By now, they were the only successful sub-team Win Trading had. But with everyone around them dying, they staged the American Revolutionary War. And by that I meant they just separated from Win Trading and became independent from them. They also took this opportunity and renamed themselves to G-Friend Stands, for what I can only assume is some sort of K-pop stan things. I don't know, K-pop stands are weird for some reason. They were a consistent top 25 team. Mud Donkeys get top 25. And in 6th place came a team called Mira. Why do we engage in war? Typically, the answer is to further our own interest. In history, wars are typically seen as bad things, with bloodshed on both sides. One side comes out victorious and the other a loss, which massively impacts the course of history on both sides of the same coin. But what if both sides can gain something out of the same war? Can love be found on the battlefield? Not the romantic type, the platonic type. How does one respect their opponents well enough to forge a future together, even after a loss? Even though the battle for the top 3 global leaderboards is what a lot of teams look forward to, some teams find that boring for one reason. CT stands for Contested Territory. If you get global first through luck and having no opponents, where is the fun? How can you claim to win at Contested Territory when the board is truly uncontested? Therefore, there are some teams who like queuing at the start, hoping to match against a strong team in order to get some fun out of the game mode. Two relatively small and unknown, but decent teams face against each other. One of them was Drunken Monkeys, a predominantly American team, and another was Mira, a primarily European team. Both teams were created at the start of the first event. Drunken Monkeys was led by Vanekpian and Ahhh, while Mira was led by Targos and had a member called Now. Many teams pushed on the first day, including both aforementioned teams. Mira started off with the upper hand as they are an European team, and having such a short time span to attack before they had to sleep, they had to use their attacks quickly. However, Drunken, as a US team, could afford to wait for Mira to finish their attacks before pushing. As a result, Mira was almost completely wiped out on day 1, and Drunken had a massive lead. Realizing that both teams were strong, both teams played with strategy, and there was even a huge fight for Camel Trap, which was at Drunken's spawn, giving them a massive advantage. This caused the board to be even until day 5, when one of Drunken's members made a mistake and used up all their team tickets on normal tiles instead of banners and relics, causing Mira to make a huge comeback, and this time almost wiping Drunken off the board. But this wasn't enough, as Drunken still won the match by 10,000 points. During the season, however, the leaders of both teams, Vanek and Targos, realized that they were both in the Phoenix Discord server and chatted a bit. Both teams thought of a merger, except their idea of a merger was to absorb the other team into their own, but neither liked the idea of being absorbed by the others, which resulted in a bit of an egotistical fight between both leaders. At the end of the season, Targos thought more seriously about the merger. However, since Drunken won, they wanted to absorb Mira. Both leaders still wanted to absorb each other. But then, Targos thought of a new idea. Rather than killing off Mira, which had a number of good players, why not share a player pool and share control of both teams? Since Drunken won, they would be the main team, while Mira would be the second team. Besides, this will allow the main team to retain an undefeated first local streak. Both teams would also be renamed, so that way, no one will be absorbed and both teams would have a fresh start. Vanek initially disliked the idea, but he eventually agreed to it. So now the question was, what would the new team be called? Space Viking, Quincy's Legacy, Popping Crew, Fire Wizards, or Pandemonium, or Boomerang Nebula. Eventually, it was decided that Pandemonium would be the new team name, since it just sounds that much better. So Drunken Monkeys got renamed to Pandemonium and Mira renamed to Pandemonium Demons, their second team, and thus a new chapter of history was written. On the other side of history lies another high-profile matchup between two teams. This time, it was between Wire and BTD. Both of these teams were powerhouses in the CT world, both of which are top 25 teams, except only Wire had a top 3 medal. In fact, BTD was considered the second best fighting team at that time, behind… actually I have no idea who. Anyway, Sync, the leader of BTD, was an extremely toxic person, and that trait was demonstrated in CT Hub. Wait, what was CT Hub? Well, CT Hub was originally created by Smart Person back in CT1, whose purpose was to have a server dedicated to people who were interested in this brand new game mode called Contested Territory. It was originally filled with Juan members, but over time expanded to include members from other teams, but Juan members still own the server. So as I was saying, Sync was allegedly being very toxic in CT Hub, as he assumed that BTD would gain an easy victory. However, in reality, there were a lot of back and forth between the two teams. One day BTD would dominate the board, and next Wire would. It probably also didn't help that neither team knew how to actually lead. So, after all this intense build-up, who won? Well, BTD ended up winning by 3,000 points. Not a lot. At the end of the event, Smart Person reached out to Wire and ends up absorbing Wire. Not the person, the entire team called Wire. As such, Wire was renamed to Juan Wire, and Juan's player counts increased massively. Remember Silk Tissue, the team that was tied for first place back in Event 1 but got nuked? Yeah, they were originally global first, but then for some reason, they got nuked and ended up 5th. Getting nuked twice in a row, this time through no fault of their own, probably, Juan ended up stealing their best players, some of whom wanted to migrate over anyway, so Silk Tissue's strength was massively drained. But they aren't out of the competition yet. Speaking of which, who did end up getting top 3? In third place was Lost City. However, despite being one of the strongest team at the time, they got burnt out, and this was the last time they ever got a top 3 spot. The team slowly died out, with one person moving to Juan and another to Cheesing the Algorithm. Speaking of which, Cheesing the Algorithm finally revived and secured global second. It was also the start of a tactic known as "Don't kill your team for one season," so that we will be knocked down on matchmaking buckets and get better locals to make our life easier on the global leaderboards. So remember how back in Event 2, Ninja Kiri added a matchmaking pool where you will be matched with similarly active teams? Well, if you were more active, you would match with other active teams, and if you were not active, you would be matched with inactive teams. That much was pretty clear. But what happens if you were active and suddenly didn't play? Well, now the game would think, oh wait, they are dead? Well, I guess it's time to move them to a lower matchmaking bracket, or in this case, the lowest matchmaking bracket since no one played. And that was how Cheesing the Algorithm managed to maintain their luck. By not playing in the previous seasons, they could guarantee easier locals, or in other words, locals that are so dead that they don't feel like playing contested territory, less against a team that practically took over the entire board. But then they still had skill issue and couldn't get first place. No, that goes to who else but Juan Pro. Like I said, they have a win streak to keep up with. How about Juan Noob? Well, they finally remembered, hey, we weren't supposed to try hard, and got top 25. So did Uncontested. Win Trading got global 6. Bubble Bobble, the team filled with randoms who like exploiting contested territory more than cheesing the algorithm. What did they exploit this season? Well, they also avoided matchmaking, but Unlike cheesing the algorithm, they took it one step further by creating a new team called Bubble Pops. They also got nuked and lost 5,000 points, but they didn't even end up on the top 25 leaderboard, so I don't even know what the point of the whole charade was. Taiwan number 1 got global 4th this season. As you can probably tell, they didn't have the best of luck getting top 3 and instead got global number 4 for 2 seasons in a row. As such, from here on out, they renamed their team to Taiwan number 4 to reference this unluckiness. Oh, there was also another battle that erupted, this time between G-Friend Stans, Golden Apple and Funny Monkey Gang. Both Golden Apple and Funny Monkey Gang were small Ninja Kiwi Discord teams, and we don't really know much about what happened between all the 3 teams because no one remembers. All we knew was that Golden Apple won. Mud Donkeys got top 25. Then there's also this team called Hidden Agenda that also got top 25 this season. I don't know why I mentioned them, I don't even know who they are. Oh well, they probably aren't important. I'm sorry, what am I talking about? Let's move on. In the last season, we saw how 2 opposing teams can come and forge a peaceful future together, the seed of which could grow into an empire. So far, the contested territory world has been moderately peaceful, minus a few nonsense going on here and a bit of chicanery there. But when someone is number 1 for so long, you have to wonder, what is their secret to their success? Are they just good at the game, or is there something deeper going on? Maybe even cheating. What happens if 2 opposing teams came together, but instead of creating harmony, came for chaos and destruction? Nightmare Kingdom, or NMKD for short. I'm still gonna call it Nightmare Kingdom. It was a dumb, yet brilliant name.
So dumb it's brilliant.
No! It's just dumb!
Nightmare Kingdom was created by BMO.
I wrote this song for my head!
Unlike the aforementioned teams, it started off from humble beginnings, like 99% of the teams out there. Nightmare Kingdom was the oldest name to exist, at least amongst all the well-known teams that exist in contested territory, having originated as a Clash of Clans team back in 2018, a month after Bloons TD6 was first released. Why was it called Nightmare Kingdom? Because the idea was that they would tell their opponents, we are a powerful empire, and we would be your worst nightmare. Also, Bimo was a child, so it just stuck around.
You are nothing but a little kid, Bimo. Oh.
But fast forward 4 years later, and contested territory was now a thing. Why not create a team? To which Bimo said, sure, let's create a team, but you can't have square brackets like in Clash of Clans, so it has to be done without. Cringe. And it's probably not a good idea to name the team official, so instead, it should probably be named something Bloons related. How about Bloontonium? It has the word Bloon in it, and thus Nightmare Kingdom Bloontonium was created. But what kind of team was Nightmare Kingdom? So far we have index teams and we have NK Cord teams, so how did Nightmare Kingdom grow? Well, it was through brute force growth, because Bimo didn't know you could advertise in Discord, even though he was in both the Ninja Kiwi and Bloons TD6 fan server, aka Phoenix server. So what was brute force growth? Well, it was like any other team, hoping other people will join your team, but unlike most other teams, the lowest performing players would be kicked out in order to make way for stronger players to join. That is why it is called brute force recruiting. In either case, Nightmare Kingdom managed to maintain first local and top 100 every season. Unfortunately, they weren't coordinated enough to get top 25. The only exception to this was when they faced Cat Squad back in Event 3, which they lost to but managed to still squeeze out a top 1%. I mean, they faced them again this season, but anyway, what was important to note was that despite the mess of it all, they did have a Discord server, owned by Calplus, BMO. However, no one was forced to join the Discord server, or at least forcing people to join was impossible given how recruitment was done. But one day, on the 6th day of contested territory this season, in the Nightmare Kingdom Discord server, Felicia, who was a member of Win Trading, accuses Juan of cheating by queuing with all teams, in the Nightmare Kingdom server of all places. So some Juan members happened to see that message and didn't like it, since it wasn't true, and joined the server in order to defend Juan. Some CTA members also joined the server to watch the drama, until someone noticed, hey, wait a minute, why is the server rule so long? It's almost like you can write an entire essay on it. And so someone from CTA shared it with the rest of the team, and lo and behold, more people joined, including more people from Juan, until a CTA member called Gilad joins, and that's when all hell broke loose. The server had a small problem. You couldn't ping everyone, but you could ping the verified role, something that BMO didn't check through when updating the server. The problem? Practically everyone had the verified role, and anyone was able to just ping it. As a result, Gilad, along with a few others, spam ping everyone with the verified role, and many others joined in soon after from both Juan and CTA, although most of the damage was from CTA members. Well, thankfully, when it first happened, it was in the morning for BMO, and therefore he was able to stop it within an hour since the incident first occurred. The entire event was chaotic, and if you want to know the full story, BMO made an entire video on it. Because it's not worth going into detail here, you should really subscribe to this BMO guy, he makes really good videos. But in summary, BMO banned just about everyone from the Nightmare Kingdom server after the raid, and Smart Person personally apologized, stating that Juan members were acting on their own accord, and they didn't intend to raid the server in the first place. Late Trender apologized later on. Well, sorta, he didn't give the best apology. Even though he didn't directly participate in the raid, as the leader of CTA, he was aware of the situation while it was ongoing, especially since he was the one who instigated Juan members to raid the server. Thus, his actions ruined a long era of peace in the server, dragging many members of Nightmare Kingdom into this mess. He even gave BMO a free Nitro code, but come on, that only lasted a month. Besides, nothing could pay back the cost of ruining the peaceful life Nightmare Kingdom had outside the larger CT world. Because despite their name, they were quite a peaceful bunch and didn't really like drama that much. As such, BMO hated Late Trender for the next few seasons and in effect the entirety of cheesing the algorithm. The server was eventually patched up, and Smart Person did get around to explaining that no, Juan did not fill locals with odd teams, they just had extremely incredible locals luck, despite being at the highest matchmaking bracket. However, one positive thing came out of this. It introduced BMO to the CT world, including CT Hub. It made BMO aware of other teams' existence, and it finally snapped that BMO could recruit from the Ninja Kiwi and Phoenix Discord servers. Not yet, however. Nightmare Kingdom got top 100 again, but this one incident planted another seed that had a different path set for life. Outside Nightmare Kingdom, a lot of things happened this season, each of which had their own unique story to tell. First off, we had Juan Elwire versus, early queuing. See, one of their players early queued the team into one of the worst locals seen by any team thus far, facing not 2, but 3 strong teams. Friendly Gang is an unknown but annoying team, along with Funny Monkey Gang, a rising team, and a completely unknown team called No Kick Small Ball. Don't ask me why they are named that, I have no idea. Anyhow, even though Juan Ahhh was newly inducted into the Juan Empire, one thing that was unbeknownst to all of them, a lot of people outside the CT world didn't like Juan at this point. Juan Ahhh had hogged the top spot for every season thus far, with the exception of CT1, and the events in Nightmare Kingdom this season only solidified it. At this point, the general consensus was that Juan was cheating or in some way exploiting the game. The truth? Sure, they may have used exploits and sabotage a little or two, but outside of that, they were genuinely filled with some of the best Bloons TD6 players. They had the coordination, knowledge, and technological advantage compared to every other team. And this hate affected Wire too, because they got absorbed into the Juan Empire. And with its seemingly never-ending growth, people who were watching closely just hated them more, as they saw Juan as a parasite, absorbing all the best players and their competition into one team, and thus becoming a monopoly in the world of contested territory. One thing I want to add is, though they had some of the best players in the game, there was also no excuse for them to exploit the game or sabotage others. The hate directed at them was overblown, and the truth was much tamer. But this wasn't public knowledge to anyone, since Juan wasn't known outside the elite Bloons community, including the largest YouTubers at the time. So as seasons go by, and Juan remains at the top spot one more season, more people hated them, especially going teams who didn't have a chance to get a top spot at all. As such, there was every reason to go after any Juan team, including Juan Ahhh. Even though some of Juan Ahh's members played on Ahhh, it didn't help. The will to defeat a Juan team was too strong. As such, Ahhh was fighting a losing battle, barely clutching on to a few tiles as every team attacked them. It was so bad that one of Ahh's players, Ahhh, rage quitted contested territory. Despite this, Ahhh refused to give up and held on as long as possible, and this was thanks to some good players such as 210. He is one of the best least tiers and least cash players in the world. But their death blow came on day 5, over this little tile called FFB. What is so special about this tile, you may ask? Well, it's a least tiers tile on Quiet Street on rounds 18 to 100, with not a lot of starting cash and the following towers. Now, how will you beat this tile? You'll probably have a hard time coming up with a strategy for this tile, and so did most people. Not to mention, it's Quiet Street, one of the harder maps to pop up in contested territory. Someone from Nightmare Kingdom managed to do the tile in 17 tiers, which was not too bad. But what is the least possible tiers you can get? 9, it's 9 tiers. Can you guess how? Well, 210 managed to do it. It was done using both Adora and Flying Fortress. But how? First off, Blue Trap was an available relic on day 5, and with strategic placement, it is possible for you to start with Adora and save up for a Spectre before creating a 025 Flying Fortress. Now, Moabs weren't a problem because Moab Clash was a relic that event, which allow you to deal +3 damage to Moab class Bloons, hence why most people consider Moab Clash the most powerful relic of all time. But how about round 99? Even with Moab Clash, you still can't pop the fortified DDTs, can you? Well, in a masterful demonstration of strategy, 210 saved up the Moab Mine, which was another relic, for exactly round 99, draining the DDT's health just enough for it to be popped by the Flying Fortress just in time. But were you able to come up with the strategy yourself? No? That's my point. No one else would have thought of the strategy. Well, not really, as some other top teams such as Uncontested and CTA came to the same solution. Still, some thought it was impossible, especially the random team called No Kick Small Ball. Seeing what looked at first glance was a hack score, they decided to change their team name to Hacker Wire Team, and eventually GG90's FFB Hacker. But that wasn't all the Juan shenanigans that happened this event. In the previous events, a Juan member called Barbitos was playing on Juan Pro with two accounts, a main account and an alt. He did that in event 3 as well, but on Juan Noob. But wait, is this legal? At the time, no one said anything about it, so no one knew. However, someone in the team joked that he should carry an entire team by playing on 15 accounts at once. So what was Barbitos' response? Well, he created an entirely new team and everyone in his team were himself. That's right, he had one main account and 14 alts in the team, meaning he had to use 60 attacks every day, which honestly makes him one of the most dedicated CT players of all time. But that wasn't the impressive part. What made it impressive was his ability to make the team maintain top 3 global. Shocking, I know. And considering tiles expire every 28 hours, this meant he had to go sleepless on some nights. But how exactly did he accomplish this? For starters, he obviously did not have 14 alts before creating this team. He only had one, which was used to test out stuff in co-op and play in contested territory. No, he had to create 13 more alts from scratch. Then again, how do you secure top 3 with just one person? Don't you have to attack many tiles at once? Well, yeah, that's why he played one instance on Steam, one on his phone, and 2 more on BlueStacks, which was a phone emulator, all at the same time. Obviously, he couldn't get good scores on all of them, else it would have taken forever, but with a brand new team and absolutely no locals on the board, it allowed him to get all the tiles as fast as he could. For 7 days in a row, he did just that. But let's answer the original question. Is this allowed in the first place? Surely not. Well, Barbitos' profile had a pastebin link, and it linked to a message explaining this mess. According to him, there was technically no rule banning what he was doing. The terms of service was rather vague when it mentioned using alts to gain an unfair advantage. But was this truly unfair? Because while it's easier to coordinate attacking tiles with, well, himself, there's a huge drawback where he had to use all 60 attacks daily within a time span of 4 to 5 hours in order to maintain top 3. It's no easy feat to pull off, not to mention, it makes for an interesting trade-off. Anyhow, both Barbitos and Smart Person talked to some Ninja Kiwi employees and their verdict, well, it was borderline with the current rules, but it might be forbidden by the terms of service in the future. He also mentioned deleting his odds after this event is over, unless Ninja Kiwi explicitly says so, but as of recording, his odds are still around somewhere. However, what Ninja Kiwi said made a huge impact on the community. There was no rule banning alting on their own team, was there? Well, that was Ninja Kiwi's stamp of approval, meaning that Ninja Kiwi allows you to alt in your own team, and they won't take action against anyone who does so. This also allowed for the concept of alt swapping. If you want to use more tickets earlier, you could leave the team and let your alt join and use the 4 attacks. I mean, it was done in event 1, but that was to exploit unlimited tickets, not use them earlier. But whether it was unfair this time is up for debate, since it was capped at 60 tickets per team regardless of how many alts you swapped. As such, most teams thought it was okay to do so. But enough about Juan. How about Pandemonium, the brand new team formed in the previous season? Bet you forget they existed after all this talk. I didn't. Well, they immediately went up against a team called Fee, who was a strong team and caused Pandemonium to lose out early on. Except, they weren't really strong, were they? Turns out they were just a bunch of cheaters, so Pandemonium reported them to Ninja Kiwi and lots of players end up getting flagged, and Pandemonium came out on top. Couldn't make it to the top 100 unfortunately, as Fee only got flagged on the final day. But hey, a victory for Pandemonium against actual cheaters. You know, that thing that Juan was accused of doing. But were their points refunded? After all, they lost a lot of points because the cheaters stole them. Well, nope. Ninja Kiwi wouldn't refund any points that they lost due to hacking, which, was pretty dumb. And that applied for all teams. So, now that all was said and done, how did the team stand? Let's take a look at Juan and Ahhh. Like I said, they were not only facing against 3 strong teams, they were all targeting LY specifically. And as powerful as Juan was, there was no way they were making a comeback. As such, they lost out to Friendly Gang and GG90's FFB Hacker, which essentially ended the Juan's Empire win streak of, at the very least, getting first local every season. Win Trading nearly made it back to top 3, securing global 4th, which was a shame, because in 3rd place came a brand new team called Ahhh, which was created by someone. Till today, we don't know. There were only 2 real players in the team, but like Papitos, with a million odds, they managed to secure global number 3, beating out Win Trading. Imagine that. But 2 players isn't enough. 1 person managed to beat them. That's right, Juan and Papitos managed to get 2nd global, which, considering this was done by 1 person, was an impressive feat. Though I don't see him doing it again, considering that it took him 4 to 6 hours of playing the game non-stop every day, and sometimes he had to go sleepless. As for first global, well, I have no idea who it possibly could be. If any of you could show me some hints or maybe some kind of pattern that could tell us who could have possibly gotten first global, let me know. I'm kind of struggling to figure out who that could be. Uncontested faced a relatively active team, but managed to secure top 25 despite everything, mostly because the opponents gave up after seeing that they had Uncontested, the most popular team, and was presumed to be the strongest team by the community in their locals at the time. Meanwhile, cheesing the algorithm took a break again, and Mud Donkeys get top 25 again. But we're not done yet. After this event, another contested territory race became that week's race. It was called Messed Up in Fun. It was a Mesa race. For context, in the past few events, Mesa had been a map for a number of banner races, and most people hated it, simply because it just wasn't a map for racing. This race became real annoying to deal with the average person getting around 7 minutes, so yeah, it pissed off just about everyone that this race even existed. However, after this, Mesa races just kind of disappeared and they were never seen again. Actually, Mesa tiles in contested territory were never seen again, so Ninja Kiwi actually listened to the community and deleted Mesa from existence. Bravo, Vince. This video has been over an hour long thus far, and all of this happened within the time span of just 2 months. Doesn't time fly? Well, contested territory wouldn't be ditched just yet. But now that it has settled for the most part, it is time to move on to other things. Immediately after Event 5 ended, Update 33.0 dropped, the next biggest update to Bloons TD6. There were lots of changes, the biggest of which was the brand new Paragon, the Goliath Doomship, along with some new maps. It also brought about the most controversial change of all, but let's not worry about that. This is a CT history video. So what changes were made to contested territory? For starters, Ninja Kiwi finally realized that relic voting was dumb. Not only was it inefficient and wasted a team's effort of capturing tiles, it also made teams who had zero means of communication worse off, since no one could agree which relics should be taken into games. As such, in a brilliant move, Ninja Kiwi decided to finally nuke relic voting and allowed anyone to take any relic they own into the game. And not only that, the relic store doesn't even work half the time now. And the Developer of the Year award goes to Ninja Kiwi for demonstrating their capability of listening to the community and implementing it's pretty obvious if you think about it, solution. But of course, that wasn't the only change they made. Back then, team owners could set pinpoints or markers on the map to indicate to the team that you could attack a certain tile. Well, what if we increase that limit to 4? And let's make the co-owner's job a little bit more useful by allowing them to set markers as well. Outstanding move. Matchmaking has also improved to include better grouping. Once again, Ninja Kiwi didn't go into specifics, but oh well. There's now a daily reward for logging into contested territory, and they are, drumroll please, team trophies.
Wow!
Team banners being useless? Well, not anymore. Now it can be applied to your profile. Relics and banners too clustered together, you say? Not anymore. Except it was still clustered this season. Leaderboard too unfair because of a certain team? No problem. Let's increase the rewards across the board. Except for you, Juan, you've gotten enough already. Also, let's nuke the player leaderboards since it doesn't matter. Relics also had a massive change. Camo Trap used to give you 2 traps, but that was stupid because 2 camo traps is enough to tank an entire game of camo balloons. Yes, even beyond round 80. Therefore, it was just reduced to 1 trap, which disappointed many, but it made the game fairer. Flint Tips was nerfed such that it took longer for its effects to apply. Camouflage now deals plus 3 damage to camo balloons. Hero Boost gives 15% more XP instead of 10. Going the distance range increased to 20% from 10. Bigger Balloon Sabotage no longer worked on bosses, which apparently was a thing. And yeah, that's about it. But let's move on to some epic battles. Pandemonium, unlike other teams, like to have a fight. Rather than going for top 3, why not play the game the way God intended, by crushing everyone else in a battle amongst the other strong teams. As such, they insta-queued. Only, this was a mistake. Pandemonium and 3 other strong teams, High Society, Roman Empire, and Incredible Champions face each other. I know, it sounds like Pandemonium is facing off 3 random teams, but I assure you, they are not. All these 3 teams are strong in their own right. High Society is more akin to BTD, a rising team who had a relatively strong roster and are pretty close to the top 3 leaderboards, but never actually accomplished it before. Roman Empire is a Korean team who had some really strong players and are a multi-top 25 team, although they don't usually aim for top 3. Same with Incredible Champions, except they don't really have a strong roster and are just people who aim for top 25. The first day was pretty epic. Roman Empire took the lead, securing a lot of banners, and never mind, Pandemonium took the lead from day 2 onwards. They even managed to spawn trap Roman Empire on the 3rd day, and as such, there was no competition after. However, something did happen in the middle of this mess. In order to make their life easier, Pandemonium thought about having a truce with High Society. Don't attack us, and in exchange, we won't completely kill you off. And High Society agreed to that, securing world peace. There was, however, a slight problem with that. Now, on one hand, we have a team who is at risk of getting 4th place because, thanks to the truce, they couldn't do anything. Whereas Incredible Champions were dominating the board. And even though Roman Empire weren't generating any points, they couldn't catch up to them in time. And the 4th place medal looks ugly. No one would want to have that on their team, don't they? And on the other hand, You have a team who wasn't even gonna get top 3, but wouldn't give up control of any tiles to high society. So, without discussing with anyone outside high society, their leader, Woz, asked the team to attack Pandemonium's tiles, so that they could at the very least not get 4th place. To Pandemonium, this was a massive betrayal, especially since they had a good thing going on, but then decided to ruin their peace deal. Now, if you are a leader, how will you deal with this? Well, with some help from incredible champions, Pandemonium was able to push back High Society, nearly killing them off. In the meantime, since High Society got obliterated as their leader was greedy, most members from High Society were demotivated and unwilling to continue playing contested territory, therefore ending High Society's chances of ever hitting top 3. In the meantime, now that Nightmare Kingdom got their things together, how are they doing? Well, previously, only 3 to 4 people were in their Discord, but now, everyone in the team was in Discord. As such, they could finally pull off a queue delay. And it worked, because instead of facing off teams who wanted to kill you every second, they faced teams who were less active. Also, since Nightmare Kingdom was now an NK Corp team, the team was finally set to private. Yes, the team was public all this time, especially since it's harder to recruit with private teams.
Yeah, like I said, we'll take anything.
But now that recruiting through Discord was a new meta, there was no problem. The leader of BTD, Sync, also joined Nightmare Kingdom for a season, which Bimo thought was great since he had no idea about what happened prior. Now, Nightmare Kingdom faced a team called Greatest of All Team, which was kind of ironic because they got steamrolled by Nightmare Kingdom on day 1. And not to mention, they also lost once prior to this event. It was funnier since their players were also named GOAT, Great GOAT, Greatest GOAT. So, answer me this, who truly was the greatest of all teams indeed? Well, apparently, they finally got humble and recognized their defeat. So, they renamed their team. They are no longer the greatest of all teams. They are now Nightmare Kingdom Noob Tryhards.
What did you just say about me, you little b-
And the best part, their leader changed their name to Nightmare Kingdom Destroyer, and his alt to Nightmare Kingdom Ravisher. What beautiful names. They done it in day 2. And they weren't even trying to fight back much, they just changed their name and that's about it. Now the entire of Bloontonium found it really funny because the noobs are calling the pros noobs, which was silly. And Bimo would have left it there, but the leader took things one step too far and changed their monkey names to insult every member of Nightmare Kingdom. As such, Cal, or rather Bimo, complained to Ninja Kiwi's support and asked them to change their name, which Ninja Kiwi did, and change it to a default name.
And now you're paying the price, you goddamn idiot.
However, Mr. Gold wasn't too impressed and noticed the change almost immediately, and therefore changed it to You Notice Me, I Won. Well, that was fun, wasn't it? Let's check through Reddit and oops, someone leaked Uncontested's locals. Turns out Funny Monkey Gang isn't having the best of luck and face off Uncontested right after losing out to Juan and literally every other team in the previous season. Well, it wasn't even a competition. No one wanted to fight Uncontested, so they just didn't. And of course, what do you know? Uncontested took the victory this season, by a landslide. Okay, let's take a look at a more interesting battle. Win Trading vs Taiwan number 4. Both teams early queued and are relatively strong in their own right. On the first day, Win Trading pushed, but since they pushed too early, it allowed Taiwan number 4 to make a comeback. So, knowing how strong Taiwan number 4 is, Win Trading pushed back Taiwan by a lot, with the end of the second day ending in a near collapse of Taiwan number 4. However, they weren't completely eliminated from the board, and as a result were able to recover, causing a bit of a back and forth between the two teams. And yeah, that's about it this season. Were you expecting more? I hope not. But with that out of the way, what was the end result of all these battles? Win Trading versus Taiwan was pretty close, with Win Trading beating out Taiwan by about 40,000 points. It was still enough to put them in the top 100. Pandemonium ended up triumphing over everyone else by a long shot. They beat out the second place team by 100,000 points. However, they were still short of a few thousand points from the top 25 leaderboards. Still, a pretty impressive feat. And how did the brand new team, Nightmare Kingdom Bloontonium, that came from nothing, do this season? Well, they skyrocketed in placements and went from a consistent top 100 team to global number 6. Yeah, for a team that is relatively new, they sure did do a lot better than anyone expected, especially after all the nonsense they faced prior. Originally, the goal of Nightmare Kingdom was to get top 25, and they managed to get close to top 3 despite not being very organized or having everyone be active. Maybe, just maybe, with a little bit more organization and perfection, they could aim for top 3 someday, but not now. Oh yeah, turns out there was another battle that happened this season. While BTD's leader was in Nightmare Kingdom, a war raged between BTD and Sloth City. And BTD absolutely destroyed Sloth City, now that most of Sloth City's players were absorbed by Juan and CTA. It was so bad they got third place, since another team called Global Hojalata managed to take some tiles while Sloth City remained spawn trapped. And thus was the death of the first top 3 team, never to be seen again. But not all was well with BTD, for even though they were initially able to hit top 25 whilst beating out Sloth City, Dennis, a member of BTD, got flagged, thus losing out on the top spot by 20 points. Wait, wasn't Dennis in uncontested? Well, yeah, but he also has an alt, and it just so happened that it was in BTD this season, which was a tad bit unfortunate. How about the top 3 spots? Who did it go to? For a while wanted to try for the top 3 spots, but were unable to do so as they didn't have the best event. As such, they came out global 4th. In 3rd place came a new team called Relentless. Relentless was a Ninja Kiwi Discord team created by Instinct back in the first event. And it was extremely uncoordinated as half the people didn't even join the Discord server. Despite this, however, they were able to sustain a top 25 run for the first 2 seasons, until the 3rd event when they suffered from massive amounts of inactivity as more people gave up, causing a lot of people to leave, and Relentless to suffer a bit. It took them 2 more seasons to recover and get back to their top 25 spot in Event 5, and even though they had a bit of inactivity, they managed to secure 3rd place. How? Using an unlimited tickets bug. How was it done? Honestly, no one knows, and they were most likely trolling. But regardless, they still got global 3rd. Silk Tissue, after having a bit of luck issues, finally made it and got global 2nd. And in 1st place came Juan Pro, marking their 5th first place in a row. Yeah, I'm not sure what you were expecting. However, it should be noted that Juan's locals did actually get leaked in the middle of the event on Reddit by one of their locals. But it was in Monglish, so most people didn't even know whose locals were leaked. It also didn't help that it got downvoted to oblivion, so it wasn't even shown to as much people as it should have. It did cause a CTA member called
你好 banana.
let's just call him Banana, to join Juan's locals and steal a few tiles. Obviously not enough to knock off Juan Pro from the leaderboard, not to mention there being no reason to do so, but it was enough for Juan members to notice. CTA didn't run this season, but CTA did, and given that they were dying with few challenge players willing to suffer through contested territory, they decided to start recruiting via the 2 big servers, resulting in CTA's slow transformation from a team filled with challenge makers to a NK Cord team. On a side note, there's a new team called Juan Polybridge, except they weren't an actual Juan team and just renamed their team from Polybridge. They managed to hit top 25. Over time, however, the real Juan absorbed some of their players. Guess that kind of backfired. Mud gets top 25, and at the end of the event, inspired by Juan Barbitos, BMO thought about copying exactly what Barbitos did. And what should the team name be? How about the Our House Season 4? Why? To protest about a certain show that was ending too soon. But when will he pull off a solo team? Well, certainly not now, especially since BMO didn't have a lot of alts yet. Maybe one day, but for now, it just sat empty, waiting for its time to come. When you are number one for so long, it only becomes a matter of time before someone dethrones your spot. As such, when you are in the top spot, you will do anything, and I mean anything, to destroy your competition, even if it means sabotage. All of this, of course, has to be done in secret. After all, you can't let anyone else know what you're doing. But how about in front of a big YouTuber? It's probably no secret at this point that Uncontested took the global number one spot this event, since ISAP uploaded a video on it when it happened. ISAP made a pretty good video on how Uncontested achieved global number one, but he left out some things that could be explained better. There were also a lot of shady behind the scenes stuff that happened, so I'll try my best to explain them. First off, I want to be clear and state that I don't think ISAP was aware of any of the shady things that happened behind the scenes. He is primarily a content creator and he has more important things to be concerned over, with contested territory being the last of it. Yes, even with Uncontested getting a significant milestone of hitting global number one. But remember, Uncontested wasn't ISAP's team. He was in it, but he isn't leading the team. Besides, there was a lot of chatting going on in the Uncontested server. I doubt he backreads everything. Now, a number of things were explained in ISAP's video, but I don't want to touch on them again. So let's look at what happened behind the scenes that truly made Uncontested's top 1 possible. First off, outside of removing Bloon from the event,
Sorry to Bloon.
they also removed a bunch of inactive people who weren't really trying for the event. Then, they invited 2 people from Juan Pro to help them out, ZT and Smart Person. With their knowledge, they were able to help Uncontested push for a global number 1 spot. So, Smart Person leaked a little bit of a Juan secret. How did they manage to maintain 1600 eco for most of the days, but suddenly managed to jump to more than 2000 eco on the final day every season? Were they cheating? No, they did not cheat. It's just a bunch of maths. If you recall, back in Event 2, tiles last for 28 hours, not 24, and it has maintained that way ever since. And since the event lasts 7 days, that means you only needed to attack and refresh banners and relics 6 times in total, which is just nice. However, this meant that most people had to save their day 6 tickets to the final few hours of the 6th day in order to refresh banners and relics. Okay, so now that banners and relics are recently refreshed, and day 7 tickets are going to refresh soon, what do you attack on day 7? Well, you attack regular tiles. So if everything was played perfectly, you just needed to attack regular tiles on day 7 as soon as you can before the other teams could do so. And because of that, the team could claim upwards of 100 or more tiles at once for the entirety of day 7. allowing their eco to surcharge, assuming you only take tiles when they expire. Actually, it's not really a secret, a majority of top 3 teams, not just Juan, does this as well. It just wasn't widely publicized. Uncontested also needs some local luck, and oh, would you look at that, they have no locals, which is pretty much what Juan experienced every season. What you might have forgotten, however, was that cheesing their algorithm was initially number 1 on the leaderboard. Yes, CTA revived again this season, and with that, they too had no locals and were much better coordinated than Uncontested, therefore allowing them to secure global first. But they lost their first place to Uncontested. How? Did they get unlucky and get locals? Quite the opposite actually. 3 things happened. First off, they knew about the Juan Locals League that happened last season. Obviously one of their members managed to sabotage Juan with it. As such, they were quite worried about a Locals League. But they were on track for first place, and there's nothing stopping enemy teams from leaking your locals. So what could you do? What if you filled your enemy teams with alt accounts? That way, even if your locals were leaked, saboteurs won't be able to join your locals and sabotage you. That's brilliant! Except, not really, because that is against the terms of service. This meant you could get the ban hammer and be sentenced to 69 years in big boy jail for doing naughty things. Second, Barbitos. Yeah, remember him? He joined cheesing the algorithm this season. So did Supernova, another Juan member. Why? Well, because they wanted to play on multiple teams to increase their chances of getting a first global medal, and that was fine. But what happens if, I don't know, you got yourself flagged? Not by accident, but intentionally. Well, then you will lose all your points, and your team will fall in the leaderboard rankings. And since there were 2 Juan members in CTA, the consequences would be disastrous. And finally, well, just about everyone hated CTA, especially Juan members, for multiple reasons. Naturally, CTA was their competitor, and they wanted to maintain their global number 1 streak. It is normal to hate on your competitor, especially with the Juan win streak at stake. But that's not all. Remember in the previous season when Banana sabotaged Juan El Pro by taking their tiles? Well, they still got first global, but they didn't like that. It was rather rude, wasn't it? And to add fuel to the fire, just a few days before this season started, BMO released a video talking about the server raid, and who does he blame? Juan and CTA. And though CTA was more at fault and Juan wasn't completely innocent either, the fact that Juan got implicated in the video wasn't a good thing for the team's reputation. So of course, the hate train piled on. So, out of these 3 things, which do you think happened? Did Ninja Kiwi finally caught on to CTA's breaking of the terms of service? Did Barbitos and Supernova flag themselves? Or did they summon the Dark Lord to eliminate the entirety of CTA? Put your guesses in the comment section. Well, Juan was prepared to do just about anything to eliminate CTA from the leaderboard. But they didn't have to do much. Turns out, Juan knew about CTA filling locals. So Barbitos filed a report against CTA to Ninja Kiwi, and they took action, therefore nuking the person who filled locals. Ironically enough, they didn't ban the other alts that were in the locals, which kinda defeats the whole point. Now was this fair? They were indeed breaking the terms of service, but Juan members also spied on them. Honestly, this is up for debates, but none of that mattered. What had happened, happened. And there was no way for CTA to recover from that. However, they weren't dead. They still have a shot at top 3. And that, my friends, is the story behind Uncontested's first place medal, which was an astounding feat by itself. Granted, it was done with some help from Juan members and their technology, but still, an impressive feat nonetheless. But wait, that means Juan didn't get first place. Yup, they got second global, and thus came the end of the Juan El Pro win streak. But now that they got a second place global medal, That meant they became the first team with all 3 top 3 medals. Not just that, they remained the only team with only top 3 global medals. In public, Juan members were slightly disappointed from this outcome, but were happy for uncontested. In private, however, not so much. Guess they weren't pretty happy losing the win streak. In fact, some from Juan even thought about sabotaging uncontested so that Juan could retain their first place streak. But smart person said no, and that was that. But did cheating the algorithm manage to catch up even after they got nuked? Surprisingly, yes. They managed to get third global by the end of the event, which wasn't bad. They also tried their hand at absorbing a team, albeit a small one, called the Great 15, but most of them died out soon after. There were some things that also happened outside the top 3 space, so let's take a look at them. First off, CTA rejects actually skipped the season for the first time ever, mostly because they were short on members and needed everyone to help with CTA's top 3 attempt. But on the last day, they killed the team and took a few tiles so that they could get a first local medal, giving them the illusion of having played every event. Nightmare Kingdom Bloontonium skyrocketed to the top of the leaderboards last season, and from this season onwards, they wanted to try for a top 3 spot. However, they didn't have the best locals, which made things extremely difficult for them. As such, they got global 5th this season. On the bright side, however, the recruitment effort was going so well, to the point a new team called Nightmare Kingdom Archmage spawned this season. Why was it called Archmage? Because Bloontonium started with a B, and BMO wanted a team to start with the letter A, hence Archmage. They did pretty well, managing to secure top 25 in its first event. Pandemonium decided to try its hand in the top 3 leaderboards too, but fell right behind Bloontonium at 6th place. And right after them was Taiwan number 4, who, surprisingly, was on 4th and was instead 7th. BTD and G-Friend stands also got top 25. Oh yeah, something I almost forgot. Remember when I said Dabloon got replaced? Well, he got replaced by this guy called James24. Apparently a long-time uncontested member called FRDS recommended him. He was from the team that CTA just absorbed, the Great 15. Apparently he disagreed with their team philosophy. For now, just ignore James24. Meanwhile, Mark gets top 25. On a completely unrelated note, Mindcool had access to the developer build of Bloons TD6. How did she get her hands on it? I have no idea. But with it, along with some sneak peek into the API, she was able to find out what the map looks like, even what tiles are in it, before the event even started. But hold on, we aren't done with this event just yet. Remember last season when Pandemonium faced off High Society and they broke a truce and lost? Well, because of that, no one in the team was interested or motivated to continue playing contested territory. So Rose, the leader of High Society, gave up and advertised his team, not for members to join, but for team leaders to take over. So BMO decided to give it a shot, and both of them had a good arrangement. Turns out, Rose received multiple offers from other leaders like Targos from Pandemonium, Late Trender from CTA, and Sync from BTD. However, none of the offers were serious, unlike BMO's, who, despite knowing what happened at this point, thought it was a good opportunity. And everything was set up for High Society members to integrate into the server. All was going well, and BMO was prepared to help them do everything. And the day right before the next event was about to start, I kid you not, he pulled out, saying that he wanted to make the team casual, wasting BMO's resources. Oh BMO, you should have seen that coming. But then High Society was never seen after again. They immediately died out. Their Discord server was also gone, marking the end of a team with so much destroyed potential, all because of one leader's greed. So, now that the 7th season of Contested Territory ended Juan Pro's win streak and gave Uncontested its first place spot, Surely things are over now, right? Wrong. Things are about to get a whole lot more interesting. First off, game-wise, nothing much happened. Actually, it was pretty mundane. Except for the second day, which, after 12 hours, for some reason, Ninja Kiwi servers just went down. Why did it go down? No one knows. During that period, Ahhh, a CTA member, came up with the greatest conspiracy of all time. So, he was spying on Ninja Kiwi. When the servers were restarted, Nightmare Kingdom was 7th place. And when the servers restart, so were contested territory. And now all the top 6 teams will face each other. This means, oh my god, Nightmare Kingdom will get 1st place. Think! Wake up, sheeple! Back in reality, everyone was quite disappointed given that no one could access any online services, but the people who were especially mad were the contested territory players, who were not able to capture any tiles or recap anything since no one could play. Although this probably didn't affect the top 3 teams since everyone capped everything early, it still had a massive impact on the wider community. But don't worry, Ninja Kiwi assured us that it was temporary and things will go back to normal. And it did, 2 hours later. Honestly, nothing much changed. The leaderboards remained the same and no one truly got this advantage. Probably except for the 1 to 2 people per team who couldn't attack as it was the only time that they could attack. The teams also didn't end up facing each other. But hey, it could have happened at the worst time. Like when the tickets refresh daily. Surely that will never happen, right? Anyway, pretty much everyone forgot about that. So how was Juan coping now that they lost their top 1 streak? For one, Juan LY didn't play. Actually, they didn't play the last season too. That was because there simply wasn't enough people in Juan LY to continue playing, since everyone either moved to El Pro, El Noob or retired. At least El Noob was still running, but other than that, no one actually cares about contested territory that much. Juan was running out of teams to absorb since the rest of the good players maintained loyal to their team and refused to be absorbed or play in Juan and found it boring. So some people in Juan's higher ups thought, okay, what if instead of absorbing all of our competition, we become like any other team, recruiting from the Ninja Kiwi Discord server. But wait, they won't be joining Juan El Pro obviously, and definitely not LY or even El Noob. No, we will create a brand new team so that we can judge how good these players are. If they are good, we can bring them into the Juan main team. Sounds like a good idea, except Smart Person didn't like it. But still, the higher ups went ahead and formed a brand new team, Juan El Trials. So how did it work? There will be 5 Juan members, all of whom are judges, and there will be 10 members, all of which are recruited from the Ninja Kiwi Discord server. So, the judges will teach them how to play contested territory while seeing how good they can score. There was one slight problem with this idea though. Most of the new recruits in Juan El Trials didn't try. Most of them thought that they didn't need to put in effort while they get carried by some of the best players in the world. So what ended up happening was the judges, who were some of the best contested territory players in the world, had to carry the entire team in order to prevent the team from collapsing, since most of the new recruits didn't put in effort. Maybe Smart Person had a point after all. Anyway, enough about Juan. How about the brand new team Nightmare Kingdom had just created? Since they got top 25 last season, they should be able to get top 25 consistently, right? Well, not so fast. First off, Archmage didn't have the best roster. It was filled with rather weaker people who weren't as good at the game, some of whom are new recruits and some of whom are weaker players transferred from Bloontonium. Also, someone in the team queued early. Therefore, when they faced Funny Monkey Gang this season, oh boy, was it a ride. Initially, Nightmare Kingdom Archmage had the will to defeat them. Surely Nightmare Kingdom, a rising empire, could defeat this little team called Funny Monkey Gang, whom BMO had never heard of prior to this event, right? Well, not yet. The skill difference was quite noticeable. Not to mention, Archmage was incredibly uncoordinated, and BMO, who was leading both Archmage and Plutonium at the same time, prioritized the latter as they had a chance at top 3. It probably didn't help that Funny Monkey Gang had a top 3 racer in their team. As such, Archmage lost more and more control of the board every day, until day 5 when BMO had enough and decided to surrender, congratulating Funny Monkey Gang on their victory and asked them to please leave them alone. And they did. Okay, but that was a bit of a boring battle, if you could even call it that. Let's move on to something more interesting, G-Friend Stance vs Silk Tissue. Both teams are relatively strong in their own right, but G-Friend Stance had the better players, so early on they ended up on top. There wasn't really a competition, partially because Silk Tissue didn't have a full roster. In fact, they were playing with less than 10 active players. By the end of day 5, G-Friend Stance were ahead by 42,000 points, which was a lot. There was just one problem, a teeny weeny problem. Someone from G-Friend Stance, called Apple, was bragging about their victory over Silk Tissue. Actually, no, they weren't bragging about their victory, they were trash talking Silk Tissue. It was pretty bad. At one point he even said G-Friend Stance is better than Uncontested, which made people really mad. How dare you disrespect ISAB's team? Just because they were higher in the leaderboard doesn't mean they were better than Uncontested. Not to mention, hey, wait, what was he talking about? Uncontested was in the top 25 leaderboard, unlike G-Friend Stance who was barely in the top 100. What the hell was he even talking about? Regardless, over time, people just got enough of his nonsense. Even though Apple was the only one who was trash talking, it didn't put G-Friend Stance in a good light, as he was the only person from G-Friend Stance who was actively talking. As such, most people just got sick of his trash talking, and some people ended up joining Silk Tissue, just to get Apple to shut up. Except he didn't. He continued trash talking, claiming that even with Silk Tissue overtaking G-Friend in eco by a lot, it was impossible for them to take over. Impossible, you say? Well, let's see how that turns out. But let's take a detour, a break from all the drama and non-drama that happened this season, so that we could take a look at the character of James 24. You probably remembered him when I mentioned in the previous season that he joined Uncontested. What was so special about James 24 that I said he wasn't important? Well, James 24 had this sense of superiority, or to put it bluntly, he is egotistical. Though he is a good player, his sense of self-worth makes it hard to work with him at all. He thinks that he's the best player of all time and he deserves to be on the best team. Whatever words come out of James 24's mouth is gospel, and everyone had to agree with him. If you try to reason with him, well, you're just wrong. Here's an extremely specific hypothetical scenario that will almost never happen that proves this case. No, he doesn't care that he's not the leader of the team. Neither does he care that you have way more experience than him. If he thinks you're wrong, you're just wrong. When Uncontested was going for global number 1 last season, he was upset that he had to wake up early to play. He called it a waste of time. And honestly, that was fine. It was his choice. He had the right to voice out his opinion. And people too have the right to disagree with him. But when Uncontested wanted to go for another top 3 run this season, he told the entire team to just give up. Not on the first day of the event, on the 5th day of the event. What was his reasoning? Active locals, people being inactive, and people waking up in the middle of the night to attack. In reality, he just didn't want to wake up in the middle of the night like everyone else to attack. Considering that Uncontested was attempting a top 3 run, and most people in the team didn't like the idea of giving up that easily, that was not an option, especially with so many teams competing at the top spot. And when literally everyone disagreed with James24, he still insisted he was right. But wanna know something shocking? From an economic and efficiency standpoint, he was absolutely right. It would indeed be easier for the team, especially when he doesn't want to wake up in the middle of the night. But he failed to understand that the world isn't built with a perfect allocation of resources in mind. Even though deep down, most knew that they were going to lose out on the top 3, the team still wanted to put in the effort to show the world that they tried their best, especially since top 25 was extremely easy to get. But never mind all that. Having a different mindset from other people and forcing his opinions onto others is one thing. But coming up with some of the most insane and greedy ideas, now that's another.
I was just thinking, maybe we can sell slots in uncontested when contested territory isn't running. How about this? We tell people, become an honorary member of Uncontested for a day and you will receive a nice banner, a lovely front page with lots and lots of nice decorations and art that is very expensive. You could also be part of a team which has received a first place medal and of course time with your favorite streamers, TDSOB and possibly Bloons. All this for a mere 500 trophies. Thoughts?
James24 is truly a businessman of our time. Did I mention that he is a multimillionaire who was willing to spend money for custom challenges? But regardless, his comments became so self-centered and narcissistic that when it came to a game mode where working with others is a key component, he values his personal rewards over teams. He also refuses to donate team trophies to team decorations. Team trophies, the only currency in the game that has absolutely no value other than cosmetics for the team, and maybe a unique banner or two. Which is ironic, given he was the only one complaining about the community not monetizing every opportunity they get. And the sad thing was, no one would kick James24 out since he was genuinely a good player. But his narcissistic personality made him hated by every team. In fact, the entirety of Uncontested disagreed with him so much that he threatened to leave Uncontested. Which no one opposed to. He was eventually removed from the roster and left the server on his own accord. Thing is though, if we talk about James24, we will be here all day given his history goes all the way back to the Bloons TD 5 days back in 2015. But we won't talk about that. This is supposed to be a video about the history of contested territory, not one man. So after this debacle, BMO, who also had an encounter with James24 prior to the events in Uncontested, created a warning PSA to all the teams, warning everyone against James24. Despite many petty arguments within the CT community and the hatred all the top teams had for each other, this was one of the few things that everyone stood united on. And that was the end of the James24 saga, for now. Well, fun time's over, kids. Let's actually talk about contested territory once again and see where everyone stood. Juan Trials did pretty well, ending up at 6th global, but don't forget, this was mostly because they were carried by actual Juan members, not the new recruits. Eventually, out of all the 10 recruits, only one got accepted into Juan's main team and the other 9 were kicked from the team. Archmage lost to Funny Monkey Gang by about 75,000 points, but that should have been pretty obvious, still not enough to get a top 100 placing. Plutonium did reasonably well at 5th place, though at the end of the season when BMO tried to advertise for Nightmare Kingdom, Isimo, a Juan member, ended up copying the advertisements and it ended up being a copy pasta for every other team, which he wasn't too happy with. Silk Tissue, believe it or not, actually no, you have to believe it because it happened, they made a massive comeback and overtook G-Friend's stance. That's right, despite what Apple said, Silk Tissue managed to win the board. Eventually, Apple left both G-Friend's stance and CT Hub, apologizing for his behavior, which, you know what, that's a first. somehow he managed to humble himself at the last possible minute. And who got the top 3 this season? In 3rd place, Relentless, this time without using any exploits. Again, allegedly, we don't even know if these exploits existed in the first place. In 2nd place, the up and coming team Pandemonium, who decided to try for a top 3 run this season again and actually succeeded. And in 1st place, well, Juan managed to make a comeback and reclaim their spot. BTD tried to get a top 3 this season but failed too. But that's okay. This was a practice run for something bigger that's about to come next season. Chasing the algorithm took a break once again, and Wind Trading and Mud Donkeys got top 25. So far, there isn't really any fun in the world of contested territory. Everyone only really cared about fighting other teams, getting the top spots, bullying smaller teams, or watching the drama unfold. Well, it is about time that we had fun with contested territory. Let's take a look at this event's map. Well, it makes me want to cry. Uncontested did not face any hackers, Mesa racers were back, and wait, didn't they eat it a while back? Sort of, but not really, it just became really rare nowadays. Hey, did anyone notice this team called Never? It's only 12 hours in and they are already at the top 3 of the leaderboard. And they changed their name to Gona. And now they changed it to Give. Okay, yeah, I'm sensing a pattern. So this event had a team filled with random alts that all changed their names so that their team roster spells out the chorus for this song called Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley. Apparently it's a meme from the ancient era of the internet and people found it funny? I don't know. Either way, they changed their name constantly to spell out the chorus of the song. Soon enough, everyone in the hub noticed it and just called it the Rickroll team. And for laughs, they all just proposed to let Rickroll become the #1 global team, because it would have been very funny indeed. Except all the other teams threw, including Juan Pro, so they became global first. But wait a minute, the team is filled with random alts, you say? Well, who were they? Surely they can't just be randoms, since they have to be coordinated and know how to pull off a top 3 strategy, right? Well, for a while, no one knew who they were, especially since they were all odd accounts and there's no way to match their profiles to people anyone has played with already. This Isimo guy is sus. Why is he saying things only the people in the Rickroll team could possibly know? And he's denying any involvement with it? Okay, that is incredibly suspicious. What is going on? Turns out, in one of the most confusing moments in contested territory history, Isimo trolled everyone. It all started when Isimo was in a voice chat with some Chasing the Algorithm members, and someone was screen sharing when he noticed that there is a server he doesn't recognize. Isimo then pressed for information until that person tells him that it's a secret team. Ooh, so mysterious. And then Isimo blackmailed his way into the server. Turns out, it was a server where the people behind the Rickroll team were organizing themselves. Even though the server was secretive, Isimo was in it and people were just leaving clues around as to their actual identities in the Rickroll team, without trying to cover them up. And that's when Isimo had a brilliant idea. What if he was a red herring? What if he pretended to be part of the Rickroll team when he wasn't? And so he planted theories, sent random DMs, saying random things only people in the Rickroll team could possibly know. And it worked, because people got suspicious and thought Isimo was behind the Rickroll team. In the end, Isimo confessed and told people that he was, indeed, the leader of Rickroll. But Isimo wasn't done. To prop up this lie, he created a brand new server, set it up with many fake members and invited people to prove that he was indeed behind it. But Isimo wasn't actually behind Wigwall, was he? No, not really. In the end, Isimo came up with a masterpiece of a plan. Instead of continuing to prop up a lie, he told the truth, explaining that no, he wasn't actually the leader, and he was trolling everyone. The idea behind that was that since everyone believed his lies, when he told the truth, no one would believe it. And it worked. No one believed it, and it actually solidified people's suspicion that Isimo was behind Wigwall. But wait, didn't you say that Isimo wasn't behind Wigwall? So, who was truly behind Wigwall? Well, it all started with Zulq, a former member of high society who, after the team ceased existing, left for cheesing the algorithm. At this point in time, without counting Event 7, since some Juan members were in uncontested, Juan Pro had an undefeated first place win streak for 7 seasons in a row. So naturally, some weren't happy with that, including cheesing the algorithm, as not only were they the competition for top 3, Juan was seen as hogging the first place spot for too many seasons in a row. So Zulq came up with a brand new idea. What if they got First Global to troll Smart Person? How, you might ask? By creating a brand new team, of course. It worked for Wuhi a few seasons back, except they got top 3, not top 1. But who's to say it wouldn't work this time? So in Event 8, a bunch of CTA and BTD members gathered in BTD to practice a top 3 run, which they did not get. But this season, they managed to get global first for the time being, and they were indeed ahead of Juan. Not to mention it's literally a brand new team, so they have absolutely no locals. So now the question is, can they successfully troll Smart Person? I don't know, but let's see how Juan is doing this season. Not Juan Pro, we know they are fine. I mean the other Juan teams, Juan Noob and Juan War. Well, Juan War were irregularly playing, but Juan Noob was playing somewhat consistently, getting top 25 almost every season they have been in. Meaning they were doing quite alright, until this season that is, because they were facing a team you might not have heard of, No Kick Small Ball. Hey, wait a minute, that's the exact same team that Juan War faced back in Event 5. And just their luck, they faced Juan again. Only this time, they are facing Juan Noob, not Juan War. Anyhow, things were going pretty alright for Juan Noob. Obviously, the GG FFB 90's hacker team were pretty pissed off, having dealt with Juan in a previous event and, oh yeah, thinking that they were hacking. Only, there was a slight problem. A bug. See, Tino, a member of El Noob, was playing a least cash tile, and what score did she end up getting? 7. Yes, she got 7 on a least cash tile. How? Well, it turns out that in Ninja Kiri's Infinite Wisdom, the game logged a least tier score as a least cash score. How did that happen? Well, after doing some in-depth research and consulting with experts, I came to the conclusion that I have no f***ing clue. Okay, so I did even more research while editing this video, and it turns out someone did actually find the bug and told no one but Late Trender. If, after completing a tile, you quickly move on to the next tile before the game finishes displaying the tile summary, the game won't have enough time to load the new tile rule set and will reuse the previous rule set, aka the game you just completed. And the score you get, it'll be carried over to the tile you finish, even if it's the completely wrong rule set. Shout out to Makongo, who discovered the bug. And shout out to Late Trender too, for not telling anyone about this bug. You coward. Either way, Bicker, the leader of NKSB, wasn't too happy about this. First, Juan cheated in CT5, setting an impossible score of 9 on FFB, and now they're setting a score of $7 on this least cash map? The cheapest tower in this game is... oh. The second cheapest tower in this game is $200. They must be hacking. Except, Juan didn't really have a reason to hack. Yeah, they are known for using whatever exploit or sabotage they can get their hands on to gain an unfair advantage, but even they know not to cross the line into downright hacking the game. I mean, Juan is filled with some of the best Bloons TD6 players. Why hack when they can set the best legit scores anyway? Even if they were hacking, they wouldn't set such an obvious hack score. They could have used something like infinite damage or infinite attack speed, not reducing the cost of towers to oblivion. Not to mention, it's not even a banner or relic tile, it's a regular tile. It has no strategic value. Why bother? Even Juan members didn't know how or why it occurred at that time. This was unintentional, and back then, no one knew how to replicate this. The underlying cause of this bug was only found during Event 27, far into the future. Till today, almost no one from the Elite CT community knew how this bug occurred. Well, until they watched this video, that is. But Baker still wasn't happy, accusing Juan of hacking on Reddit. Then Baker argued with Juan members for a while before it was taken down by the mods. Nonetheless, this didn't stop someone from NKSB to report Tino for hacking, and lo and behold, he got flagged, causing many Juan members to get mad at NKSB for what was, in their words, a pathetic move. Not to mention flagging a member for a bug on Ninja Kiwi's end. Good job, everyone. Well, surely this event doesn't just revolve around Juan, right? Right, actually. So let's move on to some other teams, like Nightmare Kingdom. Archmage got terrible luck last season and lost pretty badly. So will they get better luck? No, the answer is still no. This time, Archmage is facing off a team called Ku Klux Klan. It's just a small Ninja Kiwi Discord team. That's fine, I guess. Until Turtles, a longtime member and co-leader of Nightmare Kingdom, pointed out that that team name sounds very much like, yeah. Well, time to file a report, I guess. And it worked. Their name got changed. But then their leader changed the team name to Nightmare Kingdom Spawn Trapped, and proceeded to spawn trap Archmage as revenge, since not enough people in Archmage used tickets, causing the team to lose horribly. And then BMO took revenge by filing another report to get it changed again, before they change it one more time to thanks for report, love you. What, do you expect more to this story? I'm sorry, there isn't, and there isn't a happy ending to this either. Let's move on to Pandemonium. What have they been up to while everyone else was doing their own things? Well, they faced another active team, this time called Cobra Kai Dojo. No one knows who they are, but they have two low-level players who are able to set extremely good scores. Somehow. Are they hacking? Possibly. I mean, look at the amount of medals they have, and the scores they are able to set. I mean, the scores are definitely possible, but you're telling me that those low-level players are able to set that good of a score? Or are they just odds? No one really knows, and it's kind of impossible to tell. It may even be people trying to find Pandemonium's locals and sabotaging them. Why sabotage Pandemonium? I don't know. But people are weird and stupid. Anyhow, considering a bunch of randos were able to put up a fight against Pandemonium meant that it was pretty sus, all things considered. So Pandemonium had to put up a hard fight against them. And they did. They were able to spawn trap them on day 3. Except they broke out of their spawn trap right after and never got spawn trapped again. So the rest of the season devolved into a cat and mouse game. Every time Cobra Kai Dojo stole a banner or relic tile, Pandemonium would just take it back within an hour, meaning they had no chance of ever catching up. So Cobra Kai Dojo just ended up taking regular tiles. And that's pretty much all the shenanigans that happened this season. With all that out of the way, where did all the teams end up? For starters, Pandemonium won their battle by quite a bit, and they won by so much that Cobra Kai Dojo got dumped all the way to 3rd place. Archmage lost pretty badly. Like I said, no happy ending. But how about Nightmare Kingdom Bloontonium? They were rising on the leaderboards, and they managed to get 5th global for 2 seasons in a row. So did they manage to get 4th? Unfortunately no, they got 10th global, a shocking drop in performance for a rising team. Juan got top 25 this season, and Juan Noob, honestly no one knew what happened to them, or at least no one wanted to tell me. Originally, Relentless was global 2nd, but then their leader got himself flagged, and he tried to transfer leadership to their other members, which worked, and also got the new team leader flagged. Why? Because Ninja Kiwi thought they were transferring their accounts to his alt, not a new player. And this kept happening to their team until half their players got nukes before stopping, nuking the team all the way to top 100. A disaster for the team. At least, this was according to their leader. There was no confirmation on whether this was actually the truth, like the ticket exploit. Oh yeah, and speaking of which, who did make it to the top 3? Well, in 3rd place, it's Taiwan number 4. After an unlucky streak of global number 4, they finally broke their curse and made their way to global number 3. Surely this team is destined for greater things, so let's keep an eye on them in future seasons. And in 2nd place is Chasing the Algorithm. Rejects. Yeah, CTA didn't win this season and Sita managed to snag 2nd global. Shocking, I know. And in 1st place is Juan Pro. Wait, what the hell? Wasn't Rigwell team in 1st place? What happened to them? Did they get nuked? Nope. It's much worse than that. It turns out that they got sabotaged as someone leaked their locals on Reddit. Well, that would have been fine if no one wanted to sabotage them. Except someone did sabotage them thanks to those locals. And not only that, they sabotaged with hacked scores. Who sabotaged them? Well, no one came forward and admitted that they sabotaged Rigwell team. But there's only one team with a motivation to sabotage them. Then again, there is no proof that they actually sabotaged Rigwell. So what was the fate of Rigwell team? Well, they changed their name to GG Being Useless Ninja Kiwi, since they filed a sabotage report to Ninja Kiwi and they didn't do anything about it. They ended up getting global 5th, which was a massive disappointment given how almost everyone voted for them. In fact, Sita renamed their team as Hackers Ruin CT in remembrance of Rigwell. Actually, Sita was joked as one of the most undeserved top 3 medals of the time since it took both Relentless and Rigwell to get nuked. In other words, they accidentally themselves into top 3. Oh, fun fact, Isaac was originally recruited to join Rigwell prior to the event, but that didn't happen. Anyhow, Juan trials, remember them? Well, turns out they weren't doing too well, with the judges essentially losing motivation to carry all the newbies. As such, even though they ended this season with a top 25 medal, Juan trials shut down all operations by the end of the season. BMO asked if they could recruit some of these members into Archmage, and they did. Unfortunately, none of them lasted. On a completely unrelated note, James24 was found playing in Notch Elite, and Ayaya's dog's team name got stolen. I'm not sure why this Ayaya guy is important or why this was logged in the history books. Oh well. Anyway, Mud Donkeys get top 25. Behind the scenes this season, however, a lot of things happen. A few seasons ago, BMO created the Our House Season 4, The Team. But he didn't feel like doing a solo team. Not only was there not enough time for BMO to pull it off, the team was growing more than he could expect. It was possible for the team to hit top 3, and the team was a lot more coordinated than before. There was just one problem: locals. locals had made it quite difficult for plutonium to hit top 3. During this time, a lot of teams had risen and fell, and considering Nightmare Kingdom's explosion in growth, things can only go upwards from here. And BMO wanted to celebrate the 10th anniversary of Nightmare Kingdom, which doesn't sound impressive, but considering BMO only intended for the team to be a consistent top 25 team, it had exceeded his expectations. So he discussed a new idea with Turtles. What if, instead of doing a solo team, which BMO had been putting off doing anyway, the team would be used to cheese the matchmaking, so that Nightmare Kingdom would finally have a top 3 medal to their name, even if it's not on the main team. So BMO started sending invites to people in Nightmare Kingdom who were willing to join up the project, which was codenamed Project Titan Point, with Titan Point being a reference to a NSA spy building. But why was it named after Titan Point? Was Nightmare Kingdom spying? No, not really. BMO just thought the name sounded really cool. Not to mention, it was inspired by a certain YouTube video about it. It required everyone to coordinate with each other like never before so that a top 3 medal can be achieved. Nay, guaranteed. In a slightly desperate move, however, BMO made the mistake of advertising the event and welcoming outside members. Arrow, a Juan member, asked what the project was about and BMO told him. Only he wasn't willing to participate, and now Juan knew what was going to happen. But only one person actually wanted to join, ZooQ. After the failure of Rickroll, they were reorganizing and heading back to their main teams. ZooQ is joining CTA, and he was willing to place his odd account in Titan Point. But Nightmare Kingdom wasn't going to be the only team up to some shenanigans. As it turns out, 3 other teams are also going to pull off something massive too. Something that will change the contested territory world forever. A project called Juan L. Gone. "10 seasons. It felt like forever, but it finally happened. Many teams have come and gone throughout contested territory thus far, and for one team in particular, it was time to make history. Juan L. remained the only team to exclusively have top 3 medals, and one more event was all that was needed to secure their name in the history books. But other teams had plans too. For those eyeing the top 3 spots, Juan L. was their largest competitor, having never gotten a top 25 medal before. But that's about to change. And when better to do it than now? It is time to put an end to Juan L.'s top 3 win streak, once and for all. In contested territory history, there has never been a bigger collaboration between opposing teams with the same goal: getting a global top 3 spot. There were 4 different teams, each of them unique and recognizable in the contested territory world. First up, we have Nightmare Kingdom, who, after 10 seasons and wanting to experience what top 3 felt like, decided to create a brand new team to guarantee weaker locals, increasing their chances of getting top 3 by cheesing the matchmaking buckets like cheesing the algorithm. Speaking of whom, they also had beef with Juan L. and wanted to take them down once and for all, as the rivalry between both teams stand. Relentless, a team who didn't have the best luck so far and were demoralized, but now was the perfect chance for them to make their comeback. And finally, Pandemonium, who despite wanting to fight locals, were more than capable to go for top 3 runs and wanted to take down Juan Pro too. These 4 teams are fighting over who will get top 3 global, but even if one didn't make it, it doesn't matter, for there was only one goal in mind: taking down Juan Pro. It's time to prove to the contested territory world that there are more teams just as capable as Juan Pro, and finally show the world that Juan Pro is not infallible. So all 4 teams were invited to the Juan Gon server, and from there, all the 4 team leaders could coordinate and take down Juan Pro, along with sharing strategies and the bots to lock tiles and make life easier for everyone. Which, by the way, was one of the advantages many top teams had by using Discord. It allowed them to create bots that could track every tile that had been captured and when they will expire. The server was also meant to be secretive. Juan Pro members were not supposed to know about this project, except they did, because they are spies in the server. I mean, of course they did. How else did they guarantee their top 3 spot for 9 seasons in a row? Oh well, they will know what is coming. Well, there is no time for anyone to mope and whine. Now is the time to take action. It is finally time to take down Juan Pro once and for all. Out of all the teams going for top 3, Titan Point was the one with the most meticulous planning, charting out who is available which days, who are able to take banners the second they expire every 28 hours, making sure everyone logs in on time, ensuring that everyone have their schedule cleared, pre-planning who to swap out in case anything goes wrong, so on and so forth. Everything was planned out from the beginning, and there was no way Nightmare Kingdom could be unprepared for anything. And so the time came for contested territory to start. And hey, where is the contested territory button? Hasn't CT started? Well, everyone could see the contested territory button, all except BMO. But why? Well, it turns out at the last possible minute, the day before the event, Ninja Kiwi decided to drop an update for Bloons TD6. And not just any update. A massive update that upended all the planning Nightmare Kingdom did throughout the entire week. Update 34.0 brought to the game the brand new boss, Dread Bloon, along with a new map, 123, but accompanying that were many other contested territory changes, 2 of which are very important. First off, tiles can expire without going neutral. What does that mean? Well, in the past, when a tile stops giving points, the tile would just cease existing, unclaimed by anyone. But now, when the tile stops producing points after 24 hours, the team will still be able to hold on to it for 2 more days before it truly disappears from the game. So this means that your team can own more tiles at once. That's cool and all, but there was no indication for tiles that had already expired, so you had to manually go back and check which tiles had expired. The other massive change, however, was that the capture duration went from 28 to 24 hours. Yeah, remember back in Event 2, they didn't want players to log in only to recapture the same tiles for all 7 days? Well, they went back on their word, either because of complaints from top 3 teams on their inability for everyone to wake up and play on different times of the day, or because top teams still had people capping tiles 24/7, making this change kind of pointless. Regardless of what the actual reason might be, Ninja Kiwi reverted things back to where they were before. This change had a massive implication on the contested territory community, especially for Europeans, because for them, contested territory starts in the middle of the night. With the 28 hours decay, top 3 was still possible if they forgo sleep in the first and last days of contested territory. But now with that gone, if they want to go for top 3, they had to wake up in the middle of the night every day, which just wasn't feasible as most people still had school or work. There were also a lot of undocumented background changes to the Ninja Kiwi server and code, and that meant that Mindcool couldn't data mine and see what tiles were coming in the next season. Not that it mattered, she wasn't playing contested territory much nowadays anyway. For Titan Point, because their leader still wanted everyone to have a healthy amount of rest and not wake up in the middle of the night, this meant that everyone who was supposed to swap in couldn't be swapped in. But that wasn't all the changes. There were a lot of minor changes too, especially relic changes. Oh boy, here we go. Mud Clash was the most powerful relic, but now it's been nerfed from +3 to +2 damage. Regeneration and restoration make no sense, so they were swapped. Starting stash got nerfed. Air and Sea, Box of Monkey, and Tower Discount relics were all nerfed for some reason. Heartless was still useless, and Monkey Tycoon was nerfed. Wait, what was Monkey Tycoon? Well, it was a relic that gave all monkeys a discount. Never heard of it before? Well, that's because it was never used in a single event, not even till today. So yes, Ninja Kiwi nerfed a relic that wasn't even released. Good job there. And as for massive changes, that's about it. But back to the actual game. This meant everyone was panicking over what to do, especially in Nightmare Kingdom since their leader couldn't kill the team yet. Day 1 was a disorganized mess for them, as everyone was coping with the new changes and the leaders had to formulate new strategies. Thankfully, however, Titan Point got dead locals, but the shenanigans weren't over, because no one in the team had done a top 3 run before. Everyone just went for regular tiles, until BMO noticed and told everyone to stop and reorganize everything. A few minutes later, Sukyu realized his alt account, the account he was using to play in Titan Point, got flagged. Thankfully, that was before he attacked, but it seemed convenient that he got flagged at the last minute. That meant he had to leave the team, however, and with that, Titan Point was only filled with original Nightmare Kingdom members with no help whatsoever. Despite their luck, they managed to exceed all expectations and hit global number 2, right behind the number 1 team cheesing the algorithm. That was pretty good. Actually, both cheesing the algorithm and Titan Points were fighting for the number 1 spot, so that was pretty funny. And while Zukyu's account in Titan Points was flagged, his main wasn't, meaning he could still play in cheesing the algorithm. Meanwhile, Pandemonium managed to maintain global 3rd. They were behind, but don't worry, they weren't too far behind. And in 4th place is Juan Pro? What happened to Relentless? Well, it turns out that someone in the team queued early and faced active locals, meaning that they were killed off from the top 3 competition instantly. This meant that for Juan gone to work, the 3 remaining teams, Nightmare Kingdom, Titan Point, cheesing the algorithm, and Pandemonium had to maintain top 3. Or else, Juan Pro will get a top 3 again. And for a while, the top 3 leaderboards remained stable. Titan Points overtook cheesing the algorithm ever so slightly, and both teams were fighting very hard for a top 1 spot. For Nightmare Kingdom, it will be their first top 3, and the top 1 would be very impressive. For cheesing the algorithm, they had proven themselves to be able to hit top 3, so getting top 1 would finally prove to the world that cheesing the algorithm was more than they seemed. There was a bit of an issue in Titan Points for day 4 however. The purple team, called Global Locua, suddenly became active and tried to target all of Titan Point's banners. Luckily, it was early in the day and the banners needed to be refreshed soon anyway, so they had time to push back purple and spawn trap them. Was it Sabotage? No one knows, but either way, Titan Points did fine. In fact, everything was fine for a while, but soon after, everything changed. See, by then, Zukyu managed to get his alt account unflagged. That is fantastic, and that meant he was able to play in Titan Point again. But the second his alt account got unflagged, his main account got flagged. And considering he took mostly banners in CTA, this was disastrous. Why was he flagged? Well, one theory was that he played a modded version of Bloons TD6 and got 66 hard medals. There were only 64 maps in the game at the time. But there was a slight problem with this theory. There have been YouTubers who are not flagged for getting medals on modded maps. And oh yeah, Ninja Kiwi confirmed that they won't flag people over hacked medals. What was the real reason? No one knows for certain, but I'll put out a few theories on screen. That's not all. Remember when I said ZooQ only took banners? Yeah, chasing the algorithm got nuked pretty badly, to the tune of about 6,000 points. Wait, that's not so bad, you might say? You're right, it isn't. Until you realize that competition for top 3 is very tight this season and they had dropped to 3rd place, meaning that Juan was now behind them. Okay, so quick tangent, I didn't know where to fit this in, but as I was editing this video, I have confirmed that ZooQ did intentionally sabotage cheesing the algorithm. Whether he was doing it for smart person remains a mystery. What the fuck? Late Trender ended up getting real pissed, since this was the first time ZooQ was in CTA and he didn't know that his ult got flagged in Titan Point. Meanwhile, BMO once again removed ZooQ from the roster. BMO's relationship with Late Trender also remained pretty negative, and as such, he didn't tell Late Trender anything, while assuming that ZooQ would have let Late know about his odds being flagged. Despite this negative relationship, however, both leaders actually managed to get along reasonably well during Juan gone. I mean, you had to work together to take down Juan somehow. Thus, the relationship between Late Trender and BMO started healing. So now, Titan Points was in the clear lead, Pandemonium was 2nd, and cheesing the algorithm was 3rd. But they were still pretty far ahead of Juan Pro. Even with this nuke, they can finally get rid of Juan Pro once and for all. Right? Let's find out after we talk about some other events that happened this season. Oh wait, everyone is going for a top 3 one this season. Let's check in on Nightmare Kingdom Archmage. After 2 seasons of bad luck, surely this time things will finally go their way, right? After all, as they say, 3rd time's the charm. Well, Archmage got paired up against a team called Cat Squad. Hey, wait a minute, why do they sound familiar? It's because they faced Nightmare Kingdom Bloontonium back in Event 3 and Event 5, back when they were pretty weak and uncoordinated. And though they won their 2nd matchup in Event 5, this is Archmage, and there was no shot for them to win this match. Why was that? Well, Titan Points was mostly filled with Bloontonium and a handful of good Archmage players. This meant that the other 2 teams are short of players. Well, thankfully, Bloontonium was replaced with the remaining Archmage members. But how about Archmage? Well, they had to be replaced with brand new members. Good thing was, the recruitment effort went pretty well, so the roster could be filled. The bad news, however, was that they were mostly inexperienced. Not to mention, some were also people from Juan Trials, aka Juan Rejects, so they weren't exactly the most experienced. Also, one of the new recruits had a score in the game and was immediately kicked, but in any case, someone from Archmage early queued the team into Cat Squad. This was pretty demoralizing for the team, who for 3 seasons in a row did not have any luck with matchmaking and faced pretty strong teams. And not to mention, everyone was busy leading Titan Points, so there were no resources left to help out Archmage, even BMO. As such, BMO resorted to diplomacy and managed to make a truce with Cat Squad on day 5, so that they have an advantage, and in return, they show mercy on Archmage because oh boy, do they need it. And so it was agreed, and therefore Cat Squad managed to get 1st while Archmage retained 2nd local. And now comes the final leaderboard. But before we get to that, let's keep some suspense and talk about some other minor things that happened in the rest of the CT world. Taiwan number 3, oh yeah, they renamed their team from Taiwan number 4 to number 3, well, they got global number 5. But this will also be the last time they ever show up on the leaderboard. Not only could they not pull off another top 3, it was also pretty tiring, so they called it quits. James 24 was kicked out of Notch Elite. And that's the last we'll ever hear from him, right? Plutonium, CTA Rejects, and Mud Donkeys all got top 25. Except, hold on, Mud managed to queue with hackers, but luckily they got disbanded on day 3, so that wasn't a problem. And that's about it. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Can the 3 teams finally kick Juan out of the top 3 spots? Let's make this more interesting. This time, instead of going from 3rd to 1st, we'll go from 1st to 3rd. In 1st place came the Our House Season 4, aka Lumity Studios, aka Rickroll 2.0, aka Fixed Contested Territory Please Thanks, aka Add Leaks to Contested Territory, aka Juan Pro, aka Merry Christmas All Teams, aka Nightmare Kingdom Titan Points. After 10 seasons, a team who started from nothing and suffered through the early days of contested territory finally came out on top and not only achieved a top 3 but became the first NK Corp team to achieve a global number 1 spot, becoming the first team to defeat Juan Pro's 7th season win streak of getting global number 1. If we are excluding Event 7 since Juan did help out uncontested. Obviously Juan members weren't happy with that and called Titan Point cheating, as they were using a new team to cheese the matchmaking system, which BMO had to spend a lot of time fighting back. It also didn't help that this new team, who just 5 seasons ago were nobodies and made Juan Pro look bad via the server raid video, became number 1. They even accused BMO of getting number 1 to promote his own channel, which, come on. It was so bad they even congratulated Pandemonium as the real number 1 team. Eventually, BMO had to promise that Titan points would never be used again, even though he originally planned to reuse it every 5 seasons but never told anyone. BMO also originally intended to make a video showcasing how Titan points got first global, but realized that he could use this opportunity to talk about how broken contested territory was. It didn't do too well. Also, it was cringe. Okay, but that's enough about Titan points. Who came in 2nd? Well, you probably figured it out. It was Pandemonium, who, were it not for Titan points, would have been the first team to beat Juan Pro's win streak. But none of that matters. Who came in 3rd? Could cheesing the algorithm catch up from their loss? Or did they suffer another nuke that allowed Juan to catch up? Well, the winner is Juan Pro. What? Why weren't CTA able to maintain their lead over Juan? Well, it turns out that they tried to save team tickets so that they could use them in day 6. Unfortunately, the team tickets just never came. 5 to be precise. It was bugged. Why? Because of Zukyu's flag, and that caused them to fall behind Juan by the 7th day. But wait, there was hope that CTA could catch up. The math checks out. But alas, it was no use. Juan's eco didn't fall, and CTA took home 4th place. After this event, Smart Person congratulated everyone from Juan, who managed to get top 3 for all 10 seasons thus far. Glory to the Juan Empire. He also posted the top 10 teams of all time using weighted averages on Reddit with help from Hemi, another Juan member. Relentless, who lacked any more motivation to continue, and due to the changes in tile durations making them impossible to get top 3 anymore, disbanded. BTD also disbanded due to the failure of Rickroll and similar lack of motivation to continue due to the changes in tile durations. Ponder this question, if you will. Why do we play contested territory? After 10 seasons in a row, Juan Pro managed to score 10 top 3s in a row. Juan Gone was an absolute failure, even indirectly leading to the disbanding of a top 3 team. It was starting to demoralize everyone. No one wanted to play contested territory anymore. Except Juan. They had a plan. Juan el Noob will try to fill the entire board with just their tiles. Scratch that, the entire Juan Empire was going to dominate the top 3 leaderboards. Even though everyone was exhausted from contested territory, no one cares. All the top 3 teams will be Juan teams to take revenge on Juan el Gon from last season. But so far, we only told the story of what Juan el Puro looked like from the outside. We haven't touched the story of Juan el Puro from the inside. Behind the scenes, the team was struggling. What exactly was going on inside Juan el Puro while everything was going on? How did the team work? We all knew how Juan was founded. Juan started as an index team, founded by Elk and Smart Person. Both of them recruited more from index and in the early days absorbed their competition or potential competition in exchange for a safe top 1 medal. Only the best players could join Juan. And that's where we left off. After event 5, you might have noticed that we didn't talk about Juan that much. What happened during that time? First off, there's something you gotta understand about Juan. Unlike any other team, there is no one person you could pinpoint to and conclusively say that they are the leader. Yes, Smart Person was technically the leader, but everyone kinda just do their own things. It's more like a hive mind. Everyone discusses what they plan to do, and if there are any objections, they voice it out. Of course, some people step up and help the team more than others, but it's mostly just for organization and that's it. While this works and entices the best players to come forward, it also became an issue because that means that there's no one person who have a vested interest to keep the team alive. Juan kept themselves alive because that's where the best people happen to play in, and thus the chances of Juan securing a victory is massive. It was a self-fulfilling prophecy. But there was also a slight problem of Juan's player numbers going downhill too. See, going for number 1 every season was pretty tiring. You had to log into the game every day to claim tiles as quickly as possible. If you had dead locals, which Juan managed to get for 10 seasons in a row somehow, well, you could easily win. To add insult to injury, it became boring. Contested territory was never contested, and it was starting to become more and more about luck and speed and less about actual skill. Of course, you can set the best possible score you could, but what's the point if your opponents don't intend to play the game in the first place? So how did people play in Juan el Puro for 10 seasons in a row? The answer was simple, they didn't. Unlike most other teams, Juan was an empire. By being able to absorb just about all the good players, they can easily rotate people between the 3 Juan teams: Juan el Puro, Juan el War, and Juan el Noob. So even though some people play on Juan el Puro for a few seasons in a row, almost no one had played on Juan for all 10 seasons. Not even Smart Person. Did they deserve all their top 3s? Probably. But all their top 1s? Not necessarily. Absorbing the competition, sabotaging the competition, data mining to get tile information early. Sure, it was a recipe for them to get global first in every event. But this method couldn't last forever. Without sportsmanship, the game became rather stale, and it became a game of repetition. Capturing tiles of fastest every day, refreshing them the second they stop producing points, rinse and repeat. Not to mention, since the ideal strategy involves getting all banners and relics at once, there was no reason for any locals to try, since there was no way for them to catch up. And though people's loyalty to Juan remains unwavering, people still didn't like playing every event. They got the satisfaction of getting number 1, but for every season, and considering the amount of teamwork that has to go on, this can't carry on. Slowly but surely, the number of Juan members died. This was partially why Juan Trials was founded, because there was no more competition to absorb and they needed more people to play, as more and more people refused to participate in contested territory, lest they be pressured to play in one. But it failed, miserably. In fact, Ahhh all but shut down operations back in Event 10 just because there weren't enough players, and outright this season. Though Ahhh was playing, their roster only had 8 members. There was no way they were getting top 25 again. And Juan members could excuse themselves from losing out to uncontested back in Event 7, but losing out to 2 teams in Event 10, there was no excuse, because no matter how many times Juan members blamed Titan Point for cheating, not only did Pandemonium do better than them anyway, Chasing the Algorithm did the exact same thing of matchmaking abuse, albeit unintentionally. That really demotivated people from playing contested territory, and seeing that the Juan win streak was lost, even fewer people played in Juan, meaning that Juan went from 7 teams, 5 of which were active or formally absorbed, down to just 1 team, Juan Pro. But despite all this didn't kill the team.
No. That happened next.
It was the 3rd day of contested territory, and Juan Pro was stuck at 3rd place again. This wasn't good, and they're falling behind pretty badly. In fact, so bad that Juan Butter was ahead in the leaderboard. Ooh, too soon? Let's get back on track. For a while though, Juan was doing alright, considering their standard. At least they get to maintain top 3. Then, 4 hours later, hey, how did they drop to 6th place, even behind Bloontonium? Well, it turns out that their time had come. They got hacked. Wait, you could hack in contested territory? Well, duh. Remember Pandemonium vs Fee back in Event 5? Or even Mud Donkey's last season? It was a tale as old as time. Only this time, the team affected was Juan Pro. Wait, but how do we know that they are hacking? Maybe they are players who are just really good at the game. Is Juan becoming like GG90's FFB hacker? Well, no, because I'm also not sure how you would beat a race in less than 1 second. But surely the hacker would stop after grabbing a few tiles, right? Wrong. Within a few minutes, they were able to somehow capture all of Juan Pro's tiles. Well, all but 1 tile, but that's just because it was a hero solo tile. Even spawn trapped them. How, you might ask? Well, first off, this was obviously Sabotage. There was no question about that. But someone had to leak locals, right? This wasn't an inside job. Or could it? No, not really. Because inside Juan's locals is a player called Ahhh. Who was he? Well, if you look at the CT leaderboard back in the early days, no, not the team leaderboard, the player leaderboard, you will see someone called Ahhh. Even though there are no rewards for coming first in the player leaderboards, for some reason, Ahhh decided to try and hit top 3 on the CT player leaderboard. In fact, he managed to accomplish this 4 times. And of course, Juan's locals were leaked. The only problem was, they weren't leaked on Reddit, it was leaked on the Korean forum, which 210, being Korean himself, was able to recognize. However, unlike Reddit, there was effectively no moderation, and thus the post remained up. In other words, there was no way to take it down. Oh, and also, anyone could upload anonymously. That post is still up today if you try to search for it. But what does this have to do with Ahhh? Well, for one reason or another, Ahhh happened to be in Juan Pro's locals. Maybe he just joined a random team and happened to face Juan Pro. Or he was already in the team and happened to match against them. Regardless of what happened, after a bit of investigation, it was revealed that Ahhh had custom tower names, not in English. So after messing around with the language settings, BMO found out that Han was a Korean too. Now, you might not know this, but there is a large Korean player base for the game, and it could be completely coincidental, but the evidence doesn't point to any other person who could have pulled off such a feat. No Westerner would know about this obscure Korean forum, and no one else had Korean names. If you're thinking 210 could have been behind this, he wasn't even in the roster this season, so he wouldn't have known about their locals. But wait, if Han leaked the locals, who hacked them? Because if Han was indeed the hacker, he would have hacked Juan himself. He wouldn't need to leak their locals. Surely someone else must have hacked them. Maybe someone like Bicker? Yes, it made sense. He hated Juan Pro for so long, accusing them of cheating not just once, but twice. Let's confront Bicker about it. Oh, he denied anything about hacking Juan? Well, that sounds like what a hacker would say. But one question remained. Why? Was it to send a message to dethrone Juan from their top 3 spot, finishing off what Juan Algon had started? Or was he just pissed off that he couldn't attempt the top 3 individual leaderboard 1 with Juan in their locals? Till this day, no one knew his true intention. But surely after one day, everything will go back to normal, right? The tiles will expire and they can be reclaimed by Juan. Well, there's just one small problem with that. All the Spawn Trap tiles were hacked scores, and even with decay, they couldn't be beaten legitimately. And to add trees to the fire, ever since last season, tiles will still remain in the team's hand even after the tile expires, for 2 more days. So there was no way for Juan to break out of the Spawn Trap. Even if they did, there was no way for them to recover to the top 3 spot, let alone the top 100 spot. Now, was Ninja Kiwi's support contacted? Of course, but it was terrible timing. Ninja Kiwi couldn't do anything because it was the Christmas holidays and everyone was out of the office, meaning everyone from the support team weren't even in the office, so nothing could be done. It was devastating. For the first time, Juan El Pro failed to get top 3, and it wasn't through any fault of their own. They officially lost their top 3 streak. But regardless of which side you're on, the fact remains that Juan got hacked and this ended their win streak, further demoralizing the team. But credit where credit is due, the hacker was quite generous. They let Juan El Pro maintain their first local win streak. Wait a minute, didn't you say that Juan El Pro was the only team operating by now? So why is there another Juan team who is doing better than Juan El Pro? Why is there a Juan El Butter? Well, there isn't much history to that. It's quite straightforward actually. Butter God, a Juan member who joined in the early days, liked to collect top 3 medals. For what? Races? Bosses? Now, he had none of that. Instead, he collect top 3 team medals. But surely they don't show up on his profile, right? No, of course they won't. But it's still an achievement to flaunt. As such, he copied the idea of Juan El Barbitos, stole the team from Barb, and renamed it to Juan El Butter. It is basically the exact same thing. But wait, wouldn't Ninja Kiwi have ruled against doing solo teams by now? I mean, surely we are now into our 11th season of contested territory, and you would think that they would have made some rules on that by now, right? Nope. First off, Ninja Kiwi were on holidays, remember? Second, Ninja Kiwi can't really focus on the drama of contested territory, and this doesn't really break the terms of service. It isn't really disadvantageous to opponent teams, because one man has to spend many hours every day to use up all 60 attacks. Besides, you gotta respect a man's grind to solo their way to the leaderboard. Unless you cheat, in which case, go straight to jail, do not pass gold, do not collect your top 3 medal. Not like he needed to cheat, it was way easier for Butter God because unlike Barbitos, tiles only last 24 hours instead of 28, meaning he just needed a lot of free time. And luckily, because of his time zone, he needed to be online at the same time every day, which was pretty easy. And since it was a holiday season, he had a lot of free time, regardless of age. Now it's time for us to talk about the top 3 leaderboards this season. We all knew that Juan is no longer in contention for top 3, so who actually took home the top 3? In third place is a team called Happy New Year, who were renamed from Thank You Guys last season. Wait, who the heck are they? Turns out they are a new team created by a top 100 team called Gaunter. No one knows much about them, just that they exist. They were gifted a top 3 spot, mostly because Juan got hacked on and no one did anything about it. In second place is Juan Alberto. For some reason, both times a Juan solo team was done, both teams ended in second global, which was definitely coincidental. Anyway, the winner was Flagging the Algorithm, which was Chasing the Algorithm but renamed. But why did they rename the team to Flagging the Algorithm? Did they have sympathy for their rival? No, not really. It was joked by just about everyone that they are a team who constantly gets nuked. So Late Trender embraced the meme and just renamed the team, which was a huge mistake since someone stole the name Chasing the Algorithm with a new team. Don't worry, they got it back eventually. This made Chasing the Algorithm the second team to have all top 3 medals. And since they were Juan's competition, well, I think you could figure out what happened. Juan members got mad and claimed that they didn't get a true global number 1 since it required Juan to get flagged, which... no. But speaking of sympathy, even though Juan Algon was fighting Juan last season, some team leaders felt that it was unfair to ruin Juan's win streak by hacking. Especially BMO, who was rather sympathetic to Juan and ended up making a video on it after gathering some information on the subject matter. Speaking of BMO, how was his team doing? Well, Plutonium had a chill season so that they could recover from their top 1 run. Even though they got a top 3 medal, they didn't want to keep on fighting a pointless war every season. Archmage, after finally getting their hands on a number of good players, became a competent team and ended their streak of bad luck, starting a golden age for the team. Nightmare Kingdom became so large, in fact, that a third team was created called Nightmare Kingdom Conquest, because we need something that starts with a C, and with that, it got top 25 in its first season. Pandemonium actually took a break for once. See, the top 3 one kinda exhausted the entire team, just like Titan Point. And even though it was initially a mix of both European and American players, it became more Eurocentric as time passes by. Not to mention, Ahhh and Vanekpian weren't as active anymore, leaving Targos the sole leader of Pandemonium. This was a problem, since with the 24-hour ticket refresh, they had to wake up extremely early or play extremely late if they wanted to continue doing their top 3 runs, which no one was in the mood to do. Besides, they already got a few top 3 medals. Do they really need to prove themselves more? So, they reorganized, and slowly, they became a fully focused war team, focusing more on having tough local fights rather than eyeing the global leaderboards. Ahhh managed to get his dog's team back. Hey wait, why is this log in CD history? Anyway, his dog's team managed to get global 8. As for Han, well, he was never seen in a contested territory scene ever again. Not even in the top 3 player leaderboard. I seem to be forgetting something. Oh right, Mud Donkeys get top 25. Humans are stupid. Like, really stupid. That much has been made clear thus far, but not for the reasons you might think. Juan finally lost their top 3 streak after 10 seasons, despite beating out Juan Algon. But not because of their incompetence, it was because they got hacked. And you might think, well, now that their win streak is done for, surely the hackers' agenda was over and Juan will give up, right? Stop living in your fantasy world. This is reality. And it's cruel. But before we delve in, something extraordinary happened this season, and we should talk about it. There was a bug. You know how tiles stop giving points after 24 hours but are still yours for 48 more hours, resulting in a total of 72 hours? Well, what if during those 48 hours, you didn't reclaim the tile? Well, previously, nothing weird would happen. You could just reclaim it and make it yours. But for some strange reason, in this season, if you tried to reclaim a tile after 72 hours, you would use up a ticket and the tile won't be yours. You won't get any points either. In other words, you wasted a ticket on nothing. But wait, there wasn't an update to the game, right? No, the game was still at version 34.2. Did anything change in contested territory? No. So what gives? No one has a clue. Till this day, this remains one of the strangest bugs to ever happen. And it still happens once a while. Although for this season, people noticed it and reported it to Ninja Kiwi support, who were probably tired of hearing about all the problems with contested territory at this point that they did nothing. Or more like they just came back from their holidays and they needed to work on the next massive update, who knows. Thankfully, this wasn't a problem for top 3 teams, but for any other team who were not as active or claimed a banner a long time ago but forgot to refresh it, too bad for them. It could never be reclaimed. But as long as you had tiles on the board, you were probably safe, because the alternative was getting spawn trapped by yourself. But as hilarious and dumb as that bug is, that is not what you're interested in, are you? You are here to see how the mighty Juan Empire will make their comeback this season, did you? Well, let's see how it played out for them this season. They were playing again, as per usual, just a normal top 3 one, and then they immediately got spawn trapped 20 minutes into their one. I'm sorry, what? Yup, you heard that right. Juan Pro got spawn trapped 20 minutes into their one, because the hacker man is back, seeking revenge for honestly, I have no clue. But it doesn't matter, the hacker is back. And that's pretty annoying for Juan Pro. But don't worry, it's still early into the game, and they could have theoretically queued later, so Alright boys, new plan. Let us just move to Juan and queue again. And so they did. They even renamed Juan to a random new team, just to make sure the hacker wasn't just searching up Juan to try and hack them. Well, at least they can still go for a top 3 run, even if it's not on the Juan main team. However, there was a slight problem with that. They got spawn trapped instantly. Again. Okay folks, does anyone have any idea on what to do? We have been hacked 2 times in a row. Surely there's something different we could try, right? Come on guys, we need ideas. We can't just disintegrate into nothingness. We are one after all, and nothing stops our win streak. Except for that one mad hacker. Oh, I know. What if we move into another brand new team? And so they did. Only this time, they didn't move to another Juan team. They moved to a brand new team. And with that, Juan outsmarted the hacker. Oh wait, I meant to say that the hacker outsmarted Juan, because they got hacked instantly. Again. At this point, Juan gave up even trying. Emo suggested that it could be an inside job, but nah, who from inside Juan Pro wanted to take down Juan? That's a silly idea. Which begs the question, what was the true story behind this? Because so far, if you listen closely, I've only told the story from one perspective, Juan's perspective. What if I told you we not only knew who the hacker was, but what their intention was? But first, let's play a game. How do you think the community found out who the hacker was? Was it A, the hacker acting suspiciously on Discord? B, the hacker sending an ultimatum to Juan Pro? Or C, the hacker accidentally leaving some clues behind? If your answer was D, the hacker told everyone that they are the hacker, then award yourself a gold star because that meant you knew what happened already. Meet Banana, who has an alt account called Ivy, a CTA member who was one of the many people who waited the Nightmare Kingdom Discord server all the way back in Event 5. He later tried to sabotage Juan Pro in the next event, and in Event 8, joined Juan Trials so that he could be verified in the Juan server and gather secrets. I mean, why else would he play for Juan Trials? But how is he relevant to the story? Was he the hacker? Nah, he's just some random cheesing the algorithm member I pick up for no reason whatsoever. Yes, obviously he's the hacker. It all started a while ago, through an accident. He realized that custom challenges could be hacked. I mean, kinda understandable, some challenges are just plain impossible. But then he realized something. Isn't contested territory just challenges? And voila, he was able to hack contested territory tiles too. Well, it wasn't obvious, but he did it. And not just getting infinite cash. Want to get sub 1 second on a race? Sure, why not? Infinite damage, infinite speed, be my guest. Turns out, Ninja Kiwi's anti-cheat just kinda sucked. How it wasn't able to detect a sub 1 second race timing as a hack score, we will never know. And with that, he hacked Juan Pro. Why? For fun. He just wanted to ruin Juan's top 3 streak. So, he hacked Juan Pro last season, just to ruin their day. And of course, he hacked Juan again this season. But how was he able to find Juan's locals? Was it through spying on Juan? Did someone give him insider info? Well, there were 2 different answers. Last season, it was through Han's post in the Korean forum that allowed him to find Juan's locals. Turns out Han's wishes were fulfilled, even though he may not be the hacker behind Juan. But how about this season? Han surely didn't happen to post to the Korean forum and get Juan spawn trap in 20 minutes, did he? Well, no. Turns out, there was a game-breaking exploit that allowed you to find any team's locals. Here's how it worked. You will join a team and log into the game. That's good and all, but what if you hate your life and you wanted to leave for a better team? And you do. So you instead requested to join, say, Juan Pro. Well, you wouldn't be immediately accepted, but since they were set to private, you could, I don't know, check their leaderboards. Wait, you could see their locals before you're even accepted into the team? That's bad. Like, really bad. But how did he request to join Juan when the team was full? It's because it wasn't full, silly. Not everyone had joined the team prior to the event, allowing him to use this exploit to reveal Juan's locals. So all he had to do was to wait to see Juan get a few points on the leaderboard to know that Juan queued, used the exploit to find their locals and hack them. In fact, this bug is so game-breaking that cheesing the algorithm found it all the way back in Event 3. And kept it to themselves. They didn't want anyone else knowing about this exploit because it was just too powerful and is considered cheating. But even so, this wasn't the first time the exploit was exploited. Remember back in Event 10 when Titan Point faced locals on day 4? Turns out, Banana joined their locals but didn't set hack scores in an effort to try and kick Titan Points out of the competition for first place. However, Late Trender found out about it and put a stop to it, worrying that it would deteriorate his relationship with BMO further, especially when both teams were on Juan gone and he was desperately trying to mend the broken relationship. Which worked. So how did Banana reveal himself to the public? Well, on the 3rd day of contested territory, in City Hub, he outed himself and claimed that he found a bug allowing him to set impossible scores. Only problem was, the entire community immediately realized he was hacking, and he outed himself as the one who hacked Juan Pro. Most people did not take that seriously and thought he was trolling, until it was revealed later that, in fact, A few days before the event even started, Ivy revealed to another CTA member that he was, indeed, the hacker behind Juan el Pro and outed himself again, but for real this time. The person who received the message told a few people about it, and one of them was Isimo, who obviously publicized it. Do you not know how Isimo is like by now? Unfortunately, even though Ninja Kiwi's support was notified about it, they still didn't take action on it, even with the blatantly obvious hack scores. It was quite stupid overall. But this wasn't the end of it. There was another tale, forgotten by most, said to be one of the biggest events in contested territory history, that also got destroyed because Ninja Kiwi did not take action. After Rickroll team failed in event 9, Zuki wanted to create another collab team, but this time, instead of comprising only Cheesing the Algorithm and BTD members, it will comprise of leaders from the greatest contested territory teams of all times. I'm talking about the champions of contested territory Juan el Pro, the runner-up champions of contested territory Cheesing the Algorithm, the legendary war team Pandemonium, the Rising Stars Nightmare Kingdom, the popular team Uncontested, and Relentless. Wait, I thought everyone was fighting against Juan el Pro a few seasons ago. Well, it's a collab team featuring all the strongest teams. And you can't just not invite Juan, could you? Besides, despite all the fighting going on in private, most leaders actually got along relatively well. It was originally scheduled for event 10, but everyone was busy fighting Juan el Pro, so that couldn't happen. Then it was pushed back to event 11, but everyone needed a break to regroup, so that didn't happen. Then it was pushed back to event 12, when everyone said, yes, why not? Except Barbitos, who was originally part of the roster, but had cold feet 8 hours before the event started. So Zukyu had to recruit this guy called JD Compy at the last minute. Don't worry about the team he's from though. His team seems to be rising in the leaderboards, so he's probably competent. Either way, it was said to be one of the biggest collaborations of all time, and they were set to be the global #1 team. Even though JD Compy threw on day 1, but that's alright. He was a teacher, just like Targos, so he had more important stuff to do. That's fine. Although it was known as Collab Team, like Rickroll and Titan Point, they changed their name every day. From Fixed Contested Territory Ninja Kiwi Please, to Butter Just Got Veteran 5, to Cheesing the Algorithm Stop Sweating, to Send Name Suggestions, to Flotte Lotte, to Juan El Nightmare Kingdom, to Ping Issy on Discord please, to We Got Hacked. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Yeah, no, you could probably figure out what happened next. The hackers struck the collab team and stole a number of banner and relic tiles, including Wipe Clash, which was a least tier tile spanning more than 90 rounds. Considering that Ivy had just hacked and admitted to hacking Juan el Pro, most of the team naturally assumed that Ivy was behind the hacks. Except, rather strangely, Ivy remained silent about the collab team hack, and didn't say or admitted to the hacking. So there were two possibilities. Either Ivy did indeed hack the collab team and just kept silent about it, or someone else hacked the team and blamed Ivy to deflect the heat off them. Who was truly behind the hack? Till this day, no one came forward, and like Juan, a report was filed. But come on, did you really expect Ninja Kiwi to respond to one of the greatest teams of all time, let alone a random new team with no badges? Give them a break. Surely there's something else going on this event rather than just hackers, right? Oh, wait, there is. Pandemonium managed to match up against a rather strong team called Golden Apple. Remember them? G-Fan Stans fought them all the way back in event 4, and Golden Apple won. And that was when G-Fan Stans was at its peak. So this time, Pandemonium had an interesting battle up their sleeves. Except, hold on, both team leaders knew each other? How? It turned out, many events ago, a former Pandemonium member left the team a while back and joined Golden Apple. Thereafter, he tried to recruit members from Pandemonium to Golden Apple, but their leader said that he wasn't trying to recruit, and BMO had to end up mediating the situation. It's complicated, but suffice to say, both the leaders of Pandemonium and Golden Apple had a rivalry, even before they matched up each other. So how did it play out? Well, Golden Apple managed to get a better spawn than Pandemonium, and they were able to grab tiles faster than them. Don't forget, Pandemonium is mostly European and they insta-queued, therefore they couldn't attack as early as they hoped. Regardless, a few hours in, and Pandemonium was almost wiped from the board. However, Pandemonium had many tickets and were able to stage a comeback. Not a large one, but a comeback nonetheless. On day 2, the situation was rather grim and both teams were fighting for time, because both teams figured out the minimum possible score for several tiles, and they were fighting for who could claim it the fastest. Especially Moab Clash, which, in case you're wondering what the minimum score was, it is 7. Etienne and 500 Heli with the white relics. Anyway, Pandemonium managed to secure the relic and allowed them to make a comeback. Problem was, Golden Apple isn't just any random team, they were pretty darn good, even if they never had a top 3 medal. So they learned how to recap tiles exactly as it expires, to the point where Golden Apple was able to outpace Pandemonium and successfully reclaim White Clash, making a lot of tiles more difficult, if not impossible to beat. However, Pandemonium failed to catch up and ended up getting spawn trapped by day 4, and ever since they were unable to break out. So with that, who won? Well, Golden Apple won their match against Pandemonium, duh. But to make matters worse, Golden Apple even made sure that they got the ugliest medal out of them all, a 4th place medal. Meaning that Pandemonium cannot claim their undefeated 1st place local win streak, a major setback for one of the largest war teams. But on the bright side, the rivalry between both teams finally settled, and both quite enjoyed the match. How about the top 3 leaderboards? Who won? In 3rd place is Mud Donkeys. Wait, don't they have an undefeated top 25 win streak? Well, yeah, they also wanted to keep the top 25 win streak, because why would you make it ugly with a top 3 badge instead? So they actually threw a bit on the last day, so they actually ended up getting 4th place. Because of that, Funny Monkey Gang ended up 3rd. In 2nd place came Nightmare Kingdom Bloontonium, who finally managed to get a top 3 medal on their main team that isn't Titan Point. And in 1st place is Juan. Alright, I forgot they got hacked. It's cheating the algorithm. Again. Wait, what happened to the collab team, filled with the leaders of some of the greatest teams of all time? Well, they lost out on 1st place instantly, and lost all motivation to continue playing, so everyone just stopped playing so that they could focus on their own teams. Zokyu just gave up on contested territory after seeing his teams get hacked. Twice. Especially when both were in contention for 1st place. The team got disbanded shortly after, but because of both this and the Titan Point incident back in Event 10, Zokyu was never seen in the CT community ever again. Oh wait, what's this? Breaking news! James24 apparently just started a new team called James24 Retires Here, and just bought a banner. He saved up all his trophies to buy a 50,000 team trophy banner that could only be used for himself. It's not even the most expensive 150,000 trophies banner. Okay. Anyway, someone managed to join his team and managed to get top 75%. And that's the end of James 24's story. Mud Donkey, oh yeah, I already talked about them. So Juan our Pro had to suffer through 2 seasons of nukes. That's no good. But surely the strongest contested territory team of all time wouldn't just crumble due to hackers, right? Right actually. So they spent the break thinking about their next move and made it. Just a small problem though. It broke the terms of service. So here is roughly how the conversation went. Hey guys, I know we are quite demotivated from getting hacked 2 seasons in a row, but we are the greatest team of all time. We can't just give up. Besides, we didn't play last season, meaning we got an easier matchup this season since we were knocked down a bracket. So how do we prevent hackers from joining our locals this time? Oh, I have an idea. What if, when the hackers approach, we run to a new team? No, you idiots! We tried that last season and we flopped massively. Oh, what if we just fill our locals with alt accounts? So the second we get badge, we immediately fill up all of our locals with our own alts. But didn't we report cheesing the algorithm back in Event 7 for doing exactly just that for the fear of getting leaked? Ha, no my boy. See, they had a fear that they will get sabotaged. But they didn't get sabotaged, did they? No, we actually got sabotaged. Twice. And it's not just a regular sabotage. Sabotage with hacked scores, making a comeback impossible, let alone a playable game. So if we want to actually play the game, we need to take drastic measures. But that breaks the terms of service. Won't we get flagged? Nonsense, my boy. They would never flag us. I bribed Ninja Kiwi with a yacht, so they don't have to worry about their officers being flooded. Damn, that's a brilliant idea. Now they can actually work on the game. So yes, to prevent Ivy from hacking them again, they filled their locals with alts. It also helps that Buttergod and Barbitos had a lot of unused alts from their Juan solo team, alongside almost everyone in Juan, so those were used to help fill up their locals. It did break the terms of service, doesn't it? Yes. But did Ninja Kiwi take action? Nope, because their officers were actually flooded and they couldn't do anything. Well, guess they didn't take the bribe. But according to Juan members, they are technically circumventing the terms of service since they are getting people who aren't playing in the team to fill locals. So take that however you want. Speaking of bribes, someone tried to bribe the leaderboards this season with a new team. That's right, we are back to the creating new teams to avoid matchmaking shenanigans again. Except this time, it wasn't really a new team, rather a revival of a dead team. Top Half Druid S- was a team created back in Event 1, TPDS for short. Actually, that wasn't their original name, but it's such a lame name. But that wasn't important. What was important was that it started off as a small team between real-world friends. And halfway through, it grew, since some Ninja Kiwi Discord server moderators wanted to play on a team with relics. They happened to join TPDS, and they ended up as a top 100 team. Druidfan and Purify, the two people who played on TPDS, left the team immediately after for Juan. Because of that, the team was immediately dead, but it wasn't disbanded. Many seasons later, in Event 11, when the leader, Wise Man, killed the team, he noticed that no one else in his locals were attacking. Druidfan saw that and suggested to him that TPDS should do a top 3 run, and he agreed. Because of their connections, they were able to secure some members from cheesing the algorithm and Juan, who wanted to go for an easy top 1 run. But they had problems filling up the roster. Half the roster was still empty. So they decided to recruit from the Ninja Kiwi Discord as well. They were in the running for top 3. But then the Ninja Kiwi Discord members had this thing called skill issue. Some people chose to attack regulars over banners and relics, some people didn't even bother attacking at all, and one of their members even claimed to have the virus of 19 and therefore couldn't attack. As such, they were stuck on 3rd place global. The question is, can they retain their position? We will see. Surely there isn't another team going for top 3 this season. Of course there is, it was Bloontonium. Only, there was a slight problem. They were facing a multiple top 25 team, Monkey Madness. A team that immediately gave up upon seeing them. However, fearful that they might try to spring a surprise attack, BMO made the decision to hold out some tickets for later. But the god, who decided to play on Bloontonium this season, disagreed and said that they should continue capping all banners rather than leave a few uncapped. However, BMO decided to remain cautious until the second half of the first day, when BMO finally relented and let the team use up the remaining tickets to capture the remaining banners. On the final day though, Hamburger, the leader of Monkey Madness, finally decided to actually play the game and stole one of Bloontonium's tiles. Until BMO noticed and asked Hamburger about it, to which his response was that he was trolling and just wanted a top 75% for the team. Until BMO told him that it wasn't possible, especially with the amount of time remaining. Besides, he claimed that every other tile was glitched, so he couldn't claim it. Yeah, remember that bug from the previous events where tiles can't be kept after it goes neutral? It still exists, since Ninja Kiwi couldn't do anything about it. Only that there was a 50-50 chance of it happening rather than a guaranteed 100% chance. At least this time, it wouldn't consume your ticket if the bug happens. So that's neat. Except, that's not really what happened. Turns out, he wanted to try and destroy Bloontonium's chance at a top 3 run at the last minute. But because BMO noticed instantly, he just got demotivated and just kinda gave up. This meant that Bloontonium couldn't fight for the top 2 spots though, and had to compete for 3rd place. So who would win the spot for 3rd place? It was Bloontonium. Bloontonium got 3rd global, beating out TPDS, who renamed themselves to Juan our S-Balls on the final day. Turns out, TPDS didn't know how to pull off a final day strategy and ended up claiming too many regulars, leaving only 21 out of 24 banners capped for the entire final day, screwing over their chances at top 3. It also didn't help that they had 2 people who were unable to play, so top 3 was out of the question, especially when the leaderboards were quite close. Also, BMO knew this early because it turned out Buttergod was spying on literally everyone. For Juan or for himself, no one really knows. So the moral of the story is, if you're going for a top 3 run on a brand new team, don't do it with a mix of professionals who know what they're doing and a bunch of newbies who have never went for a top 3 run before, let alone play contested territory at all. But who were the other 2 teams who managed to secure a top 3 spot? Well, that honor goes to Cheesing the Algorithm and Juan Pro, who surprisingly didn't manage to get hacked this season. Mostly because, breaking the terms of service. And sure, it was contradictory and some didn't like it, but at this point, most of the other top teams didn't really care. Because it was better for Juan to break the terms of service once, rather than setting the precedent of letting hackers just hack Juan Pro every season and Ninja Kiwi doing nothing. Except, this wasn't the only time they will fill locals with odds. Going forward, Juan filled their locals with odds, for fear that Ivy would return. Some other minor things happened this season. Archmage faced off a team called Lacrimosa, who was soft hacking. In other words, hacking, but not making their hack scores obvious. Only thing is, they screwed up pretty badly on day 2 and left an impossible score. So the entire team reported Lacrimosa to Ninja Kiwi, who didn't do anything. Until the 4th day, when they actually took action for once and disbanded the team. Which came as a surprise given that the team was only expecting the players to get flagged. Still, could have been flagged earlier, but hey, justice is better than no justice, I guess. Monkey Madness eventually lost all interest in contested territory and got absorbed by cheesing the algorithm a few seasons later. Pandemonium also tried a top 3 run this season, but then they accidentally killed into G-Friend's stance and beat them by a lot. Still not enough for the top 3 leaderboards though, as it came in global 5th. There was also some drama within Juan Pro, but I don't think it's worth getting into, so pause and read it if you like. And this event was quite short to cover, so now it's as good of a time as any to mention that since last season, there was a CT Hub Minecraft server. It's a Minecraft server for CT Hub. Not many people joined and nothing much happened, but I brought this up because for some reason, Smart Person decided to fill BMO's base with 4,000 chickens. And poor BMO had to slay all those poor chickens. Mud Donkeys got top 100. What? Top 25 is also part of top 100, no? Contested territory was once again starting to become stale. Juan Pro is back in the game, and the top 3 leaderboards are starting to be filled with the same top 3 teams over and over again, with nothing interesting going on. It also didn't make contested territory fun for opponents who had to deal with top 3 teams, as they couldn't make any progress or do anything fun in contested territory, like getting relics and having fun with them. By this point in contested territory history, there were many protests led by a lot of top contested territory players to change contested territory and make things more fun for everyone. Adding leagues to the game, improving matchmaking, dealing with hackers or sabotage, which Ninja Kiwi isn't very consistent at dealing with. Garbage relics, garbage challenges to get to those relics. Contested territory schedule is impossible for Europeans to do a top 3 run. Having too active of locals, having inactive locals, White Clash is too OP, points for relics make no sense for competitive game mode, and so much more. It was such a competitive game mode which people are still playing for some reason, and the community had so many demands it was impossible to answer all of them. But this season, Ninja Kiwi decided to make one change that changed the face of contested territory forever. There was no other update to the game, just one change, and it was a simple one too. Can you guess what it was? Well, the points for relics and regular tiles are now swapped. So now, relics award 10 points instead of 20, and regulars award 20 points instead of 10. This came as a shock to the community, who, oh never mind, relics are still at 20 points. But wait, it's Ninja Kiwi. Could this be a visual bug? Yeah, it was a visual bug, thankfully, so relics actually gave 10 points. Wait, relics actually give 10 points? This came as a shock to the community, who instantly complained about it. Turns out Smart Person's troll all the way back in event 2 came true. But we'll save that for the end of the event. Many other important things happened this event. For example, surprise! Uncontested is reviving in this event, and they are going to attempt a top 3 run. Slight problem though. Most of the members kinda stopped playing contested territory, let alone was willing to play in uncontested. So a massive recruiting spree occurred. A handful of Juan members joined the team, alongside BMO. Why was BMO invited? I have no idea. But Isimo, a Juan member, recruited him. So there's that. Only the team was less organized than you probably expected, which was pretty funny if you think about it. Now, I know y'all are waiting to hear more about this, so let's spill some insider info. What is it like playing with ISAP? Surely he has a personality in Uncontested, especially since it's a team filled with his friends, right? Well, turns out he doesn't really talk much outside of claiming his tiles. Besides, he's a busy man and only claims regular races, not banners, since he can't spend that much time playing contested territory. Which, you know what, as a YouTuber I can understand. But when he does chat in the team, I would say he's a pretty chill guy. A true Canadian indeed. And yeah, honestly that's about it. Uncon tries to go for a top 3 run this season. Nothing dramatic happened behind the scenes. No, seriously, Uncontested is pretty much one of the few remaining teams nowadays that are drama free for the most part. Mostly because they don't play every event. Oh, but could this be another drama I see before my very eyes? Why, it's Nightmare Kingdom Titan Point versus Juan El Butter. Wait, how the hell did we get here in the first place? Also, didn't BMO say that he wasn't going to use Titan Points anymore? What was going on? It all started on the final day of contested territory, after a bit of drama, when Late Trender was making an infographic regarding when to claim tiles on the final day. Wait, drama? Late Trender? What could possibly be going on? Well, that's a story for later. For now, he asked BMO whether it made any sense. Well, let's see what the infographic said. By the way, do me a favor and don't spread this infographic, it's meant to be a secret. If you wait for the banner to expire, and then cap it right after, you will generate the maximum amount of points. But if you capture a banner early, well then, you wouldn't generate points because your team still owns it. By now, the community already knew the rules for how tiles generate points. If you have a tile, it will produce points once per hour for 24 hours, and once more when you capture it, for a total of 25 ticks. But what if you already own the tile? If you capture it while you still own it, will it still give you its initial capture points? Late Trender didn't think so, but BMO thought it would still give points. Well, there's only one way to find out. Magic.
Is that a real spell?
No, I'm making fun of spells.
Science. They could use a team to find out what the answer was. I mean, both of them were in pretty large teams, but that's the problem. With a large team, you can't tell whether the point was given from a specific tile because points are updated for your team every minute. And with a lot of tiles captured, that is a lot of points. No, they needed a controlled setting where the answer was obvious. Well, Titan Point was sitting there, unused, and not disbanded. So BMO thought, what if we use Titan Points to find out what the answer was? And so he did. But how would he conduct the experiments? Well, it was simple really. All he had to do was to capture a tile and then recapture it immediately. Simple. If BMO's hypothesis was true, he would end up with double the amount of points in less than an hour. Otherwise, Late Trender was right. And it turns out, Late Trender was right. BMO recapped a regular tile twice, but it didn't give any points. Oh well, I guess that's that. Except that wasn't the end of the story. A few hours later, before contested territory was about to end, Buttergod DM'd BMO. It turns out, Late Trender wanted Buttergod to help test out that theory, and he found out that actually, no, BMO's hypothesis was right. Oh, and because Buttergod used Juan El Butter and both teams queued on the final day of contested territory, they both ended up in the same locals, which was hilarious. But regardless, BMO redone the experiments, only to realize that actually, Butter was right. BMO was right after all. Yay! It doesn't matter whether you own the tile or not, as long as you recapture it, it will immediately give you the first set of 20 points. But wait, Titan Point and Butter were in the same locals, and both teams claimed tiles? So who won? Well, Titan Points came out and won 3rd local, while Juan El Butter got 5th local. But wait, not so fast, because Juan El Butter did not get a medal, but Titan Points did, a 3rd place medal. That kind of ruined the aesthetic of the team and ruined a piece of history, right? No, not really. Titan Points contributed to science.
Rubble-dubble dingle-dongle.
Wait a minute, you might say. There isn't any drama so far. And you mentioned some drama between Late Trender and something on the final day of contested territory? Care to elaborate? Well, of course. So far, the drama between contested territory teams were quite minimal. And though there were fierce competition, no one outright hated any massive team. But that was nothing. That's baby drama. Here's a buffet of drama by a brand new team you have never heard of before. And it's so chock full of drama, Vince Gilligan quit working on Breaking Bad and made a spin-off show based off the drama. Let's call it Better Call JD Compy, because it's time to call him out on his actions. But who exactly was JD Compy? You might have remembered him when he participated in the collab team back in Event 12. It is said that you could tell a lot about a person just based off their profile picture. And JD Compy's profile is that of a cat wearing a crown. What could that mean? I'll let you figure it out yourself. But that's not the important thing here. What is that he leads a team called Hidden Agenda. Hidden Agenda was a team founded all the way back in Event 1. And like Nightmare Kingdom, it didn't try recruiting people from Discord servers. But unlike Nightmare Kingdom, JD Compy changed the team name to a tiny URL that, when typed out, directs you to an invite to the Hidden Agenda Discord server. They pretty much did their own thing, but later on renamed the team to Hidden Agenda. And after Event 4, created a new team called HA2, with HA standing for, you guessed it, your mom. This was also the first time that they got a top 25 placing, but just barely. It was also around that time that they decided to start recruiting from the Ninja Kiwi and Phoenix Discord servers. For a while though, they were hovering between the top 100 spots or low top 25s. All that changed with Event 11, when they were finally coordinated enough to get global number 10, a first for the team. But then, immediately after that event, they started showing the warning signs of things that are about to come. In Event 12, Hidden Agenda faced off 2 rather strong teams, Notch Elite and a random team called BTD6 Pros that was doing well. Suffice to say, JD Compy was scared of losing out to both of those teams. So he decided to ask Isako, the leader of Notch Elite, whether they could team up and, I don't know, maybe destroy the opponents for an easy second place? Now, whatever your opinions on teaming in contested territory are, it's up to you. You can debate that in the comments for all I care. Pandemonium did it back in Event 6, and they didn't get much flack for teaming up against someone else. But to Isako, that was considered cheating, so he said no. And that was fine. But then JD Compy got really mad and reached out to Purple Team, aka BTD6 Pros, but this time they needed to deal with Pink, or according to JD Compy, Pink Scum. Hidden Agenda even changed their name to War on Pink Go Go Go, while the Purple Team changed their name to Do Not Attack Yellow. Whatever your thoughts on this may be, what happened next was completely inexcusable. JD Compy saw that and replied to Isako, "Tough talk is what tears are made of. Enjoy second place for the next 30 seconds, smiley face. Pro hint, you need tiles to win the game." Not only was his attitude poor, he refused to acknowledge that he was only able to win because he had help from the opposing team. This made the city community quite unhappy, but JD Compy didn't back down. Instead, he just renamed Hidden Agenda to Notch is not elite and Purple who are Notch noobs. In the end, Notch Elite lost their match, Hidden Agenda won, and the leader of Purple Team, ZDXMD, joined Hidden Agenda. What you should know though is that the entire discourse happened in the Ninja Kiri Discord server, and because it's flooded with many messages every day, not everyone in the contested territory community were aware that it had even happened. At that time, they were still a relatively unknown team and no one cared too much about them. Until this season, that is. Chasing the Algorithm was in contention for top 3 this event, but on day 4, 2 CTA members, Epilogue and Savannah, played the boss just as it came out. But because the boss event was bugged, both of them got flagged, causing Chasing the Algorithm to get nuked by 19,000 points. Now, that is a lot of points, and because of that, they dropped to 4th place. At the same time, Hidden Agenda was growing, but thanks to the nuke, they rose to 3rd place, creating a 10,000 points gap between CTA and Hidden Agenda. Lions, who was a member of Hidden Agenda, was playing for Sita this season, and sometime after the nuke, he decided to leak CTA's locals. Over time, however, the gap between CTA and Hidden Agenda was closing up. But was it enough to get them back to the top 3 spot? Late Trender thought so, and on the final day of the event, said that they were gonna employ relentless unlimited tickets bug to overtake Hidden Agenda. Chasing the Algorithm started day 7, 8,000 points behind Hidden Agenda. After using all their tickets, Hidden Agenda got a modest 1700 eco, but Chasing the Algorithm managed to get an astounding 2200 eco. JD Compy, who was in the CTA server, accused CTA of hacking and reported them to Ninja Kiri. Only slight problem, they didn't hack. Not only did no one know how the unlimited tickets bug actually worked, including Late Trender, they just employed final day strategy, or rather using their tickets as early as possible, and that's how they were able to skyrocket in eco. It's just maths. Besides, as Aqua pointed out, if CTA were to hack, they would have done so long ago, not on the final day. And that's when all hell broke loose. With locals in hand, on the 3rd hour of the 7th day of contested territory, Hidden Agenda members joined CTA's locals to steal a number of CTA's tiles. 3 to be precise. But because it was in the early hours of contested territory, CTA members immediately saw what was going on and did an investigation, and immediately realized that it was Hidden Agenda members who were pulling off this stunt. Had they not confronted Hidden Agenda, they would have definitely stolen more tiles. So, after confronting JD Compy about his team's actions, he said that no, actually, no one from our team actually joined your locals. It just happened that an old player of ours was already in your locals. Even though, you know, A, lots of people's odds from Hidden Agenda joined, B, Canadian Medic, the person in question who joined without an odd, was playing on Hidden Agenda at the time and is still a member of Hidden Agenda as of making this video, and oh yeah, see, Hoppyface, your highest ranking co-leader, literally have a screenshot of CTA on the leaderboard. If that doesn't prove that they are in CTA's locals, I don't know what will. Maybe the fact that JD Compy was in Canadian Medic's livestream of the Locals League when it first happened and is still trying to figure out ways to sabotage cheesing the algorithm even after the rest of Hidden Agenda members realized they screwed up? Who knows? Also, Smart Person literally have undeniable proof of Hidden Agenda having an agenda. Okay, never mind that. So, what evidence does JD Compy have to support his claim that CTA was hacking? After all, we can't just listen to one side of the argument. We have to be fair and listen to both sides of the story before coming to our own conclusions in this thing called, what's it called? Ah, right. Critical thinking. Well, his response was LOL. But that's okay. JD Compy respected B more. And then immediately asked Druid Fan to step in some dog shit. And some other things that is pretty disgusting. You know, for a teacher, that's a terrible example of critical thinking. The fighting continued, but honestly, it is such an interesting interaction that it deserves its own video. So if you want me to talk about it another time, leave a like on the video. If this video hits 42,069 likes, I will torture myself into making a video on it. But suffice to say, JD Compy and Hidden Agenda went from a relatively unknown team to one of the most hated teams in, honestly, less than an hour. Not even a day. That's kind of a record. Even J24 didn't try to insult others like that, even though he is, for lack of better terms, insane. Well, was that enough drama to satisfy your taste buds? I really hope so, because that was one costly drama that will change the game of contested territory forever. I guess you can call it a game changer. Okay, I'll go. But that's enough drama for the week, kids. So let's wrap it up with a conclusion of this season's results. Cheesing the algorithm got 4th place. You'll be surprised to know that even if Hidden Agenda didn't steal tiles from CTA, they still would have gotten 4th place, which made Hidden Agenda's plan to sabotage kinda stupid because they accomplished absolutely nothing. Well, not nothing. I guess they did hold the record for instantly becoming the #1 hated team in the community. But that meant, unfortunately, yeah, Hidden Agenda got their first top 3 medal. But just like Titan Points, no one liked that. In 2nd place came Uncontested. I really wish I had a more interesting story to tell, but there really isn't. And in 1st place came Juan Pro, again. So did any big things happen this season outside of the aforementioned stuff? Yes, quite a lot actually. Lots of teams were dealing with their own stuff. After this season, everyone complained about the relic point changes and talked about how top teams couldn't capture relics anymore if they wanted to try for a top 3 run. BMO, on the other hand, complained about how he brought up the idea of swapping relics and regular points around a long time ago and how it wasn't implemented properly alongside some other changes, only for the community to be mad at BMO. Except BMO didn't really care. To BMO, it made contested territory more interesting, especially for locals who previously had no chance to catch up with the top teams. But now they can. Bloontonium was also going for a top 3 run, but then they faced off a rather strong and annoying team called Friendly Gang, who refused to give up attacking their banners. And even though Bloontonium won by a lot, it destroyed any chances for them to secure top 3 and ended up global number 6. Archmage faced off a bunch of randoms called Flying Banana. But what was interesting was that they somehow managed to get strats from 210, who was helping Bloontonium at that time. How? No one have a clue. Woodland Sweepers, a small team that was doing their own stuff, was suddenly kicked out of the Discord server by their leader without notice after the events ended. And obviously their members were unhappy. A number of them, however, got absorbed into cheesing the algorithm in the next event. Some of them are still playing till today. Mud Donkeys get top 25. Also, Smart Person wrote his name as Smart Person on an assignment, which was very funny. So last season was chaotic. That is undeniable. But maybe we can finally get some resemblance of peace this season, right? No, because we are about to enter civil war. But wait, did you know that there is a brand new update this season? That's right after event 14, version 35.0 dropped, bringing us a brand new pet skin and 2 new maps. Wait, hang on a minute, that's quite underwhelming for a major update, what the hell? But this update did bring something quite big, not just to the CT community, but everyone in general. Retry last round. In every CT event, banner tiles would usually last up to round 80, and typically, for all the best possible strats, people constantly die from round 60 to 80, as there's a bit of RNG and a bit of micro, making it a pain in the butt to start again all the way from round 60, especially if you died at round 79. And considering how long and difficult it is to beat round 60 to 80s on the best strategies, the community wanted to find a way to make life easier. And that's when Ninja Kiri dropped the brand new Retry Last Round feature. So now, if you die on round 79, you can retry from round 79, no problem. Actually, there is a problem, since you have to pay double the amount of monkey money to actually retry last round instead of every 20 rounds, meaning you can pay upwards of 1000 monkey money. Which, if you look at how much monkey money you have right now, you'll realize that actually, that is quite a lot. Even if you have 100,000 monkey money, that means if you constantly die from round 80 to 100, you can only retry 125 times before you go bankrupt. So good luck sleeping knowing that your wallet will be drained. But none of these changes could stop the upcoming civil war from none other than Pandemonium. But wait, why did they want to fight against each other? Actually, they didn't. It was an accident. Both teams insta-queued, wanting to have a fight, but then happened to face each other. I'm not kidding, both teams ended up being the first teams to queue in the season. Targos, who was leading Pandemonium, knew that they would easily crush Pandemonium demons. I mean, they are the second team after all. So he begged for their leader, Sato, to make peace. It didn't work out, because Sato stubbornly wanted to fight Pandemonium. And thus begins the Pandemonium Civil War. It's all Pandemonium. Yes, Pandemonium is an actual word. Look it up. Now, even though demons were weaker than Pandemonium, they both knew what must be done. Rush for the relics first, and not just any relic, Moat Clash, which got claimed 6 times in a span of 2 hours. But eventually Pandemonium secured it, setting a score of 16,000. And with that, Pandemonium was in the clear lead by the end of day 1. So what was Demon's plan? Well, they decided to bait tickets from Pandemonium in hopes that it will exhaust them. How? When you attack, there will be clouds on the tile to show that you are attacking, and Pandemonium was online 24/7, so when they see clouds, demons hope that they will attack the tiles so that the second demons claim it, it will go into Pandemonium's control in the next. But that's where the sleight of hand trickery comes into play. It was just a distraction. While Pandemonium was attacking demons' tiles, demons would immediately go for Moat Clash. That way, Pandemonium will have no more tickets to reclaim Moat Clash. And that was an interesting strategy. But there was one slight problem with that. Demons was a team filled with new recruits, and alongside 2 players intentionally not playing in hopes to get a top 60 local badge, many people skill issued and couldn't claim Moat Clash, even with a decade score. With that, demons polled, should they continue fighting their brothers? Why are we fighting each other when we could have lasting peace? It was day 2. Pandemonium was about to spawn trap demons. But hold on a second, let's check back on the poll. After all, democracy must prevail. For fighting, 6 votes. Stop the count, Pandemonium said, wanting to spawn trap their brothers. But democracy must prevail, and the count for teaming with the main team, 8 votes. And thus ended the Pandemonium Civil War. It's not Pandemonium anymore. But what should they do? If they were not fighting each other, who should they fight? How about Blue Team? And so they spawn trapped Blue Team for no reason whatsoever. And then they went ahead and spawn trapped every other team. And then they also used this opportunity to exploit the lingering relic bug. Wait, what? Why is there so many bugs in the game? Well, the lingering relic bug is a bug that, when relic tiles expire, the relic will still be retained in your team's control. Yes, you still own the relic, even if the relic tile expired. Well, it happened accidentally, but thanks to the bug, both teams were able to have all relics up at all times, which was quite game breaking. And that's about it from Pandemonium. Oh, what's this? A Reddit post about Nightmare Kingdom? And wait, is that an impossible score? A score of 1 on the least tier tile? Could they be cheating? That's it. It's time to ban Nightmare Kingdom from contested territory forever. Except, this probably isn't the only time you have seen a score of 1 on a least tier tile, especially if you fought against a top team. And, well, originally there's going to be a whole section here explaining how to get a score of 1, but it got boring real quick. So the TLDR is hero solos, with the right relics most of the time. Heck, once there was even a hero solo banner tile. Anyway, let's move on to the leaderboards. Wait, that's it? That's all that happened this season? Well, yeah. Unfortunately, nothing much really happened this event. So who won this event? Well, Juan LY ended up global number 4. Wait, Juan LY revived? Well, yeah. They tried to do a top 3 run this event, but kinda fell flat on their faces, falling 14,000 points behind 3rd place, Bloons. But hey, they still did better than CTA Rejects, who came in 5th. In 2nd place came Juan L Pro, but wait, that meant that, yup, Chasing the Algorithm took home 1st place. So now, no one can really call Chasing the Algorithm a team of cheesers. They truly are on par with Juan L Pro, or at least close to being on par. Archmage still got top 25, and even had one of their locals rename their team to We Give Up, jeez. There was also some drama between Pandemonium and another Anki Court team. While the Civil War was ongoing, a team called Monkey Fan Club faced a team called NKPs at Polish Flag, and were losing badly because no one was playing. So the leader of Monkey Fan Club called Beast Mode, a Pandemonium leader, to help them out. And they did. The leader of the Polish Flag team got mad and accused them of cheating and hacking because they were suddenly active, and yeah, getting more people from Pandemonium to help out a random team was unfair, but was in no way cheating. Anyway, long story short, there was a bit of arguing, Monkey Fan Club won the match, and they stole one of Polish team's best members. Fast forward to event 17, and Pandemonium tried to assault the Polish team, but turns out other teams were trying to absorb them as well. But it failed, and they ended up joining Hidden Agenda. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Speaking of Hidden Agenda, what happened to them this season? Well, now that they got top 3, their ambitions skyrocketed. But not enough to deal with locals. They were contending for top 3, but they were facing Bloons Wiki, and somehow, Hidden Agenda managed to truce with them. Unfortunately, or fortunately depending on who you ask, their locals were leaked by the blue team, who wasn't happy and were then sabotaged. Till this day, no one knew who sabotaged them. But then again, it could be literally anyone in the community since no one liked Hidden Agenda. Anyway, Mark gets top 25. So I think we can all agree that event 15 was a bit dull outside the Civil War. And honestly, the community needed that peace, especially with what happened in event 14. But it's time to go back to the drama, because in contested territory, when you have a team of people fighting for something, there is no stopping the drama. In fact, there was drama before the events even started, which was a new record. Remember Relentless, the team that disbanded and died out in Event 10? Yeah, they revived. Well, not really. They still weren't playing contested territory. Rather, their members decided to raid a lot of servers, G-Friend stands, Hidden Agenda, and many other smaller servers we don't know about. And all of that within a few hours before the event even started. For Asian players, this was a nightmare because it was in the middle of the night for them and they were rightfully pissed. I'm sorry, Australia? What is Australia? But wait, shenanigans? How can you have shenanigans without including cheesing the algorithm? Well, they didn't want to miss out on the fun, so they also had their own shenanigans to deal with. But that was after the event started. Anas, a Juan member who wanted to play on Sita, rage quitted within the first 3 minutes of the event. So ZT ends up taking the reign of Sita, but then he became a dictator and that made everyone rage quit Sita. In fact, one of the members who rage quitted Sita went off to create his own team immediately after, called Monkeys Unleash. But that's just Sita. Surely CTA can do better, right? Right, actually. On the second day of contested territory, Late Trender tried to promote his team. Slight problem though, ZT was banned from Phoenix server for arguing with the server mods. Except that ZT claims that Phoenix unjustly banned 5 people from the server and he was calling him out for it. I'll leave you to your own conclusions. But either way, since ZT led Sita this season, technically, he owned the team. And because of that, Phoenix Kayla personally decided to delete the advertisement advertising cheesing the algorithm. Except, CT was only leading Sita. He doesn't own the team. Late Trender does. So when Late Trender asked Phoenix whether he could post the same ad again, Phoenix said no, because it's ZT's team. Phoenix and ZT had a role in City Hub, arguing over the ethics of that, accusing Phoenix Kayla of mod abuse, let alone deleting an advert of a team that isn't his. Except, he already knew that it wasn't ZT's team because Wurs, a longtime member of CTA, literally told Phoenix a day before, so huh? Everyone was confused and everyone was fighting each other, and when the entire City Hub was trying to reason with Phoenix, rather than apologizing and admitting faults, he just gave up arguing. And how did the entire community react to that? By moving on to another topic. Wait, what's that? An active local? We'll get to that later. But on the bright side, he didn't ban any more CTA ads. Let's move on to another team with an active local too. It's Archmage vs Do The Deal MK2. Huh. That sounds like a completely random team. Because for the most part, it is. But the one thing separating it from the other teams was that Isimo and a few Juan members were coaching Do The Deal. But why were they coaching a random team? It's time we introduce Do The Deal to the world of contested territory. Abbreviated to DTD, it started off as a small team for a husband, Mountain Dew Voltage, who we'll just call Voltage for short, and his wife to play together. Even though there were only 2 players in the team, they managed to get first place in their locals. Obviously, they didn't place too well globally. In the second event, DTD decided to open up the team and invite the rest of the community, and the team slowly grew. It wasn't until the following event when the team finally switched to a public one. And that's when they finally got their global top 1%. They may be behind, but they were growing. So, just like Nightmare Kingdom, they did brute force recruitment, kicking out the weaker players and hoping that the newer ones are stronger. They were rather stable, and besides Event 4, when they fought against Polybridge and lost, they just kinda did their own things for the most part. Sometime later, they started recruiting from the Ninja Kiwi Discord server, and eventually, by event 14, while everyone was getting tired of Hidden Agenda, DTD was quietly celebrating their very first top 25 medal. This opened the team to greater opportunities, and as such, they created a second team called Do The Deal MK2, while renaming the first one to Do The Deal MK1. In event 15, they faced another high-profile team, Notch Elite, on their main team. But this time, they won, and both their teams managed to get top 25. For a while now, Voltage was consistently on the player leaderboards, and that's when Isimo noticed him, and tried to recruit him into one of his teams, because he was playing on multiple teams. To which Voltage said no, because he already had his own team. That's when Isimo had an epiphany. Contested territory was starting to get boring, especially on the leaderboards. So, Isimo decided to join DTD and offered to play on the team to show him the ropes and hopefully getting the team to top 3 eventually. But not now. First, they actually had to learn how to play the game. And that's how we ended up with Isimo helping out DTD. Coming back to the present day, Isimo claims that DTD had some strong advisors, and not just himself, but Wai, who took over as the leader of Juan after Smart Person stopped playing contested territory, and Chainsaw, another Juan member. Voltage, on the other hand, messaged BMO telling him that A, he has no affiliation with Juan, and B, he was just having fun with a strong opponent. It also didn't help that Archmage was facing off DTD's second team, whom, unbeknownst to BMO, was a brand new team filled with new recruits. On the other hand, BMO was quite pissed off. First off, one of Nightmare Kingdom's officers early queued the team despite getting corrected multiple times by BMO on the correct, previously discussed queue time. And not to mention, someone told BMO that DTD would kick Archmage, a seasoned team, out of top 25. And as if that wasn't insulting enough, Voltage joined the Nightmare Kingdom server and asked BMO to tell your goons to back off. Archmage was supposed to be a chill team. And not to mention, Juan was helping the opponents? That wasn't fair at all. Wait, isn't Tuten helping out Nightmare Kingdom as well? But BMO also knew that Archmage has grown a lot from its early days, and is a way stronger team than before. So BMO proposed a truce. Nightmare Kingdom will get all the banners, you don't attack us, and we won't attack you. To which Voltage declines, making BMO quite unhappy, and so they went to war. Except, despite how seasoned Nightmare Kingdom is, they didn't actually try. It didn't help that Bloontonium was also going for a top 3 run, and BMO's focus was on the team instead. But thankfully, Archmage had competent enough players that, even without any strict leadership, was able to push back DTD. Meanwhile, in another Nightmare Kingdom team, Conquest faced off a team called Greatest of All Team. Oh boy, Conquest is in a bit of trouble now, aren't they? Hey, wait a minute, didn't Nightmare Kingdom face them before? Indeed they did, because they actually first faced against each other exactly 10 events ago. Only that was on Bloontonium, and they renamed their team to Nightmare Kingdom Ahhh Tryhards when they were losing. But surely, even though Conquest was a new team filled with weaker players, they would be able to catch up, right? Well, yeah actually. Conquest was able to completely demolish Greatest of All Team. Conquest, despite being the youngest team filled with inexperienced players, was still stronger than Bloontonium 10 seasons ago. Not only because they were getting help from stronger players in Bloontonium, they were also extremely organized. And while Goat didn't try as hard as DTD did against Archmage, it also helped that the leaders in Goat were demoralized, given that they lost last time. So they didn't really try hard. BMO, also wanting to take a bit of revenge on them for changing their name to Nightmare Kingdom Ahhh Tryhards back in Event 6, spawn trapped them, even though half the team was doing their own thing. Greatest of All teams started off with a full roster of 15 players, and by the end of the event, they were down to just 8 players, 4 of whom were the leaders' alts. And till this day, they never recovered. You know, in hindsight, those are probably all his accounts. This is pretty sad, but yeah, no, this is just sad. Okay, did anything else happen this season? Oh right, Pandemonium. So it turns out Pandemonium was going for a top 3 run, but didn't face a team called Benjamin's Dojo. Alright, sounds like a team they faced a few seasons ago, but that's alright, not really a cause for concern. But then something strange happened. The leader of Benjamin's Dojo swapped in 9 alts into the team, just on the first day, and their purpose? To target Pandemonium's house. But why target Pandemonium in particular? Surely something deeper is going on. By day 2, things were looking pretty bad for Pandemonium. They were spawn trapped. Sort of. Well, not really, there was a path for them to escape. Actually, it didn't matter since they still had tiles on the board. And with that, Pandemonium was able to slowly regain control of the board until they could overwhelm them. And that's when Benjamin Dojo's leader made a huge mistake. They made their team public. So someone joined the team, claimed a tile, and refused to leave the team. This made it impossible for the leader to swap alts into the team and attack Pandemonium. Is it a random, or is it one of Pandemonium's members? Honestly, no one knows. Even if they did, they definitely aren't saying. But that meant he couldn't do anything, and was quickly spawn trapped by Pandemonium on the very same day. Hooray, said Pandemonium. May we never meet each other again. But who was the leader of Benjamin's Dojo? Why was he acting so suspiciously, and why was he targeting Pandemonium out of everyone? Pandemonium was mostly doing their own things and keeping out of the city drama for the most part. So what's the deal here? Well, Pandemonium did a bit of digging, and it turns out that the leader of the dojo's team was Dennis. Yes, that same Dennis who got absorbed into Uncontested a long time ago. After Event 7, when Uncontested got its first place, there was no real reason to stay in the team. I mean, it also didn't help that Uncontested wasn't playing that much anymore, so he left and created his own team, Cobra Kai Dojo. But unlike every other team, he didn't recruit from any Discord server. No, he just sent out invites to literally anyone on every team. And I mean every team. Even members from other known teams got invites to join the dojo team. Eventually, he renamed Cobra Kai Dojo to Grand's Dojo, and created more teams named after heroes. Actually, a lot of teams. Obin's Dojo, Striker's Dojo, Benjamin's Dojo. You know what? I'm not going to list all of them. There's too many to list. You could see it all on screen. One thing to note was, when Pandemonium fought Cobra Kai back in Event 9, Uncontested was still semi-active and they were still playing, so his alt was the leader of Cobra Kai at the time, and no one knew about it. But Dennis was around and saw that Pandemonium members were accusing him of hacking. Now, Dennis was a really good player, and even though to the outside world, small accounts with almost nothing to their name managing to score really well consistently is a sign of hacking, Dennis didn't take that well, and from that event on, he disliked Pandemonium and had a goal: take down Pandemonium whenever he can. Like in Event 12, when Pandemonium faced off Golden Apple, Dennis joined Golden Apple and, as an uncontested member, he was a cracked racer, meaning Pandemonium stood no chance against Dennis, and thus contributed to their loss. So when someone leaked Pandemonium's queue time that event, saw that as an opportunity to help Dennis queue a dojo team into Pandemonium to ruin their day. But wait, if Dennis was inviting members in-game, this meant that they had no means of communications, right? Yeah. Then what was the point of creating so many dojo teams if none of them are going to grow? Well, Dennis didn't want to grow the teams. Rather, he just wanted to get as many teams to top 100 as possible, maybe even top 25. Leaving them Discordless was not a bug, it was a feature. Although it's worth mentioning that they do actually have a Discord. They use Golden Apple's Discord server, but since barely anyone is in Discord, it's not that active. And thus ends the mystery of the dojo team. One more thing to bring up though, Benjamin's dojo had all the island decorations, including team icons and banners, despite only existing for a few events. Actually, almost all their teams had decorations. How was that possible? Well, it turns out that there was a bug that allows you to transfer cosmetics from one team to another and make it permanent. The only downside to that was that the decoration was permanent, meaning if you do end up legitimately buying a decoration, it can't replace the old one. I'm not even sure how this bug is a thing, but sure, I guess. So after all that, who won? Archmage not only won their battle with DTD, but they even managed to get top 25 alongside Conquest, which was impressive. Voltage responded to that, acknowledging that they lost, but considering that they were a new team filled with new recruits, they didn't do too bad either. The co-leader who killed Archmage early was suspended, but was eventually fired from his leadership position and was eventually removed from the team due to many other instances of screwing up. Both BMO and Voltage were still neutral, slightly jealous of the other, but over time, relations between them warmed up and they were on good terms. Eventually, not now though. Speaking of DTD, their first team, NK1, was executed by someone and they actually faced Sai's dojo. There wasn't really much to the battle other than Dennis's main account joining the team to help out once in a while, which was what eventually led Pandemonium's members to find out that Dennis was indeed the leader of the dojo team. Eventually though, DTD won their locals by 15,000 points, thanks to them being able to claim White Clash and most boss tiles. Dennis didn't really have much time as he was too focused on dealing with Pandemonium, so he ended up only taking waste tiles for the most part. And then came the battle for top 3, which was pretty interesting. Hidden Agenda, who was hated by just about everyone in the community, actually managed to get global number 1 by the second day of the event, while both Juan Pro and Cheesing the Algorithm were behind. But why? Well, it turns out that Hidden Agenda was in the lead only because they used all their spare tickets early, while every other team held onto them and only used them at the last possible minute. In strategic terms, what Hidden Agenda has done is called a really dumb move. Because if you use up all your tickets now, what happens if your opponent decides to take your tiles? Then you will have no tickets to take them back, especially banner tiles. But Hidden Agenda did this for only one reason, so that they could advertise that they were the number 1 team in contested territory. But no one was really worried because everyone knew that they would eventually get surpassed by one of either teams, or maybe both. Druid Fan, who was still unhappy with Shady Compy, brought their point up, calling Hidden Agenda Saboing Agenda, and JD Compy didn't take that well. Quite badly actually. You might be wondering how old JD Compy is at this point, given his attitude. But wait, he was a teacher, so how old was he? Well, in the Hidden Agenda server, he claims to be 39 years old. Huh, must be a terrible teacher then. Some people can't even believe that JD Compy was a teacher at all, and those who did, well, it just wasn't funny. Imagine what kind of abuse he must have done to his students. So naturally, when JD tried to advertise his team after this event, he got dunked on by CTA, who then got dunked on by Juan. But coming back to CT, everyone else was right. Hidden Agenda lost their top spot and ended up the global. Cheesing the Algorithm took home second, and Juan regained his status as the top team. So some other things about this season. Sita still managed to snag a top 25 despite the nonsense that happened earlier. Isimo copies Nightmare Kingdom advertisements once again, but this time replaced everything with DTD. Except the copyright, he forgot to edit that part out. Bimo was still pretty unhappy about it, but at this point he gave up trying to argue. Speaking of, Plutonium tried for a top 3 1, but that failed since Abra, a former Relentless and Mark player, played on Plutonium and Juan this season and leaked both of their locals, alongside some other teams as well, and was banned from the Nightmare Kingdom server. HA2 was renamed to Hidden Legionnaire, and Mad Dog Keys ended up Global 4th, though this time they didn't accidentally themselves into top 3, so it was fine. No one actually remembers what happened in Event 17, mostly because it was such a dull event and nothing massive happened, other than a new top 3 competitor which we will get to shortly. However, it is worth noting that this event set in motion several massive things that will happen in the future seasons. But before that, did you know that there's another bug this season? That's right. If you try to view the roster of the team leaderboards, it will just prevent you from doing so. This was in response to an aforementioned exploit, which not only made the CT community mad in general, but made no sense and didn't actually fix the underlying bug. Sita, who was trying for a top 3 run, matched up with a team called Sita's Village. It was an unknown top 25 team at that time, but since they were a top 25 team, this meant that Sita's top 3 run was cancelled and they had to actually fight. Pandemonium, who saw that as a challenge for a good fight, decided to join in. Nemo, a Pandemonium co-leader, helped out Cetus, thinking that they were the underdog, and Targos joined Sita to balance things out. It seems like Pandemonium really liked proxy wars. On the first day, both teams immediately went for Mud Clash. Only Cetus was rather inactive and Sita was able to secure most of the relics. However, Sita was also pretty disorganized, wasting a lot of tickets, thinking that they could easily defeat Cetus. But with Sato at the helm, they managed to wake up and use all their tickets, allowing them to claim almost every important relic with minimum scores. And with that, they were able to kick Sita out of the map. But Sita isn't done yet. Worried about losing the battle to a random top 25 team, Late Trender replaced the entire roster, even calling on some Juan members like 210 to help. But it was useless. With Sato guiding the team, their will to beat Sita, which is technically a top 3 team, and Sita's continued disorganization, there was no point in carrying on. By day 3, Targos resigned, with his famous quote being, "Be annoying, don't get spawn locked, and don't let them get top 25. Wow, what an inspiring quote from the Pandemonium leader. If it actually happened, because that never happened. But wait, there was a slimmer of hope, because they got relic control and an eco lead at the end of the day. So Targos said, "Hold my beer," and rejoined Sita. And then Sita threw again. They had saves on both SMS and Warp Clash, 2 very important relics, but lost them because Cetus was able to reclaim them earlier. Actually, that was just for SMS. For Warp Clash, they reclaimed it too early, which was a shame since no one from Cetus made a save, so there was no point. What's worse was that 210 spent about 3,000 Korean won on continues for a towel, so that was a lot of money down the drain. Actually, don't worry about it, it's only about $2.50 in USD, but still, quite the amount. So Cetus was able to make a comeback and Targos left once again. It also didn't help that Sato throwed Targos into believing that 5-tier Mud Clash was possible with a 040 Rocket Storm, which, yeah, I have no idea how you're going to pull that off. The minimum score is 6 tiers. So anyway, Do the Deal is now aiming to be a top 3 team. Wait, really? Yes, really. Now that they got some experience under their belts, they figured it is about time that they actually do a top 3 run. And thus, with the aid of 6 Juan members, Isimo, Wire, Butter, Barbitos, Zoo, and Tag Terror, a third DTD team was created, this time called Do the Deal Permabrew. So basically, they were pulling off a Titan Point and copying the naming scheme Nightmare Kingdom had. Which, to be fair, was ripped off from how Clash of Clans teams named themselves in the first place. But why were so many Juan members helping them? Did they want to help a brand new team get top 3? No, not really. Since it was a new team, they thought their chances at global first were pretty good. But it ended up being a mess since some of the players from Juan thought that it would be a free top 3 run, maybe even a top 1 run. As such, they didn't really try as they spent the first day on the boss event as it was going to end on the next day. It took as long as 12 hours for all their banners to be captured. But they had to try and compete for the top 3 spot as it was unusually strong this season. Like with Bloontonium, who had to deal with rather active locals, or with Hidden Agenda, who actually shocked the community by getting no locals with a 30-minute queue. It was rather unheard of, as most teams tend to queue around the 1 hour mark. And of course, no one liked that Hidden Agenda was getting this lucky. This is probably a good time to step outside the contested territory scene and talk about the story of 2 leaders. It's no secret that within the community, no one likes Shady Compy. To the team, he seems like a god, but a really nice one at that, ending each message with a smiley face. But to the community at large, everyone outside his server, he is just plain mean, and as such, no one liked him. But no one hated the leader of Hidden Agenda more than the leader of Nightmare Kingdom, BMO. Both teams had rather similar beginnings, starting out as small, irrelevant teams until they were forced into the community by external forces. But there was one thing that separated both leaders. JD Compy grew to become a dishonest, greedy leader that lied through his teeth, while BMO separated himself from other team leaders and, rather than falling for corruption, tried to uphold virtues such as honesty and integrity. Something that, in the eyes of BMO, JD Compy did not have. But hatred for one's value doesn't justify a war between 2 leaders. The entire discourse between JD Compy and BMO started all the way back in Event 14, when CTA got sabotaged by Hidden Agenda members. Prior to that, however, JD Compy actually respected BMO, with him joining the Nightmare Kingdom server prior to the events of Event 14. However, after the event was over, BMO decided to ban JD Compy from the server. And that's when JD Compy DM'd BMO.
Being in your server isn't that big of a deal, but for what it's worth, you should have spoken to me before straight off banning. Not that it matters, but I didn't lie. One of our former members who was not in our local or in any of our teams mentioned.
Okay, I won't bore you guys with the whole thing. Let's fast forward to the end.
If you think that's trying to sabotage and cheat, then again, you aren't seeing the whole picture.
Well, there was a slight problem with JD Compy's narrative. BMO was there and saw the whole picture with his own eyes, and it wasn't pretty. Now, BMO didn't like that JD Compy was trying to lie to BMO as if he was completely unaware of the whole situation, thinking that he was able to manipulate BMO of all people. Furthermore, BMO thought that JD Compy was a coward for a leader, calling for harm towards other people while refusing to call out his own members to stop sabotaging cheating the algorithm while he was well aware of the situation. To the point where he told his team that Hidden Agenda's 3rd place medal was very deserved. And, whatever this is. It also helped that BMO knew that JD Compy was lying since he knew exactly what happened. As such, BMO immediately blocked JD Compy and called him out in public in City Hub, calling him worse than Late Trender, whose relationship with BMO had recently recovered a few seasons ago, along with rebutting every point that was made. JD's response?
Oh, my super important feelings.
And that was that, for now. But both leaders started having animosity towards each other, and thankfully, JD Compy went radio silent for the next few weeks. Well, 2 weeks actually, because the animosity was confirmed in the Ninja Kiwi server. Two things happened this season. First off, Clap, a funny monkey gang member, goes to the Hidden Agenda server and suggests sabotaging, at that time, the #1 team in the leaderboards, do the deal. He happened to have their locals. Hoppyface said that was cringe, which was ironic given what he posted last time, and JD Compy asked what Clap was suggesting, which was an interesting response. BMO, unaware that Clap was a funny monkey gang member and mistakenly thought that he was a Hidden Agenda member, given that it was posted in the Hidden Agenda server, retorted and accused Hidden Agenda of sabotaging every season. Second, JD Compy was mad about having his locals leaked, so he posted a message in the Ninja Kiwi server against locals leak. Twice, as if the community didn't know anything about locals leak. I should also mention that it came out of nowhere. This was posted on the start of the 5th day, so I don't know what inspired JD Compy to post that 2 events later on the 5th day for no reason whatsoever. Anyway, someone responded by jokingly posting Juan Pro's locals. I say jokingly because that screenshot was from a few seasons ago, to which JD tells him,
I think you should go back to taking a break. You don't really have anything useful to offer.
Wow.
And BMO, who happened to be online, jokingly responded, neither do you. Despite the tension, BMO hoped that JD Compy could take a joke and relations could mend from there. But turns out he can't take a joke.
Calplus, I'm confused. Does your team still play? It feels like you guys just stopped playing the last 15 events. Always feels like you guys are at the bottom of the rankings. Maybe you should limit your talking to how well your team does in the future.
Which was impressive, given that A, Nightmare Kingdom was actually doing pretty well, scoring several top 3s in the past few events, and B, Nightmare Kingdom had to deal with locals every single season. And then the fight came back to Clap, who, after 4 days, JD Compy finally responded to BMO's allegation by relating the sabotage to Nightmare Kingdom losing every season? To which BMO just responded with showing screenshots of the fight with the locals leak incident earlier. Then there was a fight, and eventually JD Compy had enough and called BMO a
Police internet man.
He even made a badge, to which, finally, BMO had no response to, because there is just no reasoning with crazy. Isimo, thinking that the badge was funny, made it an emote, and BMO had no objections to it. At this point, there was no hope in recovering the relations between both leaders. Both of them hate each other too much, to the point where it is impossible to have any constructive dialogue between each other. Late Trender, who BMO also hated for a while due to the server wait, was actually sincere about his apology and tried his best to fix the burnt bridges. And unlike JD Compy, he doesn't just insult anyone anywhere, and knew how to take a joke well. That was why the relationship between Late Trender and BMO patched up, and why BMO realized that there was no fixing this relationship with JD Compy, no matter how hard he tried. Which, considering how much BMO tries to get both him and his team away from CT drama for many events, was a massive disappointment. But for now, normalcy must return, and it's time to see what the other teams were up to. Did Clap succeeded in sabotaging DTD? No, not really. Lots of contested territory members from other teams were in the hidden agenda server, and Isimo noticed it, so he immediately reported it to Ninja Kiwi. It also helped that he had a direct line of contact with Rohan, one of Ninja Kiwi's most popular employee. It was also revealed that, hang on, how did Juan Pro know the solution to the tiles before the event even started? Well, it turns out that even though Minecool stopped data mining for Juan, Hemi, another Juan member who happens to own the Cyber Quincy Discord bots and was, to be fair, an excellent programmer, data mined for Juan, allowing them to preview what tiles were coming up in the next event. Obviously, this wasn't fair, as this allowed Juan to pre-plan strategies for tiles so that they know the strategy to instantly take it. And not to mention, they can create custom challenges to replicate the tiles and find the best solution. None of the Juan members were happy that CT posted that image, but it was too late. Everyone in the community knew about it now. And it wasn't just for this event. They did it before, and they will probably continue doing so in the future. Anyway, Sita obviously lost to Sita's village, which was the biggest upset CTA ever had. Okay, and that's about it, right? So who were the top 3 teams this event? In third place was DTD Permabrew, which was kind of expected as they were a new team and had no locals. This, however, disappointed Bloontonium, who was expecting third place, and had the event gone on for 1 more hour, they would have gotten it. It also didn't help that Isimo, who was in Bloontonium this season, managed to set a 9-minute race score on the first day. But at least they beat Cheesing the Algorithm, who landed not too far at 5th place. In 2nd place, to the shock of many, was Hidden Agenda. Wait a minute, the team in 2nd place in their locals have close to 100,000 points. And neither Juan nor DTD had over 100,000 points in their locals combined. How on earth were they 2nd place? This shouldn't be possible. The team in 2nd place should have gone for Hidden Agenda tiles, right? Well, whatever. Probably just teaming again. At least no one from the contested territory community knew what their locals was like, otherwise they would probably fight again. Anyway, 1st place came Juan Pro, who, in a pro move, managed to get 1st despite having Jose claim TechBot. Some other minor things also happened this season. Pandemonium absorbed Incredible Champions, a random top 25 team, Do the Deal MK1 face off to the Deal MK2, aka it was another civil war, but not much was known about them and no one really paid attention since all the good players were in Permabrew. That's when Nemo realized something. If you're going for a top 1-1, why not have a 2nd team claim relics and defend your banners by spawn locking the other teams? The answer was simple. It was against the terms of service, not to mention it's a scummy move and no one had done it intentionally. Also Mart, top 25. Well, it's a brand new season, and along that came a brand new update, Update 36.0. It brought the 2nd most disappointing update ever to the game. You guys have no idea just how much I hate this little guy. It also brought along a new map and quest. Though the quest features were more like tutorials for beginners. That was fine, I guess. But there were some minor changes as well, 2 of which are important for this video. First off, according to Ninja Kiwi, flag members don't remove points anymore, but instead their tiles will revert back to their original owner. This means that if you're going for a top 3-1 and get flagged from, I don't know, a bug race that flags everyone the second you touch it, tiles will just flip back to the previous owner and will remain uncapped. Or, even worse, to the opponents you captured it from. But will it be bugged, or will Ninja Kiwi actually let it be? Well, we will find out, hopefully. Anyway, the other change was rather minor, in that team tickets should now refresh at the right time consistently. Previously, For some reason, the refresh will delay by a few minutes every day, and that might seem like nothing wrong to your average team, but it matters a lot to teams trying for a top 3 run. So, with that out of the way, let's see what this season brings us. Oh wait, breaking news! Turns out cheesing the algorithm, Juan Pro, Do the Deal and Uncontested are queuing within 6 minutes of each other, setting the stage for one of the top teams to finally queue into each other. So, what was their queue time? 1 hour and 9 minutes. See if you can figure out why. And then uncontested early queues. Never mind, there are only 3 teams queuing, I guess. And then nothing happened. Because everyone already knew about it before the event and no one wanted to fight each other, so they all changed their queue times. But wait, uncontested? What were they doing reviving out of nowhere? Aren't they dead? Well, yeah. But wait, Cutie came out of nowhere? He's in the uncontested server? Along with Super John Bombo and Ethan Wade? What is going on? Well, Isimo decided to revive uncontested, but this time inviting all the famous YouTubers to come along with them, hoping that uncontested's popularity revives. There was a slight problem with this plan, however. Isep wasn't available to play, which was a bit unfortunate, but that's okay. Uncontested is back, and this time they are aiming for the top 3 global leaderboards. And not just that, with some of the most famous Bloons YouTubers ever. That way, lots of YouTubers will make videos on uncontested and finally return to their glory days. Until someone early queued at around 30 minutes. Who early queued? No one knows, but that meant that the team had slightly more active locals than usual. But that's fine, right? Maybe not, because the opponents were pretty active. It also didn't help that, since the YouTubers were busy, they weren't able to come online on time to claim banners. So to entice them to join, Isimo told them, don't worry about coming online on time. All you need to do is to use all 4 attacks every day. The rest of the team will carry. If anything, we can always swap out accounts. And that was a pretty sweet deal. Unfortunately, that meant that there were fewer players who can actually claim the banners on time, which placed more strain on the team. Honestly, it was probably a good thing that Isaac couldn't play, otherwise I'm not sure if it would have been possible to try a top 3 run. And then, the team just evolved into chaos. Isimo, who recruited all the YouTubers, had to leave the team halfway through the event, but that was fine since they could get a replacement. But then someone used the locals review exploits to find out uncontested's locals, and it was none other than JD Compy Alt. Surely JD Compy had no reason to sabotage uncontested, especially when there were so many big YouTubers playing, right? Right actually, because JD Compy Alt was just Ayaya's Alt. He was just trolling a bit, trying to create more drama in City Hub, and possibly get into a video or 2. But that didn't change the fact that the team had to deal with extremely active locals. And not to mention, those who were supposed to carry the team weren't exactly focused at all. Most of the people who were invited from Juan had to, well, play on Juan as well. And Juan was definitely beating uncontested, no question about that. Bimo had his own team to run as well. CT, who was in uncontested, also had his own team to run. This time, CTA, not CTA. Except he was one of the only few people who had faith that uncontested could pull off a top 3 run, and thus spent most of his effort leading uncontested instead of CTA, which made Late Trender laugh, sort of, because he was actually pissed off that he wasn't leading CTA. Wait, what were we talking about? Oh yeah. Anyway, it turns out that someone had done what Juan Pro did, by placing alt accounts in their locals. And some were even discussing whether to use those odds attacks on the team that were capturing their relics, to which it was decided against eventually. By then, Uncontested was hovering around 3rd place global, fighting for the position alongside Pandemonium, who decided to go for a top 3 run this event. We'll see if it becomes successful eventually. In the meantime, Nightmare Kingdom Archmage went back to its old luck and had someone early queue by accident, and they ended up facing Golden Apple. Now, there are 3 things you should know. First, both BMO and Black Eyed Skiva, the leader of Golden Apple, were on good terms. If you recall, BMO helped mediated the arguments between Targos and Black Eyed Skiva over one of their members. Second, BMO was aware that just a few seasons prior, Golden Apple managed to beat Pandemonium, and even spawn trap them. Third, Archmage was not in the mood to fight a very strong team, let alone BMO. Could Archmage beat Golden Apple? Almost definitely not. Archmage didn't have a full roster before the event, and BMO was busy enough with Uncontested and Plutonium as it is. He didn't want to risk his chances, so instead, a truce was proposed. Golden Apple would have all the banners, and Archmage won't disturb them, to which Golden Apple agreed to. For Golden Apple, they have a pretty easy top 25 run, and for Archmage, well, it wouldn't be the best, but they could at least get their first top 100 medal. And things went rather smoothly. Both teams were on track to get what they wanted. Well, Archmage wasn't that happy, but to BMO, it beats getting spawn trapped by them within the first few days. But then Archmage was dropping from the leaderboard quickly, and their members thought that Golden Apple members were stealing their tiles. So BMO let Skiva know about it. Turns out, they were just capping expired regular tiles, so they got their points. But then it also turned out that actually, they did take tiles that were still producing points. And then the next day, someone from Archmage tried to take Golden Apple's tiles again for revenge. But thankfully, both team leaders were adults who understood that these were just new members doing new members stuff, so they were pretty chill about it. But that wasn't why they were falling from the top 100. The real reason they were falling was because they didn't get team tickets. Because there were only 10 players in the team, not 15. And for some reason, the team tickets weren't generating properly. So BMO asked Skiva if it was alright if, Archmage could take some banners to help push the team back to the top 100. Might as well, since Golden Apple will still retain their top 25 no matter what. To which Skiva agreed to. Granted, they weren't the easiest banners, but it was better than nothing. In the end, both teams got what they wanted. Golden Apple got top 25 without needing to spawn trap Archmage, while Archmage was able to get at least top 100 and not get spawn trapped. If anything, this shows that it is possible for both teams to get what they want, even when they are fighting each other. Neither team had to waste any time to kill the other. It's amazing how much diplomacy can achieve. So with that out of the way, how did the event end? Well, unfortunately for Uncontested, they weren't able to catch up. Actually, they threw pretty hard. The team left one banner uncapped for 12 hours, a record for a top 3 team. Actually, not really, because even though Uncontested was hoping to get at least a 3rd place medal, they fell short and got 4th. Pandemonium was able to overtake Uncontested on the final day. This kind of demotivated everyone, especially the Bloons tubers who would have gotten some free content out of this, but now there isn't really much that could be talked about. But hey, the Bloons tubers did eventually make some content. Ethan Wade made his video about how teams like Uncontested were able to get top 3. SJB talked about the flaws of contested territory. And TUT, well, it was interesting. See, as the largest Bloons tuber with the most subscribers, he had contacts with Ninja Kiri. So he said that he was going to write a letter to Ninja Kiri on the awful state of contested territory. He also asked for proof of data mining, queuing against alts to have better locals. Wait, how does he know about this? This wasn't something that Uncontested did. So the fact that TD only played in the team for one season and knew about all of these flaws was interesting, to say the least. He even called contested territory dog shit, which was an interesting response. TSP responded, "I have regular contact from ISEP, and from what I've gathered from him, Ninja Kiwi does not care." Except, this was a misnomer, because when asked, turns out it wasn't Ninja Kiwi that doesn't care about contested territory, but rather ISEP. Which might explain why ISEP wasn't that interested to play in Uncontested. Regardless, TD's video never came out. But this also marked the end of their top 3 run. There was really no reason for the team to actually try for a top 3 run, especially after that massive failure. Not to mention, the team was basically half supported by Juan members at this point, and there was no way that they could make a comeback without their help. But who were the other 2 teams who got top 2? Well, it's no one special. It's Cheesing the Algorithm and Juan Pro again. Uncontested thought that they had a chance to beat Cheesing the Algorithm on the final day since Cheesing the Algorithm got Sabotage, but there was a slight problem with that. It wasn't a Sabotage. They just took tiles that weren't producing points, so it was either a random who joined or a troller. Although interestingly, for the first time in Juan history, someone from Juan Pro got flagged. Gavo, a long-time Juan member. But what's that? His points didn't get removed after all. So it turned out that the patch notes were correct. For once. Gavo was just glad that Ninja Kiwi was able to unflag his account quickly so that he could finish contested territory. Honestly, Juan was pretty lucky the update came out at the time, else they would have lost their spot to Cheesing the Algorithm. But where was hidden agenda in all of this? They got global 9th. Their locals weren't even that bad, so there wasn't really a reason for them to do that badly. There were also some minor things that happened. Nightmare Kingdom Conquest finally renamed the team to Comanche so that it's consistent with the rest of the team names. Pandemonium Demons fought against another dojo team, and okay, it's getting really boring to talk about those 2 teams, so let's just say Pandemonium won and move on. Do the Dew Perma Brew tried exploiting a bug that allowed for tickets to refresh earlier, having learned that from Juan members. But ironically enough, the 36.0 update patched that bug, so it didn't work. MK1 faced a 5-way active team and narrowly won, while MK2 faced a friendly gang, the same team that Plutonium faced a few seasons ago, and the team LY fought during the 90th FFB incident but lost the match. And, in case you haven't noticed, both teams got renamed. MK1 got renamed to Origins and MK2 was renamed to AMD. Maybe because they think Team Red is better than Team Blue, which is a completely valid opinion. Toby, the leader of Wind Trading. Yeah, remember that team? Well, if you're wondering where they went, well, they died. But he came back from the dead and recruited for the team once again so that they could hit their goal of top 100. And they hit their goal. Also, Matt gets top 25, but that's nothing unusual at this point. After this event, Buttergod had an idea for a draft tournament. In event 20, all the team leaders will compete for the top spots on the global leaderboard with newly formed teams. It will be a fun way to celebrate 20 seasons of contested territory. But there were some issues with it, so Nightmare Kingdom backed down from the project. And then a bunch of children raided the server, because of course they did, and more team leaders left, resulting in Butter abandoning the project. But that's fine, because alongside Isimo, a brand new tournament was created. This time, not related to contested territory, rather, Bloons TD6 in general, called the Bloons TD6 Tournament. Well folks, this is it. Everything that happened in the past few seasons leads up to here. Welcome to the end times of contested territory. Let's start off with Nightmare Kingdom Archmage. Last season, the team wasn't quite happy, saying that they faced a rather strong team, and BMO negotiated a deal that didn't go in their favor. So hopefully things will go better for them this time, right? Hopefully. But Archmage was still suffering from a lack of players. It has gotten better though. Now there are 11 players this season, alongside 2 people who were bringing in alts, making that 13. And the team was going to queue 47 minutes after contested territory starts. Hopefully nothing goes wrong. And nothing went wrong. No one early queued and... Hold up, why was Archmage open for recruitment? Well, it turns out that the team was facing none other than Hidden Agenda. BMO was simultaneously laughing and mad. On one hand, out of all the teams they were facing, it had to be the team that BMO hated the most. Or actually, everyone hated the most. But BMO was also mad because Bloontonium was going for a top 3 run, and BMO was supposed to focus on Bloontonium. But then it didn't matter since they faced another strong team. So BMO decided, for once, to focus on leading Archmage. On the other hand, Hidden Agenda were rather silent. They haven't said anything, and JD Compy went on radio silence after fighting with BMO back in Event 17. But because it was Hidden Agenda, and no one liked them, BMO thought it would be funny to post an advertisement to CT Hub. And that's what he did. Also mostly because BMO planned to go for an all-out war with Hidden Agenda, and they didn't have the manpower to do so. But despite all the hate that everyone has for Hidden Agenda, it didn't help that no one wanted to play on Nightmare Kingdom since they were all in their own teams already and couldn't help much. The only person who could help was Ahhh, who would do anything to watch Hidden Agenda burn. Meanwhile, in Hidden Agenda, they thought that Archmage was a walk in the park, so they just went for a top 3 strat of claiming all banners, and won Clash, because why not? But here was something that no one ever talked about before. Hidden Agenda was technically a top 3 team, sure, but are they actually good at the game? At the time, BMO didn't know, nor did he focus on Archmage yet. He thought that Bloontonium might have a slim chance at top 3. All he saw was Hidden Agenda getting a 20,000 score on Web Clash. No one knew the Tau rule sets, but that seemed pretty good. And that's when BMO came up with an idea. Okay, here's the plan. When they approach, we run away. So? That is the best strategy I have ever heard of in my life. And that was the plan. Well, sort of, since Hidden Agenda was coming towards their spawn. The idea was to just not get spawn trapped, and take a few relics along the way, along some powerful ones like Elk Touch and Camo Trap. But wait, what's that? The pink team that is also right next to Archmage, Mark Supremacy, alongside the yellow team called Incredible Heroes are attacking too. That's pretty normal. Except the pink team is heading straight towards Archmage spawn. They aren't even trying to capture banners or relics. Well, except for the one race relic, but that's about it. But that could be normal. Were it not for the fact that the only people attacking were level 30 accounts, and you have to be level 30 to join contested territory. But what do the accounts of the people that are actually attacking look like? Few individual medals, default profile picture, almost no event medals, and lots of CT medals. Boy, they sure do look like alt accounts that are used for the sole purpose of playing contested territory. Wait, are those Hidden Agenda alts that are trying to steal Archmage tiles? Well, BMO thought so, and immediately took it to CT Hub to accuse JD Compy of putting alts in their team. JD Compy violently denies it and accuses BMO of not being able to fight, and calling the team losers instead of trying to lead his own team, apparently. One of Hidden Agenda's co-leaders, let's call him Detonator, said that all the teams are full and private, unless of course you think those teams are Hidden Agendas. And that's when BMO just posted the locals of the match, hoping other people can see for themselves. After all, Hidden Agenda claimed that all the teams were full. That part was right, and therefore no one could join to sabotage either team. What wasn't right was the teams were private. They weren't. Suspiciously, it was only yellow and pink teams that were public. And that's when JD Compy said to BMO,
ATK man, I've never seen other teams play before on day 1 lol. Lol. BMO has never seen teams play on day 1 lol. No wonder they never plays.
to which BMO said nothing, because he was more interested in crushing Hidden Agenda rather than wasting time fighting with JD Compy. Someone from the Ninja Kiwi Discord server picked up on the fight and stated his distaste for it, to which BMO had to eventually respond to, pointing out specifically that it was impossible to sabotage, and no one would bother sabotaging a non-leaderboard match outside the fighting teams. And then he claimed he was neutral on the matter. But there was no more fighting after that, so that's good. Except JD Compy wasn't done. 2 hours later, while the match was ongoing and the team haven't used up their tickets yet, JD Compy tried to resume fighting in the CT History server.
Archmage logs in to see them match against Hidden Agenda. Desperately afraid of losing, they leaked locals in an effort to try and beg players in City Hub to join their team to fight Hidden Agenda because they cannot do it on their own. This is honest and fact-oriented.
BMO, who was in no mood to fight, just stated the facts while he let JD Compy ramble on about whatever he wanted to ramble on about.
Hidden Agenda doesn't need support. We aren't Nightmare Kingdom. We can take care of ourselves.
He also mentioned Hoppy as his co-leader, which Hoppy didn't even say anything in City Hub. He's not even in City Hub. Does JD Compy know what he's arguing about? Meanwhile, in the Hidden Agenda server, he says that it was fun to fight Archmage, and they just wanted them to play fairly. Oh, then why didn't you say so? And then they said that they were getting teamed on by Blue and Yellow, which was an interesting response to BMO accusing them of doing just that. You know, considering that Blue didn't attack at all. And then JD Compy jokingly says that Hidden Agenda will disband out of embarrassment. Wait, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, we were going off topic fast. Okay, so back on track. Archmage was going towards Moab Clash, seeing if it was possible to take it. But there was a problem. Their score was 20,000. Surely it was difficult to take. And Hidden Agenda was clearly superior to Archmage. They had the top 3 medals to prove it, not like those newbies over at Archmage. And they reached Moab Clash only to see, wait a minute, it's only 55 rounds? How do you spend more than 20,000 cash on a 55 rounds tile? Maybe this tile is difficult. What the hell was that? This is a trivial tile. And so Archmage got it back with 4 times fewer points. By this point, since Hidden Agenda thought that going for a top 3 run was possible, they used up about 50 out of their 60 tickets so far. But Archmage have been saving them, so they were able to launch a counter-attack. It turns out that Hidden Agenda was a lot weaker than they initially thought. First off, JD Compy didn't really have a strategy, let alone posted one. Therefore, while the entire team was waiting for JD Compy to post a strategy, JD Compy was instead wasting his energy fighting BMO online, and never ended up posting, well, anything. I mean, they did have a dedicated channel to this event that was since deleted, so who's to say they didn't have a strategy? But everyone, wanting to use their tickets early, just used them and hoped that they could still do a top 3 run. Even whatever little strategy they had was quite dumb. They retook a banner 3 times, first at 9 minutes, before Archmage reclaimed that, then another time at 3 minutes, and then, after they lost Moab Clash, they took it again at 1 minute 44 seconds. And that was quite a sight to behold, especially since Archmage was able to take it back easily since they had Moab Clash. Not to mention, wasting 3 tickets on banners that could have been easily used on relics. But if JD Compy can't lead a team, surely he could score well on tiles, right? No, not really. It's astounding that the leader of a top 3 team doesn't know how to play the game. It was clear then that Archmage, despite not being at full strength, was clearly better than Hidden Agenda, which was relatively surprising. It also helped that Nightmare Kingdom had help from 210, who was a team advisor long before this series of events giving insane tile strategies, and Arrow, who wanted to play but couldn't and instead helped with tile solutions. But that's a beginning. See, most Archmage players were in the European time zone, meaning that when Moab Clash was taken, Archmage still had half their tickets remaining, so they were able to take back most of Hidden Agenda's banners and relics. By the end of day 1, Archmage was able to dominate most of the board. On day 2, Hidden Agenda was still in the lead, and since the other Nightmare Kingdom teams were stable, BMO could now put 100% of his focus on fighting Hidden Agenda. However, since most of Archmage were sleeping, while Hidden Agenda members were mostly awake, BMO had to swap odds into the team so that they could get their tickets earlier, like 7 accounts daily, making for a total of 28 tickets per day. That is half a Juan solo, but to push back Hidden Agenda, it was all worth it. And it worked, because despite some rookie mistakes by new members, Archmage was able to secure majority control of the board. It was so bad that Hidden Agenda fell off the top 100 leaderboard with only 60 eco. This was at the end of day 2 by the way, and to make things better, Archmage was in the top 25. BMO, not wanting the team to be overconfident, chose to not say anything publicly. He didn't want to draw drama, let alone celebrate in case something goes horribly wrong. JD Compy, in the meantime, kept silent, knowing that everyone was against him and his team was screwed. But that wasn't the end. Oh no, BMO didn't just want to get first local, he wanted to spawn trap Hidden Agenda. That's when BMO realized something. Hidden Agenda didn't use all their tickets that day. They actually had 30 plus tickets in their reserves. Were they just playing that cautiously? Did they have a grand strategy in mind? Nope, it just turns out that half the team didn't play, given that they weren't getting any top 3 rewards. And that's when JD Compy swapped someone for Scroobius, one of Hidden Agenda's top racers who didn't join at the start of the event. Wait a minute, didn't JD Compy just call BMO a cheater the day before for doing the exact same thing? Anyway, Hidden Agenda's strategy was to leave their devices on a tile with no adjacent tiles for as long as possible, hoping that Archmage would not refresh the tile and eventually it could be claimed with a decayed score. But why? When you attacked, there were clouds, and Archmage noticed those clouds. For 1 hour. 2 hours. Never mind, JD Compy was staying on a tile for 11 hours. Man, he doesn't care about the environment, does he? Leaving his device on for 12 hours just to beat a monkey game? But honestly, it was an interesting strategy that could have worked. Had Archmage not simply recaptured those tiles every 12 hours, so the tile decay wouldn't be so bad that JD Compy or his team could reclaim it. But that was all a trick. See, some Hidden Agenda members got creative and tried to troll Archmage by leaving the game after their device was disconnected. But since Ninja Kiwi's servers won't be updated, the clouds will still show, giving the illusion that someone was AFKing on that tile, allowing Archmage to waste tickets. And while Archmage fell for it, it didn't work out for Hidden Agenda either, since only 2 people used that trick, meaning only a few tickets were wasted. Not a lot, like what was anticipated. Besides, having more people do this trick meant that more people couldn't attack, which backfired horribly since that just meant Archmage could attack earlier. Things were looking good by the end of day 2, at least for Archmage, and then day 3 rolled around, where Hidden Agenda was able to expand their area once again. Another alt called Deckpot also swapped into Hidden Agenda, and they managed to set really good scores. It has very weird stats, and BMO thought it was JD Compy's alt, but it ended up just being Hoppy Face. But by then, it was too late. Wipe Clash was impossible to reclaim as Archmage had a strong hold on the tile, meaning some tiles were impossible to beat without it, and with so little relics and territory, there was little Hidden Agenda could do. By the end of day 3, things were looking really good for Archmage. They were about to spawn trap Hidden Agenda. It was time for Operation Agendaless. BMO gave a strategy brief, and he predicted that Hidden Agenda will go up as much as possible just to avoid getting spawn trapped. And BMO was right. Hidden Agenda was still lingering overnight at a tile far away from their spawn. Most likely a trolling attempt, but that doesn't matter. Today was the day that seals the deal. If Hidden Agenda can't be spawn trapped today, it was unlikely that they would ever be spawn trapped. But if Archmage could spawn trap them, then they would win. That was when BMO got extremely strict and scolded everyone who made a tiny mistake. But was it worth it? Or would you look at that? It seemed like Archmage spawn trap Hidden Agenda. But wait a minute, there was one tile still in Hidden Agenda's control, EBD. Archmage couldn't capture it since it was a 1-tier tile, and they had to wait for it to degrade. Don't worry though, Ahhh had a save on the tile. Never mind, it's gone. Just your average Ninja Kiri bug. Don't you worry. Don't fret though, BMO was creating a save on the tile, anticipating that something like this could happen. It was up to BMO to save the day. It all depends on who could refresh a tile the fastest. And BMO did it. That meant that Hidden Agenda had no more tiles and Archmage won. BMO was contemplating whether to rename the team to mock Hidden Agenda, but then Minimum, their co-leader, pointed out that it would make them look bad, and thus brought BMO down to earth. And then Ahhh asked whether he could pretend that he carried. After all, he did get first local, to which BMO went, whatever. For the remaining days, Archmage played the game as per usual, only they wasted a few tickets every day spawn trapping Hidden Agenda. Pink was still deliberately going for Archmage tiles while Yellow was spawn trapped. And while the accounts that were attacking in Pink were alts, it didn't really matter because at the end of the day, Archmage won. But the speech embargo was done. Earlier in the day, Smart Person asked for an update on the Archmage vs Hidden Agenda situation. And that's when BMO finally revealed to the public via the Nightmare Kingdom server that they won, which shocked just about everyone from the other Nightmare Kingdom teams. It was so shocking someone made a meme on it. However, BMO didn't tell everyone in City Hub because he knew that their reaction would be to laugh at Hidden Agenda. He didn't want to risk JD Compy getting a last minute revenge plot, so BMO only revealed that Nightmare Kingdom won a few hours before the event ended. And with that, Archmage was able to get their top 25, and JD Compy said nothing publicly ever again. For now. But what was the truth behind the locals? Well, all 4 teams were independent teams that Hidden Agenda had no influence over. But more importantly, did they fill the team with odds? Detonator denied any allegation of putting odds in the team, despite confirmation that they did. They did, however, deny that those odds were used to sabotage. This isn't the only significant event that happened this season. Juan for the first time, faced off a strong team, Funny Monkey Gang, and Traveler, a consistent top 25 team. Were they about to lose their top 3 streak? Well, I mean, they lost it before, but that was to hackers, not to opponents. Reflex, a new Juan member who defected from chasing the algorithm and talked crap about them, yeah, it's a long story, I know, tried to DM Blake, the leader of Funny Monkey Gang, to ask for a truce, to which Blake said no. Yeah, no, Juan was going to lose their top 3 streak. Heck, it was unlikely that they were even going to make it to the top 25, and everyone in Juan was disappointed. Now, going for top 3 was one thing, but could they win when they had an actual fight? Spoiler alert, yes. The team was filled with the top Bloons TD6 players. What were you expecting? They immediately went to control as many relics as possible, and they were quite far behind on day 1, behind Funny Monkey Gang and Traveler? Yeah, turns out that they are a lot stronger than you think. But with relic control, Juan was able to slowly recover from their massive loss on day 1, right? Yes, actually, they were able to recover, and despite having 2 teams fighting them, they were able to claim first local by day 4. But then Reflex received a DM from Blake. It couldn't be good, could it? Or maybe they are surrendering. But alas, no. It was more drama. Okay, listen, I'm not going to accuse you, but Buttergod is on green team taking our tiles. Wait, what was going on? Well, it turns out that Juan haven't stopped filling their locals with odds, even though Ivy was long gone and never returning to contested territory. And, well, it was against the terms of service, but, yeah, it was just against the terms of service at this point, since they weren't dealing with a mad hacker anymore. Anyway, that's not the point. Buttergod got bored and thought to himself, what if I take tiles from the account I used to fill teams with? And that's what he did, and you know, it just so happened to be Funny Monkey Gang's tiles. Well, Blake wasn't happy about that and took it to CT Hub to complain about that as well. But in reality, most Juan members weren't happy about Butter's sabotage and asked him to stop. But then Butter replied that he will defend Juan at all costs, to which Juan members didn't try to stop him that hard after. But Arrow, one of Juan's co-leaders, weren't happy because, according to Arrow, they would have won anyway without the sabotage, and now Funny Monkey Gang would think that Juan won only because they sabotage. But Butter wouldn't listen. He was still sabotaging Funny Monkey Gang, and there was no stopping it. The complaint even made its way to Phoenix server, and there was some fighting between some Ninja Kiwi Discord users and Juan, which Targos involved himself with on the side of Juan. It also didn't help that Purify, a longtime Juan member who was also a moderator for the Ninja Kiwi Discord server, threw pretty hard in Juan and didn't use tickets, which, like BMO, ended up with a lot of shouting from, well, everyone, not just one person. Either way, there was a lot of arguments that happened, but long story short, Juan still managed to win and bring home first local. They even managed to appear in the top 100 leaderboard, granting the team's first and only top 100 medal to date. And that's all the massive fights there were this season, right? Wrong. See, Archmage wasn't the only Nightmare Kingdom team to face a high profile team. Plutonium did as well. They faced Notch Elite, a multiple top 25 team. Except, this matchup was an accident. Plutonium was meant to queue later than Archmage, but BMO, who owned all the Nightmare Kingdom teams and was playing on more than one device, panicked after seeing that they faced hidden agenda. As such, BMO wasn't thinking properly, and he opened the game on his laptop, on his main account, rather than his phone, and, well, long story short, he killed Bloontonium by accident rather than logging into his auto play on Archmage, like he intended. BMO, who was trying to get Bloontonium to top 3 while stealing with hidden agenda, thought it would be nice to have a truce. So BMO immediately shot Isako, the leader of Notch Elite, a message asking for a truce. But he didn't respond. By the time he responded, well, Bloontonium dominated the board, and BMO reconsidered his position, while also noting Notch Elite barely attacked at all. This time, the deal was in Bloontonium's favor. Give Bloontonium all the banners, and Notch Elite can take as many regulars or relics they want, while neither attack the other's tiles. It should net them an easy top 100. After all, Archmage was able to pull that off last season with a shortage of tickets, to which Isako agreed to. And thus, world peace was achieved. Well, sort of. Because on days 2 and 3, some Notch Elite members stole some of Bloontonium's regular tiles. But that's fine, BMO could just talk it out with Isako, just like he did with Skiva last season when Archmage went against Golden Apple. Except, Isako only said that his team didn't take any banner tiles, and proceeded to ghost BMO, which was rather rude, but sure. Maybe he updated his team but didn't update BMO. Weird response, but okay. Then on day 3, someone sent BMO a message. Oh my god, this explained everything. It turns out that Isako didn't respond because he was lying. Notch Elite eventually got bored, having no banners to capture, and though they had an easy second local, they weren't having fun with that, thus leading Isako to ask the whole team whether they should, you know, break the truce. And, well, they have so many tiles on the board, there was no way Bloontonium could spawn trap Notch Elite. All they needed to do is to follow this 3-step plan. Step 1, wait for the banners to degrade. Step 2, capture the banners. And step 3, win! Man, contested territory is such an easy game. In fact, someone from Notch Elite tried to join Bloontonium and sabotage the team, but that failed miserably as his attitude just sucked. And BMO couldn't handle any more trash attitude, so he just outright rejected his application. To which he laughed at Bloontonium losing top 3, but in all honesty, Bloontonium was going to lose top 3 regardless because the blue team was rather active. But unbeknownst to Isako, BMO knew about this and wasn't happy about it. He confirmed that it was legitimate, mostly because the screenshot couldn't have been doctored, so BMO immediately called off the truce. But he didn't say anything. The team decided to forgo their top 3 run and spawn trap Notch Elite. Bloontonium just silently captured every relic on board, and BMO didn't talk to Isako or ask him anything. After all, he betrayed BMO's trust, and no one messes with BMO. By the end of day 3, almost every relic was captured, and thus the next day, Bloontonium could engage in full war mode, ignoring all banners and just capturing every tile that Notch Elite owned. Isako finally noticed that he was getting destroyed by Bloontonium and chose to ask BMO what was going on, but this time, it was BMO's turn to ghost him. Not only was BMO's trust betrayed, but he also wanted to save time by focusing more on hidden agenda. Eventually, Isako told BMO that he was going to break the truce, as if it wasn't broken already. But by then, it was too late. Notch Elite lost control of their territory, and there was no way they could make a recovery. As such, no one from Notch Elite was motivated to play anymore. The discourse continued in the Ninja Kiri Discord server, and Targos intervened as well on the side of Bloontonium. But after that, not much happened. It was just over. Even though Blutonium was slow, having to deal with both an active blue team and Notch Elite while maintaining top 25, Notch Elite was eventually spawn trapped on the final day, marking an end to the saga. So with the biggest battles of the event out of the way, what else happened? Well, the Hidden Agenda saga was one of the most anticipated battles of all time, since no one liked them, and everyone wanted BMO to tell the story. So he did, except that's not really a story, so BMO came up with a better plan. What if he wrote a dissertation on the history leading up to one of the greatest battles of all time? Wouldn't that be very funny? And so he did. But outside that, you might have noticed that none of the teams mentioned so far had a chance to get top 3. So who did? In third place came in Seedlings. Yes, they actually got on the global leaderboards. Because it is important to remember that the global leaderboards are more about speed and not so much skill. Otherwise, how else would Hidden Agenda get top 3? But wait, I just realized, how would you pronounce their team? CTAR or CTAR? This is a debate of high importance. We need to launch a poll. And CTAR won by 1 vote. Yeah, turns out it was quite controversial, but it made more sense to call them CTAR since it has half the number of syllables than CTAR. Actually, why are we even talking about how to pronounce their name? This is Discord. No one is going to actually pronounce any team's name ever, not even cheesing the algorithm or Juan L Pro. This will never be an awkward name to say since no one will ever make a video about them. What are the odds? Anyway, in second place was cheesing the algorithm, who had to deal with an active local. But who was in first place? Well, it's Juan L Pro, of course. Wait a minute, no, it couldn't have been them. They fought against tough teams this season. It's a new team called Suboptimal. Well, they weren't really a new team, like you might be expecting. They were a team that existed since Event 1, and they got 8th global, having to deal with hackers who weren't banned till the 6th day. But then ZT felt like getting a top 3 on a new team with no matchmaking. Well, what do you know, Suboptimal had no matchmaking whatsoever, having not played since their debut. And so, ZT led the team into top 3, recruiting from... honestly, no one knows. No one really cared since the other events this season overshadowed this, and frankly, it was starting to come to the point where it got tiring to see a new team pop up every season, just to exploit the global leaderboards. But if there was one thing to talk about Suboptimal, it was that they nearly beat CTA's high score record, and could have since their locals were essentially dead. However, they threw over 1,000 points and missed out on the high score by about 400 points. Doodle Doo Permabrew fell short of their top 3 spots and landed on 4th global. Pandemonium tried for a top 3 run again, but failed, and ended up top 25. They also accidentally recruited a few too many people, so a third team called Pandemonium Yukai was created, and they too got top 25. Meanwhile, Pandemonium Demons faced off Pomum Orontium, which was Latin for Golden Apple, which is Golden Apple's second team. Anyway, there's no history on that. All we know is that this was a friendly battle concluding the Pandemonium vs Golden Apple saga, and this time Pandemonium Demons won. Isimo creates a new team called TSP Likes Guys, which I'm not sure why, but sure I guess. After this event, Targos, who wanted to fight Hidden Agenda for a while now, asked again whether they wanted to fight. But after losing brutally to Archmage, JD Compy ghosted Targos before eventually declining. Speaking of whom, JD Compy decided to end his radio silence by spamming one in a CT leader's chat. But turns out he was using a macro, or rather, a program that automatically types or clicks something for him at regular intervals. Anyway, it doesn't matter since he himself admitted it and claimed a cat stepped on his keyboard. I want to believe Shady Compy, but given the lengths he's gone to lie about clearly proven things, it's impossible to tell. And finally, Mud Donkeys didn't get top 25? Huh? What happened? Did they face a really good team? Nope, they faced a hacker team called the GG Watermelon. But how do we know that they were hacking? Were they just really good? Nope, they took Moab Clash with a score of around 4000. But that's possible, since with the white relics, you can take it. But they didn't have Camo Trap or Moab Mine before taking it, meaning it was impossible. So instead, the hackers soft hack, hacking just enough to be close to the lowest possible score, but not the lowest, so they could avoid getting flagged for blatantly hacking. Of course the report was filed, but I think you can guess what happened. And with that, Mud Donkey's top 25 streak is over. And worse yet, the GG Watermelons got top 25. But if the hack scores and questionable time it took to take those tiles weren't enough to convince you they were hacking, after this event, a Reddit post was made where someone from the team laughed at Mud Donkeys for losing out on their top 25 badge. This is when James24 argued in the comment section saying how teams don't want to fight, only for other people to fight him back and say that Mud got hacked on, not because they don't want to fight. But it didn't matter. The event was over and the hackers got away scot-free because Ninja Kiwi couldn't prove that they hacked, even though to any top player, it was pretty obvious they did, notwithstanding their attitude. Well, the last season was complete chaos and lots of things happened to everyone. It changed the face of contested territory for everyone involved. But the saga isn't over. There's still a long road for us to go down. But before we stare at the drama, let's take a look at the map this event. Okay, it seemed like a pretty normal map. But wait, why does the SMS tile seem familiar? Oh, that's because it's the exact same tile from event 12. That's fine. Wait, exact same tile? In the exact same spot? This shouldn't be possible. In the history of contested territory, there were times when the tiles were roughly similar based on their location, ranging from relatively similar rule sets to the type of tiles. But this, the exact same tile we've seen before, that was not seen before. Hey, wait a minute, the other relics look the same. Actually, why the heck is the entire map layout similar to that of event 12? What the hell? And not to mention, out of all the events, it's the event where most of the tiles are difficult to score on. Heck, even the daily relics are the same. The only difference were the maps, and only in very few cases, because more maps were added into the game since event 12. But that doesn't answer the question. Why? And more importantly, how was the game able to create an almost exact one-to-one copy of the map from event 12? Well, this part gets a little technical, so hold on to your hats, because it's gonna be a wild ride. First off, every event has an identification number, or an ID. The ID is a random set of numbers and letters that serves as a seed for the event. What is a seed, you might ask, and how is it relevant to contested territory? Well, believe it or not, Ninja Kiwi doesn't create every single tile you see on screen by hand. Instead, it is generated through an algorithm. You know, in Minecraft, holy moly, the game has changed a lot since I last played it. Anyway, you know how when you create a game, there's an option for you to set a seed and it generates a world based on that? Pretty much the exact same thing is happening in contested territory. Except instead of generating a world, it generates tiles with different rule sets. Now, here's the thing. The seed for both events are completely different. So how is it possible for the events to be exactly the same? Fret not, friends, because Mindcool is here to save the day. It turns out that the ID, regardless if it has numbers or letters, is not actually the seed. Rather, it goes through another algorithm which then converts it into the seed. But that's where problem arises. Both IDs leads to the exact same seed. Alright, that's probably a coincidence, right? Well, no actually, because there's a number of IDs which lead to the exact same seeds. Actually, here's a whole list of IDs with roughly the same seed. Everyone was pretty confused for a while, so both Hammy and Mindcool tried to hack into the game to figure out exactly what the formula was to get the seed generated, but that didn't work out. Another data miner, called Cosmic, eventually figured out what it was, and Mindcool finally figured out what went wrong with the code. Okay, let's back up a bit. Because the seed can only use numbers, all the letters from the ID have to be converted into numbers. So every letter corresponds to a different number. For example, A equals to 1, B equals to 2, and so on. At least, that's how it's supposed to work. Except, Ninja Kiwi only decided to convert lowercase letters to numbers, not uppercase letters. But that's fine, since the seed only has lowercase letters. So, what went wrong? Well, in Ninja Kiwi's infinite wisdom, they intentionally uppercase all the letters in the ID before converting it into the seed. But since to the algorithm, lowercase and uppercase letters are two completely different things, all the uppercase letters were converted into the same value, -1. So any ID with only letters, regardless of which letters were used, resulted in the exact same seed. Just outstanding. Mindcool also figured out that the ID was basically just the time at which Ninja Kiwi created the events and ran it through some filters before generating the seed. But what are the chances that the seed would be the exact same? BMO did the math and he came up to 14.2% for the next 1.5 years. In other words, 1 in every 7 events. But at some point, it will become impossible, right? Because the first letter of the ID is, well, a letter, and it will remain a letter for a while, meaning that it will take 31 years for the seed to become impossible to generate. Hooray! But of course, none of this matters since according to Nemo, contested territory will be deleted in event 26. Sure, I guess. But let's head over to what actually happened in the event. For once, the race for top 3 gets exciting. Also mostly because nothing much happened to the other teams, so here goes. On the first day of contested territory, there were 6 teams that were in contention for top 3. Juan Pro, Nightmare Kingdom Bloontonium, Do the Deal Permabrew, Pandemonium, Hidden Agenda, and CTA Rejects. Yeah, CTA didn't play, but we'll save that for later. Oh hey, a new member called Notch joined the Ninja Kiwi Discord server. It's Juan backwards, but alright. Anyway, they posted a link in the server and oh my god, it's the locals of 5 of the top teams in contested territory. Do the Deal AMD, Nightmare Kingdom Archmage, Cat Squad, Empire, and Pandemonium. All their locals got leaked on Imgur with the message for Juan Pro. Well, that's it then. It clearly wasn't from Juan. Because they aren't that stupid to leak their acts of sabotage online. BMO also noticed that it was from a Korean guy. Possibly the exact same guy who leaked Juan's locals from CT11. Han. But it doesn't matter. It took half an hour for the mods to delete it, but by then, it's too late. The damage was done. Pandemonium was the only team that was going for top 3 and they got Sabotage, so they were out of the competition. But they eventually desired to have a fight, so Buttergod was allowed to sabotage Pandemonium to give them a challenge. Funnily enough, people did actually join Archmage locals to sabotage them. But the team wasn't even going for a top 3 run, so that just confused me more. Unless, of course, there's a reason you hated Archmage in particular, and I cannot think of any recent events that will make someone mad that Archmage exists. And hang on a second, someone tried to sabotage Plutonium as well? It was clearly odds who were joining and leaving the team. Not to mention, it seems to be the exact same guy who joined Pandemonium's locals. But that didn't hinder Plutonium, who, by day 2, managed to take the lead in front of Juan Pro, who had locals and got sabotaged with minimum scores eventually, and Hidden Agenda, who managed to get third. Turns out, Permaboo was facing Gigamats, another one of those annoying teams, so they couldn't catch up, and Sita was being Sita, so they were essentially out of the top 3 competition too. But how was Hidden Agenda able to catch up? First off, they were one of only 2 teams who weren't Sabotage, the other being Sita, but they're not trying for top 3, are they? Second, remember last season when Archmage completely trashed Hidden Agenda? Well, that meant their activity rating was reset since they couldn't get a high score, meaning that for this season, they were able to get easy locals, which, considering that every other team was getting sabotaged except Hidden Agenda, that was kind of suspicious. Eventually, Hidden Agenda finally risen from 3rd place to 1st. On the 3rd day, Buttergod and Isimo were sabotaging Doodle-Doo Permaboo. Wait, what? Yeah, turns out that happened, and he wasn't even trying to hide it. He didn't even bother renaming his alts. Well, Isimo never really sabotaged Doodle-Doo, he just joined their locals and didn't do anything. But why was Butter trying to sabotage Doodle-Doo? Because he can. There was no reason as to why Doodle-Doo was targeted. At this point, he's just sabotaging for fun. That was enough for Smart Person, who, despite not being active in Juan anymore, still owns CT Hub, and therefore decided to ban Buttergod from CT Hub, but not from Juan. Interestingly, CT planned to do a solo team, but couldn't because he had a geometry test, and Butter might have planned to sabotage CT instead. So the lesson, kids? Do your geometry homework. But wait, could Butter be the notorious Notch that leaked the locals online? Well, probably, but there was no evidence. Then again, he did ask Bimo whether his locals were taking tiles, so that ranks high in the list of suspects. Anyway, day 4 was when Juan confirmed that they got sabotaged. Arrow also confirmed that the saboteur was Korean since he forgot to switch over to his alt account when he joined and left the team. Plutonium got further sabotage on day 5. At this point, most people were suspicious that it was Hidden Agenda who was sabotaging everyone, given that they were the only ones who weren't sabotaged, knew that this was their chance of making a comeback, and none of them said anything in public, not even JD Compy. Later, Detonator finally responded to the allegations that Hidden Agenda was sabotaging, by saying that they couldn't get sabotaged because they failed their locals, since they themselves got sabotaged. Aww, that's a bit sad. TSP, who was online at the time, took a screenshot of that and confronted Detonator that Hidden Agenda was breaking the terms of service. And good thing TSP screenshotted it, because Detonator edited his message. Anyway, Detonator's defense was that they got sabotaged, and of course, Ninja Kiwi support wouldn't do anything about sabotage, so just like Juan, he failed their locals. Then later in the same day, Hemi, who was playing in Juan that event, got flagged from something. No one from Juan confirmed anything, but that's okay since their points will remain the same. Remember that updates that wouldn't kill off their points? Except not really, they got nuked by 5,000 points too. On a Sunday as well. Ninja Kiwi doesn't work on a Sunday, so this was an automatic flag, not a manual one. But still, getting nuked when it shouldn't have been possible to get nukes anymore? Well, Ninja Kiwi silently reversed this change for a reason no one really knows. But that's fine, because the other part of the updates, where tiles would revert back to their previous owners, that part still worked. It reverted back to their locals in the middle of the board. Even though they were right behind Hidden Agenda at that point, they were nuked so much that they fell behind even Bloontonium, who still had a lot of reserved tickets. So that meant that, with Juan getting nuked and Bloontonium being sabotaged heavily, there was no way for either teams to catch up to Hidden Agenda. From then on, the contested territory world was slightly disappointed. But the drama revived on the 6th day, when Ahhh somehow managed to get their hands on Hidden Agenda's locals. Well, he only shared the number of points they had publicly, not the name of their locals. Uh-oh, it seemed like Detonator lied about the fact that they got sabotaged. In fact, they have no locals. He even pinged Detonator asking to confirm those numbers. Now, you might say that Ahhh sabotaged Hidden Agenda by getting their locals. No, silly. Didn't you forget that they admitted to filling their locals and then covering up the evidence? 10 minutes after pinging Detonator, JD Compy awoke from the dead, saying,
"Those innocents should mind their own business," smiley face.
To which the entire community went, "Really? That was your defense?" But now that Hidden Agenda was pretty much guaranteed first place, it didn't matter to JD Compy. He could laugh at the CT community all he wanted, even though the community was laughing right back at him. And then JD Compy replied to ZT,
"First, I don't need a defense. Second, fuck you, question mark. Third, I don't care, smiley face."
And then Detonator said that everyone is surprised that the activity-based matchmaking put us against dead teams after we spent 0 tickets last event. 0 tickets. Yeah, sure, you spent 0 tickets after day 5. And then everyone in CT Hub was fighting with both JD Compy and Detonator.
Don't care, lol. Keep crying, smiley face. Keep making excuses. Keep whining. Oh no, I'm so upset. Cry more. Lol, it's all you do. Lol. Every time I see chat in here, it's one of you whining and crying.
If that sounds annoying, it's probably because it was. But everyone else in CT Hub just had fun trolling JD Compy, since it was free entertainment at that point. 8 minutes later, JD Compy retreated to his cave and never came out again. Wait, no, he came back 2 minutes later pretending to have a sane conversation with Detonator. "Mr. Avenger, I just started playing this game called Bloons Tower Defense 6. Have you tried it?" More people decided to troll JD Compy, even with someone trolling JD into thinking that they cheated on races, only for JD Compy to say that that's fine. Until he realized he was getting trolled on and decided to take back what he said earlier. "Mr. Avenger, do you know I peed on the Berlin Wall a few weeks ago?" Man, what a fine specimen of a teacher. But it didn't matter. People were making fun of Hidden Agenda for a while until they gave up. It took 1 hour for this whole discourse to end. But of course, this wasn't the end. On the 10th hour on day 6, 2 hours after the discourse between Hidden Agenda and CT Hub, Ahhh said, "Lol, HA 5th now." To which BMO said, "Excuse me, what?" Wait, they are not done. They dropped to 12 now. Clearly Ninja Kiwi was flagging them one by one. And for the first time in contested territory history, everyone celebrated a team getting nuked by Ninja Kiwi. Turtles, one of Nightmare Kingdom's co-leaders who rarely talks in CT Hub, even celebrated. And from then on, Ahhh renamed himself in CT Hub as the MVP of CT20, a title he jokingly carried. Furthermore, because Hidden Agenda liked to play the game of capturing all their tiles early to pretend being on the leaderboard, there was no way for them to recapture their tiles at all until the next ticket refresh, even with alt swapping. which isn't gonna happen for the next 14 hours. But that begs the question, what were they flagged for? Filling in locals? Or sabotaging the other top teams? See, while Hidden Agenda was rather cocky, and they were known for sabotaging in previous events like Event 14, alongside having a motivation to actually sabotage everyone this event on a massive scale unheard of, including the fact that they were the only team not to be sabotaged, there was no concrete proof of them actually sabotaging everyone. In private, JD Compy said that they lost points because someone was hacking them. Hey, wait a minute. Getting hacked won't reduce your points, it only reduces your equal. What the hell? Smart Person then said that he won't be surprised if Hidden Agenda claims that they got flagged for playing boss. So naturally JD Compy, when questioned, said that it was because Hoppy modded on the boss event 2 months ago. That's just not how flagging works. You either get flagged immediately for doing something or not. Besides, it was halfway through the boss event. It wasn't just released. Not that it's impossible, but why would you play the boss now of all times? But either way, that was the only explanation the public got. But it was almost definitely not the real explanation. Anyway, it didn't matter. Hidden Agenda got the largest nuke that anyone has ever seen. But that meant, after 20 seasons of rising from nothing due to a stroke of luck, Nightmare Kingdom Bloontonium finally got their first top 1 medal. Well, not including Titan points, since everyone from Juan complained that it was cheating. They also had the lowest top 1 score ever, since everyone got Sabotage. Strange how there's no Sabotage incident the second Hidden Agenda got flagged. In second place was Juan El Pro, and in third place came Mud Donkeys. Yeah, it turns out that after getting hacked, they didn't really care about their top 25 streak anymore. And given that everyone was sabotaged except them this time, they could actually try for top 3. And they made it, out of nowhere. A neat way to end off their top 25 streak after they got hacked on. Sita failed and landed themselves on global 4th. Meanwhile, the main team, cheesing the algorithm, decided to go back to their old ways of resetting the matchmaking bracket, inspired by Suboptimal's victory in the previous event. During the events, cheesing the algorithm also found out that one of their annoying locals from the previous event was facing off Mud Donkey's second team. So cheesing the algorithm sabotaged them and forced them to get a 4th place medal as revenge. Both Doodle Dew and Pandemonium ended up top 25. Pandemonium Demons ended up facing another dojo team. Well, long story short, another locals in Pandemonium Demons teams were hacking, so they were reported and ended up getting flagged, allowing Demons to rename their team to GG 6 years BBF Hackers since they said 6 years on literally everything. This was also the first time Ninja Kiwi actually gave back points after someone faced hackers, around 20,000 points. This came as a complete shock to the Pandemonium Demons members, so naturally, they celebrated. As for the Saboteur, till this day, no one figured out who they were. The closest hint we got was that they were a CT Hub member. When Trading got top 25. Wait, really? Yeah, they actually managed to do it and get themselves back together. I mean, it was also thanks to them merging with a top 25 team called If You're Not One Yo, but it was neither here nor there. It's certainly no top 3, but it's better than not existing. Isimo deletes a team TSP likes guys, raising a grand total of 2,000 monkey money, having not played a single event with the team. It was also confirmed this season that Taiwan number 3 is completely dead, only having one person in the team to prevent it from being disbanded, which was quite disappointing, but I guess after getting top 3, they just didn't want to do it anymore. After the event, Druid Fan revealed that he filed a report on Hidden Agenda sabotaging other teams and filling locals, and got a half response from Ninja Kiwi asking how. Arrow also encountered a strange bug during the event where he tried to cycle odds into Juan, but for some reason, his odds couldn't join the team. It's probably nothing to be concerned over, hopefully. Xafer, the leader of Uncontested, uploads a 5-hour analysis of this week's race Market Rush. Could be longer. Oh no, I skipped to 54 minutes into the video and uh-oh, is ZT using an auto-clicker? ZT is flagged, cheat 1. Even though Code also uploaded an auto-clicker 1 in the past, but whatever, times change. And ZT got the ban hammer 12 hours after the events ended. Oh well. But wait, he owns cheesing the algorithm. Wait, that means he can't access a menu and pass on the leader to someone else. He was literally the only person in the team, and he was banned for a week, and it couldn't be appealed. Then how will CTA play the next Oh wait, never mind. They eventually lifted it at the last minute before the next event. Here's a math question. What is 9 plus 10? If you answer 21, you shouldn't be on this platform and you should be watching YouTube Kids instead. Especially since there's more entertaining content there than this entire chapter. Seriously, for once in the game, nothing happened at all. Like, really nothing happened. This was the most boring season of Contested Territory ever, with no drama whatsoever. At least, nothing big. There was some minor records, but that's about it, so let's just jump into the event. Actually, hang on, the event is 1 day longer than it's supposed to? Meaning the event lasts 8 days instead of 7? That is actually the last thing the community wants, because the game mode is exhausting enough as it is, and most people actually want to cut short the number of days Contested Territory lasts, instead of making it longer. Also, it turns out that it was a bug on Ninja Kiwi's side anyway, so yeah, it got fixed eventually. In a surprising move by just about everyone, no one felt like trying for top 3 this event. Cheesing the Algorithm, who just had their bracket reset, was the only top 3 team who was willing to try for top 3, since they were the only ones who had a shot at top 3. And you might not know this, but there are a small number of Juan members who like to play on cheesing the algorithm and vice versa. And if you're wondering how the politics work, since both teams hate each other, people just want to get a top 1 medal and rewards. Also, getting a top 1 medal is technically easier than fighting locals. So of course, a number of people hopped onto CTA to play there. There was also another team called Cheesing the Algorithm Rejects Eagles, which was not a Cheesing the Algorithm team, believe it or not. It was a Do the Deal team, who basically pulled off a Titan points, but instead they pretended to be a part of Cheesing the Algorithm. A female member of Sita Rejects Eagles also promised to post high picks if they get global first, so they tried to convince Voltage, who was playing in Cheesing the Algorithm, to get himself flagged. Bold strategy. And they got insta-killed by someone. But at least it was at the lowest matchmaking bracket, so it wasn't that bad. And I don't know, I'm really trying to find something to talk about. Isimo makes a stupid claim about boss farming in Contested Territory and say that trap farming is better than boat farming, which was disproved by Voltage. I don't know guys, I'm really scraping the bottom of the barrel here for history. Okay, you know what, I give up. Let's just head into the top 3 leaderboards. In third place is Hidden Agenda. Again, they had a second place local called
MILFs. What is a MILF?
who had a really high score, but whatever. There's nothing interesting about that. It happened to them once before and no one got flagged. Surely there's nothing going on here. In second place is Sita rejects Eagles, so no one got horny on main. And in first place is Chasing the Algorithm. CT was playing in CTA this season, and he also happened to get first place in the global player leaderboards. That meant that he was the first person to ever get 1111. First place global teams, first place global players, and both first place local teams and players. Duh. Many players have attempted this, which partially explained why some people played in multiple teams. But ZT was the first to ever accomplish this feat, a truly momentous occasion to celebrate, on his alt account. Wait, where was Juan Pro in all this madness? Well, for the first time in history, Juan took a break, since they don't have enough players who wanted to play in the team. But how about all the other top 3 potential competitors? Well, Sita, the real one, not the fake one, got 5th global. Plutonium wanted to rest a bit since they just hit global first, so they just hit top 25. Something you should know about Nightmare Kingdom is that they don't really like to aim for the top 3 spots every event. It was kind of boring since the strategy is the exact same, and most people just wanted to have fun playing the game. Pandemonium itched for a fight this season, but they didn't get a strong fight, so they settled for global 7th. Do the Deal managed to merge with Monkeys Unleashed, the team that one of Sita's members created after ZT became a dictator in Sita? They merged since they both have players who wanted to go for top 3 but didn't have enough players to do so. Win Trading got top 25. Wait, where is Mud Donkeys? Apparently they took a break. Not sure why though. This can't be it. Can it? Is contested territory finally dead? Is there nothing interesting to look forward to anymore? Fret not, because we are not even at the peak of this mountain. We still got some way to go. Two days before the event starts, BMO was looking at the Contested Territory API, which has now been made public and doesn't require you to hack into Ninja Kiwi's servers anymore. What is an API? It stands for Application Programming Interface, and there are lots of uses for it, especially for getting information and doing cool stuff with it. But the important part of it is that it could be used to identify events before it officially came out. Anyway, back to the story. So BMO was looking at the Contested Territory API, and he noticed that the new event ID is up already, and then said that Ninja Kiwi could pull off the funniest thing ever. Why? Because the ID is all letters once again. Yup, this means it's Contested Territory 12 Episode 3, Revenge of the Kiwi. I don't know, I never watched Star Wars. BMO thought that it was very funny to let this be a recurring gag, but then someone had to ruin the joke and report this to Ninja Kiwi. Oh well, it had to be fixed eventually. But then the bug wasn't fixed in time for the update, so Event 22 ended up being the exact same map as Event 12 and 20. At least everyone knew what to expect for this event. But it still had some of the hardest and longest tiles in the events, and that pissed off some parts of the community. So that meant everything in the game was the exact same and there was nothing different at all. After all, how much could change in between two events? That's like, what, only a month apart? And there was no major update in between? Surely nothing could go wrong, right? For the most part, nothing changed. Keyword, most part. Turns out, Ninja Kiwi was able to sneak in an update without anyone noticing. It all started with Late Trender. He was going to use an exploit to farm an infinite amount of team trophies. Only, it's not really infinite. There was technically a limit, but let's not get into technicalities. For all purposes, it was infinite. Here's how it works. For you to be eligible for team rewards, you just need to attack one time in the team. That's not too bad. So if you're in a top 25 team and you only use one attack, that means you got 3000 team trophies. Add on to the 1500 team trophies for coming in first local in your leaderboards, and now you have 4500 team trophies. Yes, even if you do just one attack and you didn't attack for the rest of the season, you can get 4500 team trophies. But here's where the exploit comes in. Remember back in Event 5 when Ninja Kiwi gave Barbitos the stamp of approval on alting in the team? And you know how you can swap alts in the middle of the events to attack earlier or swap in for people who couldn't attack? Well, that's a good feature, but that means you had to give everyone trophies, right? After all, it's only fair everyone who contributed get their share of team trophies. But the threshold to get team trophies is just one attack. So if you had an alt in a team, attacked once, leave the team, and attacked with another alt, oh dear, that means all your alts will get team trophy rewards. That's right, you could farm more trophies than intended. Who needs 4500 trophies when you can get 10 alts and get 45,000 trophies? Sure, you won't get player leaderboard trophies, but that amount of trophies is almost enough to buy the cheapest banner possible. Maybe more trophies if you alt on the top 3 team. Knowing this, for a few seasons now, Late Trender was farming trophies with alt accounts. His goal? Unlock every cosmetic in cheesing the algorithm. Yes, even though they aren't playing every season, it's cool to flaunt that they unlocked everything, even if it's true exploits, but who cares? So the question remains, how many accounts does he have? 40. He has 40 alt accounts. I know, that is a lot. And for a few seasons, when cheesing the algorithm isn't running, he altered in Archmage, since it was a team who could consistently get top 25 and didn't need to worry too much about getting perfection, since the team was filled with good players who just wanted to chill and not try too hard. Except, there seems to be a problem with swapping in alts this time. Late Trender tried to swap in one of his alts. That was fine, but when he did so for his second alt, he couldn't join the team. But then this wasn't the first time it happened. The last time it happened, it was an isolated incident, or more so a bug. Arrow was the only one who had this issue till today. Sometimes you just need to reload your game to try it again. But that didn't work. Uh-oh, this wasn't good. Turns out a few people also had problems swapping alts, and no one knew what to really do. Oh well, things happen. Best not to think too much about it. Wait a minute. How do you not think too much on it? Every team was relying on alt swapping, so if people couldn't make it on certain days, they could still use up all 60 attacks and therefore make a top 3 position still possible. What the heck? This is unacceptable. Well, there is only one person we can turn to for answers, Ninja Kiwi. If anything, they should know what went wrong. On the third day of the event, Ninja Kiwi finally got back to the community.
Hi there, thanks for getting in touch. Unfortunately, you are unable to have multiple accounts in the same team.
Why did Ninja Kiwi do that? Most people suspect it was to prevent sabotage, since people could alt in teams they want to sabotage. But that didn't help the fact that, you could still sabotage even with one account, since your locals will most likely have team tickets, and therefore you could use upwards of 10 tickets on just one account. Everyone was pissed off, especially ZT, who wanted to do a solo team next season, but couldn't do it anymore due to the death of alt swapping. Everyone was rioting in CT Hub, and oh wait, there's a way around the restriction. Turns out Ninja Kiwi only banned your device from joining more than one team at once, rather than using an IP ban. In other words, if you have more than one device, you can easily get around this restriction. Of course, if you are tech savvy enough, You could get around this restriction through other ways, but this is the easiest. Maybe that's why Ninja Kiwi didn't announce the change to the public, knowing that there will be backlash and realizing people will just work around the exploit. Meaning that this change was completely useless since the workaround was quite easy, especially if you have multiple devices. Bravo, Vince. Okay, I'll stop using that joke. We have talked about auting alone for quite some time now, so let's move on to what actually happened this season. Mud Donkeys were trying for top 3, I guess? Yes, they revived this event, and they want to finally get top 1. Actually, the top 3 leaderboards are pretty normal this event. Damn it, there's nothing interesting this season as well. Ugh. I was hoping there was something interesting. Oh wait, there is. Pandemonium, having faced no locals again, thought about filling the entire board with just their tiles. Something that El Noob thought of doing prior but never done it. But actions speak louder than words, and true to their word, Pandemonium did it. The board was now filled with only Pandemonium tiles. This was pretty easy to accomplish, since tiles only go neutral after 72 hours instead of 24. It just required a lot of coordination and team ticket save up. On the downside, however, this meant a number of banners would go unclaimed, but they weren't going for top 3 anyway, so it didn't matter. Regardless, they accomplished it on the second last day of contested territory, and flaunted their achievements on Reddit. I wonder what the community's reaction to that is. Surely they would be impressed. Let's check the top comments. Why don't you play contested territory anymore? It's super fun. The CT in question. Oh, guess most people weren't too happy about this accomplishment, seeing that as less of a reason to play this game mode. Well, this is getting depressing. Surely there's good news ahead. Oh no, there isn't. Mud Donkeys, who face active locals, didn't have a chance of getting top 3. Unfortunately, stuff like that happens, so who ended up getting top 3? Hidden Agenda, Seedling, and Permabrew. Oh wait, you thought I meant from third to first. Sorry, it's the other way round. Hold up, Hidden Agenda got first? Yeah, they did. Yet their locals were extremely active. Never in the history of contested territory was this ever possible. Something suspicious is going on here. Is Hidden Agenda teaming up with another team? Again? Especially with a team that literally no one has heard of before? Let's keep our eyes out on them. There isn't much we can do about that now though. Still, Hidden Agenda used this opportunity to brag about their number 1 spot in the Phoenix server team advertisement channel. And then cheesing the algorithm immediately dunks on Hidden Agenda. Late Trender told BMO about it, and he thought it would be pretty funny to dunk on Hidden Agenda as well. So we have Hidden Agenda, Seedling, Permabrew. I feel like something is missing here. Wait a minute, where's Juan Pro? They weren't taking another break, were they? Nope, they played that season. Uh-oh, they didn't get hacked on again, did they? Nope, thankfully they weren't. But Reflex got flagged and lost 2,000 points because he used a mod to play this week's race early, alongside the fact that they had semi-annoying locals. Because of that, they lost their top 3 spots to Permabrew by 200 points. Interestingly enough, Permabrew also got nuked because of the race flagging everyone. Juan Pro, one of the oldest and most experienced contested territory teams, lost out to Permabrew, a relative newcomer, and after 21 seasons, lost their top 3 spot, excluding the times they were hacked on or faced strong locals. There was no one else they could blame anymore but themselves. At least Mud still got top 25. Oh, and at the start of the event, GFriend stands merged with cheesing the algorithm, or more accurately, merged with Seedling. Don't ask me how that's supposed to work. That being said, the roster didn't actually change much, if at all. It's strange how G-Fan broke off from win trading just to be absorbed by another team. And yeah, that's about it. Nothing could make these events more depressing, right? Right? It is quite clear that, outside a handful of people, everyone else has either other teams / things prioritized, or aren't really sweating the global leaderboard. However, I don't want to see the best pool of players right now just disband into nothingness. So, we will be merging into Pandemonium and pulling our players together. The team will still be used in the future, but administratively will fall under Pandemonium. To the shock of everyone in Juan, 12 hours before the event ended, Buttergod posted that message in the Juan server. For a while now, Juan Pro had problem finding players, and though they continued stealing players from other teams and few were joining, they were still struggling to find more people to absorb, especially after Juan gone. All the remaining good players didn't want to be absorbed by Juan. None of the teams met Juan's standards anymore, and their player count is dwindling quick. It also didn't help that most weren't that serious about getting top 3 anymore and had to rely on a person or two to do so. So for a while, they tried to find a team to merge with, and then it hit them. Pandemonium was a team filled with decent players, but they didn't really like trying for top 3. So after a bit of discussion with both Juan admins and Pandemonium leaders, it was decided that Pandemonium would absorb Juan. Well, not really. It was more like they shared a roster now, and people could choose to either go for top 3 run or fight, like Pandemonium. This caused Pandemonium all across the Juan server, including from those who stopped actively playing on Juan anymore. Why would Pandemonium absorb Juan? Well, no one was telling, but if I had to guess, it's to do with politics. Anyway, turns out that none of the Juan admins discussed this with the other Juan members beforehand, so it came to a shock to just about everyone, both Juan members and the public alike, when Butter posted that message. And before you ask, yes, Butter is a Juan admin. But nothing could be changed. This was effectively, as far as anyone was concerned, the end of the Juan Empire. But for real this time. It wasn't all too bad though. They still had a roster consisting of some of the strongest contested territory players worldwide. And they were still alive. For now. You might be wondering what Smart Person, one of the founders and key members of the OG Juan Pro, had to say about it. Well, turns out he didn't really mind the merger that much, and he would have probably done the same. Isimo also had the guts to ask uncontested members whether they would, want to merge with Pandemonium as well. Which no one wanted, because A, most of the people in uncontested already has a team, most of whom are in Juan by now. B, everyone wanted uncontested to be an independent team separated from every other team. And C, it made zero sense given that the team was completely dead at this point. Thankfully, it didn't go through. At this point in history, a majority of top contested territory teams are at DEFCON 1. All of them are having issues with not having enough players in their team. Juan and Pandemonium merge, but we all know that that's a temporary solution that won't fix the underlying issue of a dying game mode, through no one's fault. And it's not just limited to Pandemonium and Juan. Cheesing the algorithm have ramped up their efforts to absorb more players into their team. Nightmare Kingdom, despite having a reputation of stability, was doing fine. But the signs of it dying were present, with fewer recruits who wanted to join, let alone good players. Even Pandemonium, despite benefiting from merging with the largest contested territory team, faced the same issue. The last event was depressing all around, but don't keep your hopes up, because things can only go downhill from here on out. But it did get better for everyone else, because right after the last event ended, version 37.0 dropped globally. Actually, by the time Contested Territory started, it was version 37.1. Bloons TD6 is 5 years old, and there are many things happening in this update, like the brand new Bloons TD6 birthday party quest, which is arguably the most fun side content ever added to the game. I'm just kidding, of course. The most fun side content is Contested Territory. There are also new least cash and least tiers boss events. And who could forget the paragon of all time, the Magus Imperfectus. But with all this celebration, surely there is an update for Contested Territory, right? Yup. Team scores on the global leaderboards now have commas in their numbers. It's a groundbreaking change. Thank you so much for this massive addition, Ninja Kiwi. Glory to Los Olos Ninja Kiwi. Obviously, there's a lot more changes to Contested Territory. And by changes, I of course mean bugs. For example, did you know Contested Territory started 1 hour later than intended? Don't worry, it was patched half an hour before the event started. Phew! Every team leader just needed to backtrack everything that was said to their members about the bug start timing and confuse everyone. No biggie. But then they also made the mistake of making Contested Territory last 1 day longer than intended again. But that was fixed shortly after. And there were no more changes to contest. Oh wait, there's another bug. Turns out, when Ninja Kiwi was reprogramming the boss event for the brand new least tiers and least cash leaderboard, they changed how save files work, and it broke Contested Territory bosses. See, when people play bosses, they like to turn auto start off so that after round 39, they have time to sell their farms and get their defenses up. But usually, while the boss is up, the rounds will just continue as usual, making it harder for you to deal with the boss while needing to prevent those bloons from leaking. But this time, when you leave auto start off while the boss is up, once round 40 is completed, it will just stop. But the boss is still up, meaning that you can defeat the boss as per normal. Just, it's a lot easier to do so. Same thing happens at tier 2. Strangely though, this bug doesn't happen when you fast forward, like your average player. Though this bug was eventually patched on the 3rd day of Contested Territory with the release of update version 37.3. Okay, maybe the update wasn't that great, but surely Contested Territory will be better for everyone, right? Actually, quite the opposite. It went poorly for just about everyone this event. Juan Pro had their locals leaked again on the first day of the event, and they might have been sabotaged, but we don't know. Either way, it wouldn't be obvious, especially since Juan Pro didn't say anything about their locals leak. In fact, it was entirely possible that Juan Pro didn't know that their locals got leaked, since it didn't get many upvotes, so it wasn't shown to everyone. Cheesing the algorithm faced another bug, where a least tier score was logged as a least cash score. Wait, that's exactly the same bug Juan Noob faced in Event 9. This time, however, they got a score of 8 on a least cash banner tile. At least it can't be claimed. But that's the problem, it can't be claimed. And unlike Juan Noob who only had to deal with this bug for 24 hours, this time, it can't be claimed for 72 hours. And considering that cheesing the algorithm were going for a top 3 run, this was pretty bad, since there will be a banner tile not giving points for 48 out of the 72 hours, and had to wait for the tile to completely go neutral before they could even attempt to take the tile again. This meant that they lost 2,000 points, and while it doesn't sound too bad, it was devastating since the competition was non-existent. Oh, Never mind then, I guess there isn't anything to worry about. But no one had it worse than Hidden Agenda. First off, someone early queued the team, so they didn't get the best locals. And as if that wasn't enough, their locals got leaked in the Phoenix server. Mountain Dew Voltage said that he filled up their locals. Not like it mattered, because they got sabotaged anyway. And among the people who sabotaged the team, 2 of them were called Juan Biden and Juan Sucks. Very funny names, guys. But this caused someone to accuse Juan of sabotaging Hidden Agenda. And since Juan is under Pandemonium now, it really pissed Targos off. Obviously, Hidden Agenda were pretty pissed off. Detonator then spent some time to make up a fake locals leak of Hidden Agenda's locals, which, since he spent so much time coming up with this thing, let's send this image and explain everything wrong with Detonator's locals leak. Wasting my time for about 1 minute when I could be spending this time to talk about more important things. Ding, size for all roles are different. Ding, there are only 5 teams. Where is the blue team? Ding, eco is not in multiples of 10. Ding, there is no way to get an eco in decimal places. Ding, the total amount of eco shown here is 6,399.9 eco, whereas the maximum possible amount of eco if all teams take all the tiles on board is 3,620 eco. Ding, where are the points for each team? Ding, there is no team called Juan El Bro. Ding, there is no team called Cheesing the Eagles. Ding, there is no team called Do Your Deal. Ding, there is no team called Poached Apples. Ding, Hidden Agenda isn't green, they are pink. Ding, they have 1,180 eco, not 890 eco. Ding, BMO cannot afford a bell sound effect for this joke. Ding, BMO cannot take a joke. Ding, this is the most cringe joke BMO has ever done. Ding. Okay, but all jokes aside, that joke wasn't really that funny. Just like Detonator's joke. Their locals were up for an astounding 3 hours. Not because the mods wanted Hidden Agenda to suffer, rather, they just didn't care about contested territory. In all honesty though, even if their locals didn't leak their, well, locals, Hidden Agenda would have been out of the top 3 competition, since their remaining locals were pretty active anyway, and they were nibbling away at Hidden Agenda's eco. Despite this though, they didn't experience true suffering yet. That came on the 6th day, when for some strange reason, 5 of Hidden Agenda's accounts were flagged. Actually, not just any accounts, they are alt accounts. And it's not just members accounts, it was the co-leaders accounts. Detonator and Beastlert, all of whom are co-leaders in Hidden Agenda, got their alt accounts flagged. But here's the thing, they were all playing on Hidden Agenda, so they got massively nuked. By how much? Well, no one knows, because no one really cared about Hidden Agenda anymore, so no one paid them much attention. All we knew was that it was large enough that they dropped to below top 100, but then ended the season at just barely the top 100 place. Interestingly, 210 asked JD Compy what happened to them on the leaderboard, and JD Compy said that they didn't play, and rather, they took an airplane to Winter House in Las Vegas for an in-person barbecue. Which was quite dumb, since everyone knew that they got nuked pretty heavily. Why JD Compy didn't admit to his team getting nuked? No one knows. But like I said, Hidden Agenda weren't the only team who suffered. Many other teams suffered too. But before we get to that, let's take a look at the top 3 leaderboards, since it wasn't that interesting this season. In 3rd place came Do The Deal Permaboo again. They probably have a curse of getting 3rd place every time they aim for top 3. In 2nd came Juan El Pro, who surprisingly weren't nuked by the locals leak. And in 1st place was Cheesing the Algorithm, which was surprising given that they had to deal with the 8 tiers least cash banner, yet still secured not just 1st place but the record score for 1st place. I don't know why the top teams like to log the best possible score since everyone knows it's all about how active your locals are. But in terms of top 3 placements, there's nothing unusual here. So anyway, other teams. Nightmare Kingdom Bloontonium got global 4th, which was surprising given that they weren't trying for a top 3 run. Then again, the score gap was extremely huge. Archmage, for once, didn't play, marking the first time a Nightmare Kingdom team didn't play in a season. Comanche was still playing though, and managed to get top 25. Pandemonium, whose members were probably excited about the merger, started spamming advertisements in the Phoenix server. BMO asked Targos to please get them to stop, since it wasn't fair to any other team, and Targos said that he had done so. But then they continued spamming ads and BMO threatened to report this to the moderators, and that's when it finally stopped. The person in question apologized, but it wasn't sincere. Pandemonium Demons faced a random team called Crispy Chips, and for some reason one of their players, Beast Mode, was playing on Crispy Chips for 2 days but then surrendered. Then they lost out on top 25 by 30 points due to a spawn trap attempt that went wrong. And not to mention the team had new recruits. Win Trading still managed to hover at the top 25 spot at global number 8. Meanwhile, Benjamin's Dojo faced off Funny Monkey Gang, and in a surprising turn of events, Benjamin's Dojo won. Probably because Dennis was ulting hard on the team. This was also the event Notch Elite died out, having not recovered from their loss of morale after facing off Bloontonium a few seasons prior. Interestingly, during this event, there was a tile that was very similar to FFB, including its solution, which brought up some PTSD in Juan members. Mud Donkeys didn't play this season, possibly an attempt to reset their bracket. In case you couldn't tell, Contested Territory was on its last leg. Every massive team have their own problems to contend with, and the player base is shrinking too, which creates a devastating feedback loop that worsens the problem. Matchmaking is based off how active your team is, but so long as you get a handful of points in the previous season, say about 50,000 points, and have a decent number of people attacking, your team will automatically be put in the highest matchmaking bracket. That's not too bad, until you consider that the highest possible score is around 290,000 points, and the top 100 teams can easily crack more than 100,000 points. And there are thousands of teams who can easily hit the highest matchmaking bracket. But here's the thing, getting 50,000 points is extremely easy even with zero communication. It's a sign that your team is growing. But by now, many teams, including smaller teams, know the concept of queue delay, and as such, no matter how late your team queues, there's a chance that they queue into a strong team, even if you queue 6 hours late. And bear in mind, since there's no communication, those teams will queue at a random time, making it pretty easy to face off a top team. At which point, your team could do nothing but watch in horror as the more coordinated top teams with stronger players and a cohesive plan dominate your team and spawn trap you. This means that players in your team would either leave and join a stronger team or quit contested territory altogether. With the reduced amount of players and teams, this means that the chances of facing a strong or annoying team increases with every season. And on paper, it sounds like a good thing, especially if you want to see how good you are compared to the rest of the world. But there's a problem with that, the global leaderboards. The community at large knows that nowadays, global placements are determined by how lucky you are. There is still obviously skill involved, but luck plays a larger factor than you might imagine. Besides, people will only join your team based off how well you place on the global leaderboards, especially when that is what determines your rewards. So a number of teams like Juan Pro and Cheesing the Algorithm still try to go for the top 3 spots almost every season. And with the number of good teams on the rise, who figured out the strategy for contested territory by now, facing active locals is way easier than ever before. With the shrinking amount of teams that one could match against, there's no way to avoid that, especially if you're playing every season. Historically, lots of top teams avoided this problem altogether by simply queuing later, but as demonstrated, that's no longer going to help since every team is basically doing that and there's no way to tell who queues at what time. You could be like Juan Pro and Hidden Agenda, filling their locals with alts, but that's against the terms of service, and not everyone has alts, let alone the time to create one. Or you could do what Cheesing the Algorithm did, and skip every other season to lower their matchmaking brackets, thus making them match with the weakest possible teams next season and secure a higher chance of top 3. But that is, in all honesty, a scummy move, exploiting an unintended feature to improve your odds at top 3, which, not to mention, furthers the devastating cycle of killing contested territory. You could also create a brand new team to get top 3, but that has the same issues, only worse since you won't even get the rewards on your main team. Speaking of which, it also doesn't help that contested territory gave no useful rewards, especially given the amount of time you have to spend in order to get those rewards. And don't forget how the global leaderboards test your luck more than skill. To summarize, all of contested territory's problems could be attributed to 2 things: the lack of methods to communicate with other players and teams within the game, and the leaderboard rewards. This wouldn't be a big issue if local rewards were prioritized over global rewards, but it's the other way around. And not to mention, they are all displayed when you click on the team, meaning it's the first thing most people will see when thinking about which team they want to join. If contested territory were to continue down this path without any major changes, it will become a dead game mode. Contested territory in Bloons Pop already died since the very first event due to the lack of any strategy. And not to mention that they put a competitive game mode in a casual game. But Ninja Kiwi figured that it's time that things change before things get worse. Without telling the community anything prior, Ninja Kiwi decided to change the rules of contested territory. First off, the board was way larger. The map size has been increased by 1 tile in all directions, making the board look way larger. But wait, all tiles have a tile code. So what were the tile codes of all the new tiles added to the game? ZZZ. No, I'm serious, the tile codes for every single tile on the edge of the map is ZZZ. Which is interesting, to say the least. Interesting that they didn't bother programming the tile codes for the edge of the map. But still, this change is better, because that meant the smaller teams could capture more tiles and play more contested territory. But that wasn't the only change. There are now 30 banners and 16 relics on the board. One could only speculate as to why they changed it to this specific amount. Maybe to give more competition, maybe to let stronger teams fight more harder tiles, who knows. But it also had a drawback, in which it will take longer for teams to capture all the banner tiles, which, reminder, is what makes the top 3 leaderboard possible. There was also a chance that getting all 30 banners could have been impossible depending on where you spawn, since bridging to all 30 banners with 30 tickets on a larger board might not be possible depending on where the banners were, but thankfully that wasn't the case this event. It also didn't help that the relics were just not good this event. And they also added a change that wasn't obvious. Regular tiles don't go neutral. ever. On the surface, that sounded like a good thing, especially for smaller teams who couldn't spend 60 tickets in a day, allowing them to progress and fight their opponents. But this was terrible if they faced a top team, since if they pulled off a hero solo or set the lowest possible score, then it's difficult or even impossible for them to reclaim the tile, and is squarely in the hands of the top team. And keep in mind, score decay only lasts for 48 hours and not the entire duration it's in a team's control, as per usual. So, if you can't beat the tile score after it's been decayed for 48 hours, you can never reclaim the tile. Overall, these changes surprised the community since no one was expecting contested territory to be changed. But this would be terrible if the changes were permanent, since it just made the overall problem of contested territory ever so slightly worse while not fixing anything. Which was why Tan, a Ninja Kiwi developer in charge of Bloons TD6 events, confirmed that these changes weren't permanent. Rather, the change was to gauge the community's reaction to the new changes and hopefully make each event more unique. But as ZT pointed out, they would just disadvantage any team attempting a top 3 run even more, and incentivizes people to cheese the matchmaking system more by creating more and more new teams. And no one outside the contested territory community even knew that these changes were a thing, since Ninja Kiwi only announced this in CT Hub, and not a single YouTuber talked about it. Anyway, Juan Pro and cheesing the algorithm rejects were fighting each other. Did that shock you? Because that shocked everyone just as much as Ninja Kiwi shocked the contested territory world. It turned out that someone killed Juan Pro early. Except no one knew who the culprit was since no one admitted to it, but it didn't matter since both teams were fighting. You might think that Juan Pro would easily win this match, considering that their best players were playing on Juan, including Targos. But cheesing the algorithm, the main team, isn't playing this event, and Sita was originally supposed to attempt a top 3 run, meaning it was filled with a mix of good CTA players and some new recruits. So in reality, it was a fight between both Juan Pro and cheesing the algorithm. Only cheesing the algorithm had a number of casual players in their team and they are playing on C-Tile, not CTA. But no one knew that, and no one knew who would actually end up winning the event. In other words, there's a possibility that Juan Pro would finally lose their first place local win streak. Though Sita considered that they most likely won't win this match. Juan wasn't taking the risk though, and debated whether they should fight or truce. And they immediately voted to truce because they very desperately wanted to maintain their first local win streak, at the very least. Thus, they voted to only truce if they could get all 30 banners and, you know, force Sita to help Juan get an easy first place global medal. Potentially, is Juan Pro. Meanwhile, Sita went a poll because, as Late Trender claims, they are democratic, and they decided to have a fight, because why give Juan Pro an easy top 1? However, not everything went as expected for both teams. First, Arcadia, Sita's leader, was experiencing multiple burnouts for a few seasons, and trying to lead a weaker team against Juan Pro is nightmare fuel. Thus, the CTA leaders argued to their members to hold their horses, and tried to work with Juan behind the scenes for a truce that would benefit both teams. The original plan was for a top 3 and top 25 split, with the top 3 going to Juan Pro since to the CTA leadership then, it was pretty obvious that they would win. But Aqua, a CTA co-leader, did the math on how to divide the banners such that both teams get what they want, and found out that it was mathematically impossible for such a split to occur. Allegedly, despite the uncertainty, both teams went ahead and truce, thus securing world peace. But, allegedly, some new Sita recruits wouldn't stop stealing Juan's banners, and thus, allegedly, Juan reneged on the truce and decided to fight Sita. So both teams decided to fight in Discord and in-game, and Juan won. Well, they won in CT on day 1. Remember, Sita had weaker members and thus could not set scores that were up to typical CTA standard. On day 2, Juan was still on top and launched an all-out assault on Sita. But that failed. Late Trender, not wanting to be hidden agenda by Juan, decided to call for reinforcements by asking old members to join the fight, allowing Sita to launch a counter-attack while managing to get near the Camo Trap relic, the most important relic that events, and claim it. It should be important to note that, because of Juan's bureaucracy, even though Tagos was technically the leader of Juan El Pro, there was still no one properly leading Juan, and as such, there was no coherent team strategy. People just did whatever they thought should be done, which basically amounted to taking tiles that Sita owned ASAP. Because of this, Juan ended up losing relic control. Interestingly, since both teams were focused on fighting each other to the death, a third team, called Winter Gaming, were just chilling by claiming regulars and banners that neither Juan nor Sita had, so they ended up second, even ahead of Sita. They even got first place a few times over the next few days, which was pretty funny. Juan didn't like that, so they spent some of their tickets to steal some tiles from them. But Sita tried to use that to their advantage, opting to only target Juan's tiles while they were busy dealing with locals. By day 3, Sita's roster was swapped out entirely, just like they did back in Event 17 when they fought a proxy war involving Pandemonium. Juan members saw that and weren't entirely happy with that, even though they too swapped members, but by then it was too late, since Sita was quite far behind. But thankfully, the stronger cheesing the algorithm players could hold out on their own. Reflex, seeing the turn of events, decides to step up and start organizing Juan. And this time, Sita made the mistake of spending their tickets too early, meaning that Juan could reclaim Camo Trap. Now, here's where things get complicated. It's gonna be a bit technical, so stick with me. Previously, we have established that teams use bots to track when tiles expire, and that's fine, because those bots are basically glorified alarm clocks that the user have to set themselves. But one problem with that is this issue called desync. For some stupid reason I cannot fathom, the time remaining on a tile shown on your device is off by a few seconds from what the server actually shows, and the difference in time your device shows and what the server recognizes increases the longer you play contested territory. For example, the game could tell you that you have 3 minutes to capture a tile, but according to the server, that tile expired 5 minutes ago. So you could theoretically capture it immediately without losing points, even though your device says you need to wait 3 minutes to capture it. I think you can see where this is going. This battle is what we call a latency battle, whereby the winner is decided based on who can capture tiles the second they decay the fastest. The easiest example to point to prior to this is Pandemonium vs Golden Apple back in Event 12. And because the time shown to decay varies with every device, you can't tell when is the exact time one should capture the tile. So, Juan have a bot that data mines into the game to connect their match or instance to a bot, and that bot will spill out the exact time tiles expire. They use it for some time now, and obviously they did so for this match, which was how Juan was able to get a slight advantage compared to Sita when it comes to claiming tiles. Not only that, they also use that to set up a bot that warns members when someone is attacking a tile, or rather, have clouds on the tile without needing to open the game, which allows them to instantly prepare a save for the tile. Now, whether this is ethical or cheating is up for debate. Seriously, think about it, because this isn't an open and shut case. But after it was revealed that they did indeed use those tools in the battle, tools that Sita did not use, they weren't exactly happy. Anyway, Juan had another truce poll, once again voting to truce. But Sita didn't feel like trucing, so they didn't. It didn't matter though. Now that Juan got Camo Trap, they essentially won the battle. And then Juan got careless and lost Camo Trap on day 4, meaning that it was once again a toss-up as to who would win the match. The rest of the match was basically a back and forth between the two teams, and both teams had their ups and downs, but the one who had it best was Wire, who despite playing on his iPhone, managed to win a lot of latency matches, which allowed it to become a running joke within Juan, and therefore allowed Juan to take the lead. Then again, how much of the wins were attributed to the data mining bots, we have no idea. The final day strategy was rather simple for Juan. Since they were ahead of Sita by 9,000 points, they just needed to make sure that their eco was higher than that of Sita. A few hours in, and it became clear that Sita had no chance of winning, so Sita admitted defeat. And then Nemo realized something. Both Huanyao Pro and Sita swapped so many alt accounts to the point where there are 87 players on the local leaderboards. That was insane. So both Juan and Sita set aside their differences and had a goal in mind. Hit 100 players on the local leaderboards by having people from the public to just join an attack. But that failed, since both teams were running out of tickets, and you can't get on the player leaderboards without spending at least one ticket. So they ended the season with 94 players. Still short of the 100 player mark, but an impressive feat nonetheless. Obviously, Sita won the match. Nah, they wish. It was Juan. Why would you think Sita won, especially when they were behind on the final day without relic control? But they did close the gap, falling 5,000 points behind Juan. At least Sita managed to get second local, beating out Renter Gaming, who came in third, losing out to Sita by 17,000 points. What a fun match, right? At least now we know that cheesing the algorithm is on par with Huanyao Pro in terms of strength. Yes, Juan won, but cheesing the algorithm had a handicap for the first 2 days, so let's call it even. But that wouldn't come close to being the largest thing that ever happened this season or in contested territory history. It all started with Targos. After the 22nd event, Targos got a message from someone. They said that someone from Hidden Agenda was using a Guardian team to secure their top 3 runs. Why they told Targos of all people, I have no clue. What is a Guardian team, you might ask? Well, remember how matchmaking worked, whereby getting the highest matchmaking bracket was stupidly easy and you queue with other teams who queued at the exact same time? Well, Hidden Agenda decided to exploit that feature by creating a second team and queuing that with their main team. After getting it to the highest matchmaking bracket in the previous season, of course. And that second team is a Guardian team. But how does it help the main team? Well, remember back in Event 17 when Nemo asked why no one had a second team claim relics so that they could spawn trap everyone else, while the main team claims all the banners so they can get an easy top 1-1? That's pretty much how a Guardian team works, and unbeknownst to everyone, Hidden Agenda were using Guardian teams indeed. All they need to do was to fill the Guardian team with their alt accounts, so they can spend their tickets to solely target opponents' tiles, allowing Hidden Agenda to focus on banners without worrying about any locals trying to steal them. Anyway, Targos did a bit of investigation with some of his members and release an expose exposing Hidden Agenda's agenda. It turns out that they have been doing this in both events 21 and 22. Back in event 21, they faced a team called Adora's Demonetization, and in the next event, Easyly's Monkey Boys. Both of these teams managed to score second place local in their respective battles with strangely high scores, especially considering that they went against a top 3 team. But here's the thing, when they checked the API, they realized it was the same team, but renamed. Heck, you didn't need to check the API. Up to event 21, Hidden Agenda members screenshotted their team's locals and not their rewards. Why? I have no bloody clue. I'm pretty sure just one screenshot does the job just fine. Anyway, you could see that the Guardian team's name in their locals suddenly changed from Marceline the Vampire Queen to Adora's Demonetization, aka they changed the team name every season. And not just that, they changed it too early by accident. Not only were they planning to use this tactic every event, they know what they're doing was illegal and went ahead to do it anyway. Hidden Agenda thought that changing their team name will prevent anyone from getting suspicious when they face the same team in the next season. But they forgot that teams have a team code that doesn't change regardless of the team's name. Oh, and the API exists. Coming back to Targo's expose, he then decided to report this to Ninja Kiwi because this just wasn't fair to any other team. And though he got a standard response, they were eventually nuked in event 23, and when JD Compy was questioned about it, he lied and refused to publicly acknowledge that his team got nuked. And the people whose odds were in the Guardian team helping Hidden Agenda, Detonator and Beastlet, all of whom were co-leaders in Hidden Agenda, were the ones who got flagged. And of course, Detonator had to lie about why he got flagged in the team chat. But did they use a Guardian team in event 23? Nope, they queued early, remember? That meant they didn't have the opportunity to queue their Guardian team on time. And if they did have a Guardian team, they wouldn't need to deal with locals. And then event 24 came. By this point, they were running out of second teams to act as Guardian teams. As such, in a desperate and shocking move, JD Compy decided to cannibalize Hidden Legionnaire, their second team, and rename that team to Banana. But then where would the second team play? Simple, they will play on a brand new team called Hidden Legionnaire. Only this time, there was no medals to the team name. But that wasn't enough. Turns out, they did actually have another Guardian team in action, called Prime Example, which was the exact same team as Marceline the Vampire Queen and Easyly's Monkey Boys, only renamed. They had 2 Guardian teams, one wasn't enough. How did Targos get his hands on that image? Well, he had no idea and happened to get their screenshot magically. And that was enough to make Targos report them again. And though the report was made on the first day of the event, nothing happened to them. He waited for something to happen, but nothing happened. Throughout the entire event, Hidden Agenda was once again getting first global early in the game by using their tickets early. Only this time, they fell short of the top spot on the final day. Not through getting nuked, rather having, let's be honest, skill issue. But then, they finally got nuked on the final day, about 12 hours before the event ended. But this was the final time they would ever get nuked, because after getting nuked, the people in Hidden Agenda couldn't find their team anymore. Yet the team was still on the leaderboard, and it was disbanded. And that was the end of Targos' expose. Yes, Hidden Agenda got disbanded right after getting nuked. And not just Hidden Agenda, all of their odd teams as well, which includes Hidden Legionnaire, to the surprise of the entire community. It is true that everyone hated Hidden Agenda, and everyone wanted to see them out of the community. but no one was expecting the entire team to be disbanded. Everyone was shocked when they first saw the team got nuked, but upon checking the leaderboards to see that they got disbanded, the entire community roared into celebration. And then late Trender steered the conversation into Juan vs Sita, which shown how little the community cared about Hidden Agenda by that point. Targo's expose document was posted for everyone in the public to see, including Hidden Agenda members. See, the people behind the Guardian teams were the co-leaders of Hidden Agenda. None of the members knew about it, so it came as a shock to them too. So, in a smart move, Detonator decided to release a document called Corrections, calling it Hidden Agenda Operation Private Island, which was obviously just a last-minute made-up operation name and a lame one at that, where he decided to expose himself and justify their usage of Guardian teams. I won't lie, there's a lot of fluff in the document and half-truths, so if you want to read it, it will be linked to in the credits of this video, alongside Targo's expose document. It started off with him playing other games and coming up with the idea of Guardian teams after seeing other teams create new teams to dodge matchmaking. And not to mention all the other exploits that other teams were using, such as filling locals. So Hidden Agenda tried their hands on their own exploit, Guardian teams. Wait a minute.
You're one
Exploit.
and you stole the whole idea from me.
I guess life does imitate art after all. He also called out Targos for spying on Hidden Agenda and not mentioning that in his own documents. There was also a lot of justifications on why they did what they did, but I don't want to go into them because it all boils down to they cheated, why can't I? But there are some important things that both these documents missed out. The complete picture. In Targo's expose, he didn't know whether Hidden Agenda legitimately achieved a top 3. The answer was yes, they did. Back in Event 14, the very first time they achieved a top 3, even though they sabotaged cheesing the algorithm, they still would have gotten it regardless, like it or not. But from then on, their ambitions skyrocketed and decided to start exploiting the game more. Every season, they tried to kill with their Guardian teams. Obviously it will work sometimes, but not all the times. This also explained how Hidden Agenda got away with a 30-minute queue time. Detonator mentioned that they only started doing it after they got their second place medal, aka Event 17. Was this true? Well, sort of. In Events 14 and 16, they happened to have dead locals and got global third in both attempts. No, I did not make this infographic, JD Compy did. In Event 17, Hidden Agenda got global second, but successfully used their Guardian team. This time, it was called Smart Fellas at close to 100,000 points. So no, they didn't do this after they got their global second, they did it when they got their global second. And every time they got top 3 since, with the exception of Event 20, was because of a Guardian team. They also tried to use another exploit involving Guardian teams, which failed miserably. How? Well, Hidden Agenda thought that tiles can give more points if you captured it from an opponent rather than refreshing one your team already owned. So, Detonator, in a big brain move, thought that if you use an odd team to capture a banner tile, then let Hidden Agenda capture it again, they can get a lot more points. But when Titan Point faced El Pato, they learned that the initial capture points will still be given for capturing tiles, regardless of who owns it or whether it is generating points. Meaning that they not only attempted to exploit contested territory even more, it backfired horribly since none of them knew how the game worked, and ended up wasting so much time and effort just to disadvantage themselves. This also explained why, despite having odd teams, they had troubles getting global first till 2 events ago, and when they didn't use Guardian teams, they resorted to hacking. Well, at least the co-leaders. See how all the towers have a purple background? That means they are using mods. What mods? No one knows. But it's probably speed hacking or speed hacking. In Event 19, They failed to employ their Guardian teams, and we already know that they did fill their locals with odds. Whether they attacked with those odds remains a mystery. In Event 20, they did have dead locals indeed, but interestingly, they faced a team called POTB Cryptoblobs, a team formerly owned by Bloon Phoenix, a young Bloons TD6 artist and a former member of Hidden Agenda. Whether this was intentional or accidental, once again, remains a mystery. As for events 21 and 22, Targo's expose pretty much nailed it. For event 23, someone knew about the Guardian teams and decided to report them, causing them to get nuked. It definitely wasn't whatever lie JD Compy propped out in public. Though it is strange, considering they didn't successfully pull off their Guardian team that event. Speaking of whom, did JD Compy say anything about the situation? Nope, he didn't. He just went into radio silence, even within his own team, which was quite sad. Were it not for the fact that he knew all about it and allowed it to happen. Like, come on, you can't tell me he managed to truce with a team literally no one has heard of before. And why ask your members to intentionally set bad scores on day 6? Unless you didn't have a reason to worry about locals stealing your tiles. Actually, he did talk about the incident a bit, but we'll talk more about that next season. This season is long enough as it is already. It was the largest nuke in CD history, considering a top 3 team got disbanded, and it was an embarrassment to the entirety of Hidden Agenda. Let justice be done, though the heavens fall. And with that, this event marks the end of one of the longest running drama in the CT world. So it's time to move on to other things that happened this event, like who the actual top 3 teams were. In first place came Do The Deal Permabrew, who finally broke their 3rd place curse and got a global 1st place. In second place came Nightmare Kingdom Bloontonium, who still managed to get top 3 despite Do The Deal spying on Nightmare Kingdom. And finally, in 3rd place came Wind Trading. Even Legendary Wombats went, wait what? Which was honestly quite hilarious. Actually, for the first time in history, all 3 top 3 teams were former top 3 teams who didn't intentionally try to get a top 3 medal at the start. Wind Trading got their top 3 because Hidden Agenda got nuked, while Bloontonium and Permabrew didn't intend to do a top 3 run at the start of the events, but then decided to after seeing how dead the competition was, especially with Juan and Sita, the 2 favourite teams to get a top spot, facing each other. Meanwhile, Pandemonium Yukai queued at the end of the event since no one was playing, but then got 4th local because they happened to queue with Juan Trials. So Juan members just hopped on and just started attacking like it's the first day of the event. So Juan Trials got 1st local while Yukai got 4th place. Benjamin's dojo faced a team called Satan 666, but they were hackers and they were hacking. It was reported to Ninja Kiri, but they didn't do anything since the entire team was debating over whether to disband Hidden Agenda. And finally, Mad Donkeys didn't play again. Only this time is because they didn't have enough players to play in the team to attempt a top 3 run. With the largest saga of contested territory coming to an end, it is time to sunset contested territory. Nothing much happened this season, but it is a perfect summary of everything that has happened up to now. This time, rather than starting from the beginning of the events, we will take a look at each team individually and what they've done this season. Before that, all the changes from last season were all reverted. This means we are back at the normal board size with the familiar 24 banners and 24 relics that we are accustomed to. Bet you've forgotten it was changed in the first place, didn't you? Anyway, let's start with the team that started it all, Juan Pro. They didn't actually play this season because they wanted to reset their brackets. And then they went ahead and got 4th local. How? Because though they did reset their brackets, they were the only top team to do so, and they queued quite late. Actually, they were one of the last teams to queue at their matchmaking level, so there were only 4 teams in their locals for the entire event, and they made a mistake of claiming 1 tile because that puts them on the leaderboard and made Juan Pro get a 4th place medal since every other team tried. Which was honestly one of the funniest things that ever happened to Juan Pro, since they desperately tried to cling on to their first local streak. But at this point, everyone was apathetic to the entire concept of contested territory that no one from Juan really cared. But wait, since Juan was on hiatus, where did they play in? Did they play in cheesing the algorithm? Nope, because they were also on a break. Also, no one wanted to play in the team. So instead, they revived Juan Trials and exploited their non-existent matchmaking brackets to get global number 1. A bit hypocritical, yeah? In fact, some Juan members were quite pissed off that this happened. Speaking of cheesing the algorithm, Late Trender decided to play on Juan Trials for laughs, alongside their co-leader Aqua. And though cheesing the algorithm didn't play, Sita did, and they were attempting a top 3 run. But then in a typical Sita move, they accepted some random member by accident, a member who wasn't even on Discord. And they kept taking relic tiles with bad scores, wasting tickets and making the team fall from top 3. Though in all fairness, they also had locals to spawn trap, one of whom renamed their team to CTA Grievous LOL after spawn trapping them. Truly a Nightmare Kingdom Ahhh tryhard moment. Nightmare Kingdom had a pretty normal season, with all teams getting top 25. Even Comanche got top 25, and no one remembers that team exists. Pandemonium insta-queued this event with quite the active locals, yet managed to snag a top 25. Doodle Permabrew played and got global 4th. They sniped it from Sita after they used an exploit that allowed them to get 61 tickets on the final day. Wait, what? Yeah, turns out if 2 people claim a team ticket at the same time on the final day, it will just give both players a team ticket, meaning a ticket spawned out of nowhere. Quite the interesting exploit. Funny Monkey Gang got global 3rd. But who was 2nd? Well, it's a brand new team called 14 Pros 1 Isimo, later renamed to Z Team. It was founded by ZT, and it was his chance to pull off another solo team. Once again, they fell for the curse of 2nd place for every solo team. But plot twist, this wasn't a solo team. It was an independent team. It's just a lot of ZT alts, plus a bunch of members from other teams. That's right, ZT quit playing for any team and just decided to play CT his own way, competing for the top 3 alongside Juan Pro. Unrelated, but Late Trender stripped CT of his roles in the CTA server, which caused CT to be mad and thus left the CTA server. Wait, where was Hidden Agenda after all the mess that was last season? And more importantly, where did JD Compy run off to? Well, he didn't run off anywhere, and in fact, was aware of his team getting disbanded soon after it happened. When he realized his team got disbanded, there were 2 people left in the team, a player called Scarecrow and JD Compy himself. Both of them didn't log into the game, because the second you logged into the game, you were removed from the team, even though it was already disbanded. But once everyone logged into the game, the team will be gone forever. So JD Compy desperately tried to get Scarecrow to not log into the game, in hopes that the team wouldn't disappear. But he didn't get the message and logged into the game. So JD Compy was the only one left in the team. And even though Hidden Agenda was disbanded and could no longer be searched up, he chose to not log into his main, hoping that the team will still exist somewhere. And it does, in the API. Not like it mattered since his account was permanently flagged and Ninja Kiwi won't lift it ever again. But that's all. It's not shown in the game at all. And in fact, two people stole the name Hidden Agenda the second they were gone from existence, meaning for all intents and purposes, it was truly gone. The sad thing was, nowhere in the API does it even show what medals they had, meaning it's all lost to history forever. This video doesn't count. Because of his insistence to avoid logging into his main account, he had to rely on his odds to continue playing contested territory. His main account was permanently flagged anyway, so what else was he supposed to do? So what was his reaction to his team getting disbanded? JD Compy was quite mad that Ninja Kiwi didn't talk to him before disbanding his team. And that was really sad for him, were it not for the fact that Targos had an overwhelming amount of evidence against them. Okay, but realistically, what was JD Compy expecting? Does he think submitting multiple support tickets mean that him and Ninja Kiwi support were best buddies? It's not like Ninja Kiwi sends an email to flag players in the first place. And why contact him when there's so much evidence that proves his guilt? Not to mention the type of person he is. In the meantime, JD Compy got off by calling BMode
The lamest douche in the universe, lol.
to which BMode didn't know what to say.
Never come back. Do it and I'll send you a medal every day.
But that's not what's important. What is the future of Hidden Agenda like? Did the entire team just dissipate? Well, no. First off, a lot of members were shocked at the fact that Hidden Agenda cheated in order to secure their many top 3 victories, and they all felt cheated. And not to mention, using their second teams just so that their first team can cheat? JD Compy doesn't care about his other teams at all. He only cares about his one main team, Hidden Agenda. So most of the members from Hidden Agenda's other teams straight up left the team, disgusted by that behavior. But how about those who actually experienced top 3 for themselves? Well, they got demoralized, and even though they didn't leave the Hidden Agenda server, half of them quit contested territory altogether. This meant there weren't enough players to play in Hidden Agenda, and as such, didn't play this season. At least on the main team. Hidden Legionnaires still existed under the Force team created last season, so they still played with however little members they had. But they were so demoralized that they fell out of top 25 and into top 100. Though Hidden Agenda lost most of their power and respect in the community, even within Hidden Agenda, JD Compy suggested that he would rename the team to AAA BTD when they revive. His reasoning? To resemble old phone books where the first result is those that name their businesses starting with A. He's also pulling the usual strategy of renaming a business or team to something else after a massive scandal, so over time, people will forget that they were formerly Hidden Agenda, the team that cheated their way to top 3. And that's it for Hidden Agenda for now. Were it not for the fact that JD Compy told BMO to go f himself.
You.
BMO.
There you go.
Which, he didn't even say anything about JD Compy. Not to mention he retired long ago. So BMO just said to JD Compy, see you again.
I'm not gonna miss him.
Meantime, Mud Donkeys didn't play, and this time, got absorbed by ZT into Z Team, which was a surprise considering their history. But since they were dying with the lost motivation to continue ever since they got hacked, and the entire events dying as a whole, it made sense for them to be absorbed by someone else. Only, no one expected it to be ZT. But it did allow ZT to increase his player pool instantly. Therefore, even though Mud Donkeys didn't play, mostly because there weren't enough members for 2 teams to be up at once, the members could still play in Z Team, allowing him to make up for the lack of members. And thus came the end of contested territory as we know it. After all that, a happy ending. Wait, why is there still 1 hour left to this video? Contested Territory. It is now 1 year old, or rather, it is going to hit that milestone soon. Never before had this much happened to any game mode in Bloons TD6. By now, Contested Territory is considered by many to be dead. But this isn't the end, for Ninja Kiwi decided to finally do something about this game mode, to the shock of everyone. When I started making this video, it was supposed to end at event 25, but it just so happened that the updates was right after event 25, so I figured it made some sense to cover it, and there are lots to talk about. And hey, when better to end it than during the 1 year anniversary of Contested Territory. 2 days after the end of event 25, Ninja Kiwi dropped the trailer for updates 38.0.
What's up guys, it's Sam here at Ninja Kiwi Europe.
Yeah, there was another update to the game. I was quite shocked, considering that it wasn't even 2 months since update 37.0 dropped. This update introduced the brand new boss, FaZe, alongside a brand new map, hero skin, you know, the usual. But there was one change that no one expected. That's right, it's Contested Territory. The old system of Contested Territory would finally be ditched in favor of a new one. Ninja Kiwi has heard our feedback, and they will now be separating Contested Territory into 2 game modes, competitive and casual. What is the difference? For competitive teams, queuing is no longer a thing. Rather, you have to sign up for competitive mode during the weeks when Contested Territory isn't running. And the second Contested Territory starts, you will automatically be matched up with 5 other teams who also sign up for competitive mode. Global leaderboards still exist for competitive teams, and nothing changed with regards to how it works. The team amongst every team to secure the highest score get the top medals. How about casual teams? Well, they will also match with other casual teams, the DOI, but they won't have access to the global leaderboards, and as such, they can't earn global leaderboard rewards and medals. Queue delay still exists for casual teams, though it doesn't matter anymore since anyone who is trying for the global leaderboards won't be, you know, going casual. But what happens if you create a team during the events, or you didn't sign up for competitive in time? Well, you would join the casual game mode. Similarly, if you try to join the competitive team after the event started, well, you can join, but you can't play in it, marking the death of odd swapping. Unlike last time, there really was no way around this loophole. At least, one that anyone could find. Knowing Ninja Kiwi, there might be one. Who knows? When the community heard the changes to Contested Territory, everyone was skeptical, me included. But we still don't know exactly how much Contested Territory would change based off this information, so everyone was willing to give the reworked version of Contested Territory a chance. Maybe it would truly be better. Initially, everyone thought that the updates would drop soon, since the update video was posted on a Friday. Either the update would drop before or after the event, but there were still 5 days before the next event dropped, so it was most likely before the event. People were also staring at the API, hoping to see whether the event will start at its normal timing, but the API wasn't updated. 3 days left, 2 days left, the day before the next event was supposed to start, and there wasn't a single sign that the event was about to start. But not to worry, there was precedence for this. One time, the event's ID was released 6 minutes prior to the start of Contested Territory. Maybe that was the case. So the day came and nothing happened. Is this it? Is Contested Territory finally dead? Everyone celebrated the death of Contested Territory, having finally been rid from the shackles of the game mode that pulls you back in no matter what. In reality though, Ninja Kiwi haven't communicated with anyone over when the event would start, let alone whether it was delayed. In fact, the update haven't even dropped yet. So when will it drop? 4 hours after the event was supposed to start. Aww, that meant we have to play contested territory again, and no one wanted to. But wait, since the update was released after the event's supposed start timing, when would it actually start? Well, for the first time in contested territory history, the event was delayed and pushed back by 1 week. Which was a nice change of pace after having to deal with contested territory back to back for weeks on end. And almost every team signed up for competitive mode, at least within the Discord community, because others don't care about the events that much. For the duration of the entire event, only 7,800 teams and 26,000 players played the event, or rather signed up for competitive. For reference, in the previous event, 50,000 teams and 116,000 players played the event, and that was with contested territory on the decline. This meant that getting a top 1% team medal was now impossible, just like for elite bosses. It was very clear then that a majority of the player base didn't want to try that hard in contested territory. You know, despite the name. Now, you might be wondering what other additions were made to the game mode. And of course, by addition, I mean bugs. Well, for starters, there was once again another boss related bug. This time, boss tiles are impossible. So say goodbye to claiming every banner tile. For some reason, when you exceed 140 while doing a boss tile, you will be instantly killed, which makes most tiles impossible since most couldn't be insta-killed. But say you're lucky and got a tile where the strategy is literally first strike, well, congratulations on beating the tile before round 40 ends. Your reward is free play, and there's no way to end the tile. How Ninja Kiwi didn't bug test the boss for contested territory, especially with what happened in the previous updates, is baffling. Since this time, it's worse, because unlike last time, where you could actually complete a tile, it was impossible this time. It was eventually fixed with a hotfix update 1 hour before the second day of the event started. But don't worry, there were actual quality of life changes added to the game. For example, tiles with less than 36 hours remaining will get a proper timer. Also, casual teams have negative points. Thanks. Surely, with this brand new update, everything is fixed, right? There are no more ways to exploit the game, right? Nope, because 1 day after the update dropped, Hemi was able to data mine tiles for both Juan Pro and Pandemonium, or Juandemonium. So it turns out that the merger allowed Pandemonium to gain access to the secret Juan strategy they employed, i.e., data mining tiles before the event starts. Every single event. They even created a new forum, limited to only Juan and Pandemonium members, before opening it up a few events later. Okay, let's talk about it. Previously, I mentioned how this was unfair since it allowed Juan to pre-plan strategies to go for an easy top 1 without needing to spend too much monkey money or retry tiles that often. And while that is unfair, it wasn't too bad back then, since it's just a top 3 1 without worrying too much about opponents. They could theoretically set the worst possible scores and still get away with it. But there's another aspect we didn't talk about. Locals. What happens if you have locals? Well, now you can plan out tiles way in advance, and not to mention what relics are available and how to beat them as quickly as possible. Because remember, scores aren't the only important thing here. Speed is too. Because if you are against a team of equal strength, the winner is determined by who can capture tiles the fastest. That was also how Juan was able to get a lead over Sita back in Event 24. Not just because Sita had the weaker players, but also they could see what the upcoming tiles were and pre-plan how to set the best scores on them. But was everyone in on the scheme? Nope. Like Hidden Agenda, it was limited to the co-leaders of Pandemonium and Juan. In fact, some members were suspicious about how they were able to get tiles early, to which the answer is data mining. But unlike Hidden Agenda, basically almost everyone from Juan Pro and half of Pandemonium are co-leaders. In other words, almost everyone was in on it. And everyone was just fine with it. In fact, Nemo, another programmer, takes whatever Hemi data mines and inputs it into their bot, so everyone else in the team can get easy access to the tile rule sets long before the event starts. But wait, wasn't it already exposed by ZT all the way back in Event 17? Well, yes, and everyone knew about it. But no one really reported them at the time, and most people thought that it was a once in a while thing. But then it turns out that someone from within Pandemonium or Juan did report them this time around. And Ninja Kiwi isn't going to do anything about it because it's impossible to deal with it? Like, seriously? Just why? I'm not defending Hidden Agenda, but you literally disbanded them, yet you don't want to do something about Juan? Like, not even a warning? Is it because Juan is filled with long-time Bloons players that are well known within the elite community, even among Ninja Kiwi's staff? This is ridiculous! You can't set double standards and let some people get away with it while punishing others, Ninja Kiwi. And being biased isn't the only problem here. Other teams faced blatant hackers and got away with it. Boo-hoo, sorry we can't refund you any CT points, even though you got falsely flagged and it's completely our fault you got flagged. Bullshit, you can give back points, you just don't want to. This is one reason why so many good players quit the bloody game mode, because you guys refuse to do anything or even look into evidence of wrongdoing and only take action when you feel like it. Okay, I'm gonna be fair. Yes, dealing with data mine tiles is not something that is easily resolvable. As we covered in Event 20, tiles are automatically generated by the seed, and the seed is generated by the ID, and the data mining is done by reverse engineering the tile generation algorithm. But here's what you could do. You could change the formula for how the ID is converted into the seed. You could modify the tile generation algorithm, maybe by switching the weight distribution of maps and towers. Or, best of all, make it harder for people to data mine information. Hell, you've banned Hemi's device before, why not do it again? And if you don't understand any of what I just said, good, you're human. Okay, so some people might look at this and defend Juan Pro, saying others already use the API to look at Odysseys, races, and boss events early. And you're right, but there's one huge difference. None of these events are time sensitive. Good scores matter for races and bosses, sure, but the event will be up for 4 to 6 days, and there's plenty of time to come up with strategies without looking at the API. In fact, a majority of good scores come up right as the event is about to end. With contested territory, however, things are different, since scores and time determines whether you win or not. Actually, we covered this before in Event 24, Latency Battles. Remember that? Pandemonium already have the best players, so they got the score part dealt with. But as for the time part, well, data mining gives them an unfair advantage. And the worst part about it, there is nothing the community can do to stop it. Because even Ninja Kiwi can't stop it, let alone want to stop it. So how did they do with data mine tiles in hand? Well, Pandemonium, who wanted to fight the team, didn't face any teams to fight this event. Actually, a number of top teams didn't get locals. So even though everything changed, everything pretty much stayed the same. For this event at least. However, some teams who didn't want to fight locals got locals, ironically, and 2 major battles erupted this event. Well, not really major, as we will see later. For starters, Bloontonium went up against Cat Squad for the 3rd time. I'm not sure what is up with teams facing similar teams so often. Pandemonium is cursed to face a dojo team every other season, and Nightmare Kingdom is cursed to face Cat Squad. So how did the events go? Well, Bloontonium is a way stronger team than it was a year before. So of course they spawn trapped Cat Squad. And they forgot to refresh the spawn trap. So they broke out of it. And they managed to evade getting spawn trapped till the final day of the event. Not to mention, Guanium, a top boss player, was in Cat Squad. So even with relic control, it was quite a challenge going up against him. But BMO was able to throw the leader of Cat Squad a bit by bombarding her livestream. Which, in case you didn't know, Cat Squad's leader is a Twitch streamer. So that was fun. But coming back to the event, because the spawn trap was broken out of quite early, it cost Bloontonium their top 25 medal, landing not far behind at top 100. Which was a shame, but then again, things like this happen. The other not so major fight involves Comanche. Seriously, I'm not trying to be biased towards Nightmare Kingdom whatsoever. They really just got unlucky and faced strong teams this season, while no one else faced locals. But as for Comanche, they faced G-Friend Stance. I'll cut it short. The battle was a joke, since neither team really tried. Comanche was a team filled with a lot of new recruits, so having everyone coordinate when they don't know how contested territory works is quite the challenge. Meanwhile, G-Friend Stance weren't as strong as they used to be, since some of them left for cheesing the algorithm. And those that remain? Well, they are still pretty darn good players. But neither teams were really trying for first local, let alone top 100. Both teams intended to have a chill season, you know, despite signing up for competitive mode. Comanche, with their more active players, were able to take the lead, nearly spawn trapping G-Friend's Stance. But thereafter, G-Friend got worried and treated the battle more seriously. With their better players, they were able to outscore Comanche and eventually won the match. And seriously, that's all the major battles that happened this event. Now, you might be wondering about one team, Hidden Agenda. Now that the new contested territory update dropped, will they come back to life? Will they go back to their old ways of cheating and being rude to just about everyone they meet? Well, yes, to both questions. But you're more interested about what they're going to do with their team. After all, what are they going to do now that their top 1 team has been disbanded? Well, since JD Compy's main account is permaflagged and therefore can't really leave Hidden Agenda, the team will forever exist in the API, despite being unsearchable in the team menu. Not to mention the fact that someone already stole the Hidden Agenda name twice. Regardless, surely they are able to move on from this incident. Indeed they could. Just slight problem though, they decided to rebrand themselves as Hidden Phoenix. I guess JD Compy finally realized that naming his team AAA BTD was not a good pick. So, good job, I guess? Regardless, it didn't help that they advertised themselves as the global #1 team. Yes, they haven't changed one bit of their advertisements, they still advertise themselves under Hidden Agenda. Yet, despite their reputation, some people still wanted to play for them. Mountain Dew Voltage, Buttergod, and Beast Mode, a Pandemonium co-leader, not to be confused with Beastlord, the Hidden Agenda or Hidden Phoenix co-leader, wanted to play on Hidden Agenda. Why? Just for fun, since it was their first event back. They even tried to invite BMO because it would be very funny, especially since JD Compy hated him the most. But he had to decline on moral grounds. Why would you help a team that is known for cheating, even if it's just for fun? This is dangerous to the community and could be seen as people in the community accepting that it's okay to cheat at the highest levels of contested territory, even if it meant an easy top 1. They tried convincing BMO some more, but eventually gave up. So they played on a new team called Hidden Phoenix. Of course, because it was a new team, they got no locals, so they could throw and still get top 3 easily, since no one is trying for top 3 anymore. So someone in the Ninja Kiwi Discord server just asked, wait, is JD Compy using a hacked odd accounts to play in contested territory? Well, I'll let you draw your own conclusions. All I'll point out is that Beastlet's odd account is most likely legit, while JD Compy's is questionable. And then JD Compy once again says that everyone is obsessed with hidden agenda. Well duh, that's like a criminal telling the world, why are you asking questions about me? I have done nothing wrong. Stop infringing on my First Amendment rights. And you might be thinking that, okay, but that's just limited to JD Compy. Surely the other members aren't that bad, right? No, do you forget which team we're talking about? Because in the middle of the event, another hidden agenda member had a breakdown and started spewing out JD Compy's propaganda about hidden agenda, and somehow related all that to Nightmare Kingdom, which BMO was just weirded out by, since he literally haven't touched hidden agenda or JD Compy ever since event 19, outside the time they got disbanded. Maybe that's why hidden agenda still had enough members to play this event, because their original members fell for JD Compy's lies and refused to admit that nearly all their top 3 medals were because they cheated. So it shouldn't shock you that they managed to get a top 3 placement this event, to the disappointment of most. But before we move on to that, alongside the rest of the top 3 leaderboards, let's talk about the celebration of contested territory. Its 1-year anniversary was on the 3rd day of this event, and everyone was hyped for the celebration that was about to follow. Happy birthday contested territory, said only 3 people. I hope contested territory is dead. Rude. Yeah, turns out no one really cared about contested territory that much at that point. Anyway, who were the top 3 teams this season? In 3rd place is Funny Monkey Gang, who was first the entire event, but had someone who couldn't play in the final day, so they dropped to 3rd place, surpassed by Hidden Phoenix and finally chasing the algorithm, who managed to outpace Hidden Agenda or Hidden Phoenix for the top 1 spot on the final day. It was rather close this season though. How about the other teams? Well, Sita, Archmage, Pandemonium, Doodle Origin, Wind Trading, Mark Donkeys, and Z Team all got top 25. Like I said, no one else had an interesting matchup this season. Interestingly, both Mark Donkeys and Z Team tried for top 3 this season, but unfortunately they got locals and fell flat. Smart Person also created a team called No Play, Just Banner. Because one thing I neglected to mention this update was that it released one of the coolest banners to exist thus far. So Smart Person created a team and asked for people to help donate trophies to the banner. It wasn't that expensive thankfully, and since BMO had lots of odds from the old days of contested territory and didn't know where to put his trophies into, he just gave it away to the team. The entire purpose of the team is to let people who retired from contested territory equip a banner without needing to actually play. Except someone played. Also, Isimo married ZT, so that was fun. If you're wondering where Juan went, even though Juan and Pro reset their brackets, none of it mattered since with a brand new competitive game mode, the team would be matched against locals. So they had locals and ended up global 4th, making their bracket reset last season completely pointless, only having a 4th place local medal to show for it. Hidden Legionnaire was apparently still playing, but with completely new recruits and a brand new team with no locals whatsoever. They got top 100. Uncontested wanted to revive, but no one was interested in playing the new game mode, even with so many content creators in the team. It was clear then that contested territory was dead, especially since the content creators didn't want to cover the new updates, thus marking the unofficial death of Uncontested. This is just a good time as any to talk about this update. From here on out, we are leaving facts behind and going into opinion. As I'm recording this section, we just finished event 26. This change is brand new, and it's too early to tell how successful this change will be. You can disagree with me, and that's fine. I just wanted to share my thoughts about this update. In my honest opinion, this updates just make contested territory worse off, for many reasons. One of the only positive things this update changed is reducing sabotage and preventing odd swapping in the middle of the event. And honestly, that's it. And that's assuming odd swapping is a net negative for the community. That's debatable. But this update introduces a lot more problems that weren't there previously. First off, getting top 3 was quite random back then, since it all depended on whether the team would get active locals or not. If they happen to face a really active local, they are truly out of luck. But it did have one thing going for it: the illusion of control. Teams are able to control what time they queue their team, and that determined what they wanted to do that event. Queue early, and you're more likely to face stronger teams and probably have a fun fight. Queue later, and you're more likely to fight the global leaderboards with less active locals. But with this new system, they made it impossible for you to choose what you want to do. Pandemonium wanted a fight, but couldn't get any, and had to settle for a high global position, but a boring event for them nonetheless. Juan Pro wanted to get a top 3 medal, yet because of locals, they are unable to do anything about it. Meanwhile, Nightmare Kingdom wanted to place on the top 25 global leaderboard, but couldn't because of locals. And because the matchmaking is predetermined, there is no way of choosing what you want to do. But wait, you're probably thinking, isn't that the whole point of having a casual mode? If you don't want locals for an easy top 3, just go casual, and if you want to face tough opponents, there's the good old competitive mode. And if you think that, you haven't been listening to what I said earlier. But they won't have access to the global leaderboards, and as such, they can't earn global leaderboard rewards and medals. If you want to get a top 3 medal, you're forced to play competitive. But the only teams who will play competitive are active teams, especially since you have to manually sign up for competitive at the start of every event. And to get a top 3 medal, you need inactive locals. Congratulations, you now have a paradox. Oh, but it gets worse, because if you already have a top 25 medal, let alone top 3, chances are you are already in the highest matchmaking bracket. And oops, that means you're gonna be facing active and tough opponents. Congratulations! Now whether you get top 3 is 100% dependent on luck, rather than last time, which still relied on luck, but to a far lesser extent because you can control what time your team queues. If you're a strong team who doesn't care that much about top 3, this isn't really a problem. If you wanna fight locals every event, then competitive mode is perfect for you. But there's a minority of top CT players. As for the remaining players who like fighting, but not every event, and have a team filled with a mixed bag of strong and weak players, which is basically most teams, burnout will accelerate. Okay, fine. In that case, let's just ditch competitive and play casual instead. But as mentioned before, there are no global leaderboards for casual teams, and that meant no global rewards, only local rewards. And since Ninja Kiwi prioritizes global rewards over local rewards, that meant you got effectively no rewards for playing casual. Which is fair since, it's casual. But that also means there is no incentive for anyone to play casual. And if you wanna get something out of a week of your life you're gonna waste, you had to play competitive. And jumping back to competitive, for some reason, matchmaking buckets still exist in competitive mode. So newer teams who didn't score well in the previous season will still be knocked down a matchmaking bucket, while strong teams remain at the highest matchmaking bucket. This forces teams to play for one season, stop playing the next, and play in the next season again to maximize their chances at top 3. And that's just for the competitive side. It gets worse for normal players. because any team who already have a presence in the contested territory will have a way higher chance of facing a top team, especially with the reduced amount of teams signing up for competitive. Keep in mind, all the top teams I've mentioned in the video thus far, including the less known ones like Silk Tissue and Funny Monkey Gang, are all competitive teams. And while they are more than capable to match against top teams, the medium-sized teams who want a chance to play contested territory will easily get steamrolled by everyone else. And I bring up all these problems without touching on the myriad of other problems that exacerbate the problem with contested territory as a whole. Global leaderboards, matchmaking, streamers can't stream the game mode, it's exhausting, it's RNG, there are so little rewards, the events last too long, there are too many locals, there are too little locals, there aren't enough players playing the game mode, you can't choose who your opponents are, hackers, horrible tiles, no means of communication. I could keep going on, but what's the point? I wrote that part of the script once Event 26 ended. It is now Event
Insert number here.
and by the time this video is released, 2 years have passed since the release of Contested Territory. Yes, I've been working on this video for over a year now, and all the bleak predictions I predicted would happen, happened. Yes, there was some interesting events since that event. There are still things to talk about, but it's all a repeat of previous events. Fighting, truces, exploits. Heck, even sabotage is still a thing, but to a far lesser extent. And for a while, everything was rather stable. But then version 39.0 dropped. It was probably one of the best updates Ninja Kiwi released in recent times. But what about contested territory changes? Just a bug fix. Sure, whatever. We're used to that by now. But then, something strange happened. All the top teams face against tough teams. Okay, maybe that's a coincidence. But then it happened again. And again. And soon enough, it was coincidence no more. Ninja Kiwi did make an undocumented change to the matchmaking buckets. Put it simply, if you played in the highest matchmaking bracket constantly, you will stay in the highest matchmaking bracket permanently. This meant that it was now impossible for any former top 3 teams to play contested territory on their main team if they wanted to get top 3. Well, one team did do the deal, but they got lucky and it was only 3rd place. In order for anyone to get top 3, they had to do what Rickroll, Titan Points, and every team since then did. Create a new team to guarantee your team the lowest matchmaking bracket, or play on old teams that were dead prior to the competitive casual update. And with that, the annihilation of contested territory had begun. Juan Pro was already dying, but this update killed the team. Their members either stopped playing contested territory or played for other top 3 teams. That's not to say they didn't try reviving. They created a bracket reset team in Event 33, calling it Butter's Retirement, and managed to secure first global. Which, need I bring that up again? They then tried again in Event 37, this time using Juan Pro, but then they faced a dojo team and failed. Nightmare Kingdom faced a few interesting battles, such as Bloontonium vs Sita, Bloontonium vs Do the Deal, and Bloontonium vs Golden Apple, the latter of which Bloontonium lost to. Unable to keep up with the new matchmaking change, due to their leader disappearing from contested territory for God knows what reason, and people quitting or being stolen by other teams, Nightmare Kingdom closed down in Event 35. Sort of. Archmage remains the only active team till this day, although they are now a purely casual team. That being said, Bloontonium became the only team to secure every team medal. Hidden Agenda? Well, they already got annihilated by Ninja Kiwi long ago, but that doesn't mean they stopped trying. They revived Hidden Phoenix once again in Event 27, only for JD Compy to cheat on day 1 and getting the team nuked again, and this time, most people gave up. JD Compy tried reviving the team in Event 30 out of nowhere, telling people not to take a break, which worked out spectacularly for him. After that, JD Compy truly disappeared from the community. But under Detonator's leadership, they were able to revive once more in Event 39. Sort of. They did a collaboration with a team called Balls, creating a new team called Hidden Balls, no questions asked, and did what Hidden Agenda always did, securing an artificial lead from days 2 to 6 only to get third place at the end. From then on, most Hidden Agenda members played on Balls regularly, with some of them rising through the ranks and holding leadership positions. And yes, their leader was aware of their history. I still get death threats from Hidden Agenda members, even to the point where they are getting other people who don't even know me to harass me. But please, don't harass them. And that applies to anyone else you might think of harassing because of this video. You are better than them. Part of me feels sorry for them, because at the end of the day, they are children. At least, I hope they are. If they are adults, then that's just sad. But they got brainwashed by a 40-year-old man to hate on some random internet stranger because I really don't know. Calling them out on their lies? Beating them that one time? Either way, JD Compy, a teacher, is throwing these kids down a life of hatred and revenge, and he's gained a cult-like following. It's pathetic. As for the rest of the team, they are staying out of the spotlight, so that's good. Do the duo manage to get top 3 once on their main team, as mentioned earlier, but that was mostly due to a stroke of luck and lack of competition. But it doesn't matter. They got absorbed by cheesing the algorithm after Event 27, which pissed off some Juan members. And speaking of whom, cheesing the algorithm became the only empire that managed to survive the post-competitive transition, taking over Juan Pro's crown as being the consistent top 1 team. Though this came at a cost, being forced to create new teams every event. And because competition for top 3 is so dead nowadays, Sita and Permabrew occasionally took home top 3 too. Though their main team isn't playing anymore, they too accomplished something unique, unlocking every single contested territory item in-game. Except for the newest items, but who cares? I mean, Ninja Kiwi literally added a junk tower into the game. But was it obtained legitimately? Sort of. They didn't hack it into the game, nor did they use the cosmetics transfer exploit, but this was only accomplished because Late Trender alt-swapped in many teams in order to donate his trophies to cheesing the algorithm. They also left the team public at the end of every season in hopes that randoms join the team and donate some trophies to the team before the event starts and they get kicked out. In other words, stealing trophies from smaller players. Their player numbers are rather stable because they are the only reliable team to get top 3 in every event, thanks to their competitors ceasing to exist. Well, I guess Z-Team exists too. They eventually became a consistent top 3 team, doing the same as cheesing the algorithm. Mud Donkeys, serving as Z-Team's second team, eventually died out thanks to competitive mode, since they cannot pull off their late queues anymore to guarantee top 25, essentially losing their gimmick. Their members either retired, got absorbed into the main team, or found another team. But eventually, Z-Team got tired of leading, and the team faded into obscurity. Uncontested is still dead, but the server is now exclusively a politics server, which, if you ask me, is a pretty... And while we're talking about servers, CT Hub is now exclusively a New York Times game server. I'm not joking, even when Contested Territory is on, the highlight of the day is Wordle. Oh, and it got renamed to Teams Hub, because Boss Rush finally got released, but we'll save that for later. At some point, James24's team got renamed, and for some reason, you have to email him to join his team? Yeah, I wouldn't give away my email to some random rich kid on the internet. Not like you can. It seems his little project failed, and his team is now filled exclusively with his odds. So much for being right about everything. Win Trading still exists, and surprisingly managed to maintain their top 1 local streak, becoming the only 2 teams to do so after Golden Apple lost theirs to Sawdust Guards after Event 33. That is, until they faced the other team who also had an undefeated top 1 local streak, NKSB, in Event 41, the GG90's FFB hacker team. And though Win Trading lost, NKSB threw in the towel after their leaders got flagged for account sharing, not knowing that it was illegal. They also mentioned getting flagged after abusing the Infinite Tickets exploit all the way back in Event 1, getting nuked after securing first place in the global leaderboard. Wait a minute. But despite accusing everyone of getting away with it, which by the way was not true as you have watched an 8-hour video explaining everything. You did watch everything, right? Anyway, as I was saying, despite accusing everyone, they didn't blame any team. There was only one entity they blamed, Ninja Kiwi. Ninja Kiwi. Let's talk about Contested Territory. By all accounts, Contested Territory is the biggest failure Ninja Kiwi pulled off thus far. I mean, there's battles too as well, but we don't talk about that. Go to any Reddit post that talks about Contested Territory nowadays, and you occasionally see people say,
Actually, no one plays Contested Territory anymore, Lamau.
And it's not like they're wrong. Contested Territory player and team numbers are declining, and at a worrisome rate, for the reasons I mentioned in the previous section and in the Event 24 intro. Nowadays, less than 5,000 teams and 20,000 players play Contested Territory competitively every event, and that number continues to shrink with every passing week. And what made this failure so disappointing was the amount of efforts they put into developing Contested Territory. 1 whole year, all down the drain. There was so much potential for this game mode. It had the potential to blend every other game mode into a cohesive, competitive game mode. It had the most number of players out of any Bloons TD6 event. It was advertised as the biggest game mode in Bloons TD6. It became the biggest game mode in Bloons TD6. But not anymore. Ninja Kiwi is trying their best to sweep this failure of a game mode under the rug, and refuse to address anything related to Contested Territory. And I mean anything. Nowadays, people are getting flagged left and right for having more than 1 odds in a team. Not even odds swapping, that's impossible. Just having odds in a team. The reason? It was against the terms of service. Okay, fair enough. After all, according to Barbitos, it might be prohibited by the terms of service in the future. Quick question. Literally what changed in the relevant section of the terms of service between then and now? I don't have a problem if Ninja Kiwi ban odding consistently, but they don't. Neither is it clear what the limitations are. Are 2 odds allowed? Or only 1? Or is an entire solo team viable?
Oh, but that was 2 years ago. Times change.
Mountain Dew Voltage literally pulled off a solo team in Event 46 and got first place, which is a few months ago as of recording. If you're curious, he avoided detection by renaming his odds. He even deleted a Reddit post celebrating his victory for fear of drawing attention to the fact that it might be against the terms of service. Also maybe because the community thought he was an imposter karma farming, so why is this rule being enforced so inconsistently? If this rule is there to prevent sabotage or odd swapping, then why do you introduce competitive mode, a game mode whose sole purpose is to prevent people from joining teams midway through the event? It seems to only target the growing players and not the big shots. You know, the people who have the potential to revive contested territory. And I'm saying that because one of the teams reported for aughting were reported by Mountain Dew Voltage, the person who benefited from aughting to run a solo team. Hackers are still a large problem in contested territory, and Ninja Kiwi is continuing its tradition of ignoring the hackers. And nowadays, it is impossible to distinguish a legitimate score from a hack score to the untrained eye. So when anyone reports a 100% hack score, there is no way for Ninja Kiwi to prove that the scores were indeed hacked. So they end up doing nothing. Oh, I'm sorry, no, they did do something. Ever wonder why heroes like Gwen got nerfed so much in recent updates? Well, allegedly, it's because Ninja Kiwi was tired of getting support requests from people thinking hero solos equal hacking. There are strategies involved in hero solos. Not all of them are easy to pull off. Why are you trying to make contested territory easier in a game mode called Contested Territory? And that's not mentioning that Gwen is already manually banned from most city tiles. Can you make sense? And do you want to know what bug is still around after 2 years? The search function in the team browser. How? Everything went downhill rapidly ever since competitive mode got introduced. Now, I do have a theory on why competitive mode exists. It's because of hidden agenda. Think about it. All the promotional materials for update 38.0 consist of face and a new map. No mention of contested territory. Of course the game mode is not popular anymore. Of course it will be sidelined. But let's look at the facts. When did the update drop? Event 26. 2 events after Hidden Agenda pulled off the largest contested territory exploit of all time. What were the main features of competitive mode? No more queuing, and no more joining teams in the middle of the event. 2 features Hidden Agenda used to run their sneaky little exploit. Ninja Kiwi learned their lesson long ago about not releasing updates right before contested territory starts. But why was the update timeline so mismanaged for CT26? Why were there so many flaws in competitive mode that the general community could easily point them out before the game mode is even released? It sounds like Ninja Kiwi didn't think about the consequences of this update through. Almost like it was a last minute addition to the update to prevent any more teams from trying to pull off what Hidden Agenda did. As such, this is all Nemo Central's fault. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. And hey, Ninja Kiwi did make contested territory better. In Battles 2. A while back, they released Clan Wars in Battles 2, which is basically just contested territory. There are no global leaderboards. Instead, you are facing 12 teams of 25 people each per instance. Your rewards are still pointless decorations, but everything else got better. There are leagues in the game. There are arenas, which allows you to fight other players depending on your skill level. The higher the reward, the more likely you face a tough opponent. There's even a chat in the game. Why, Ninja Kiwi? Why did you implement a better version of contested territory in Battles 2, a game that basically no one plays, when we have asked for these features in Bloons TD6 contested territory for a long time? Am I going insane? What is wrong with you? Granted, Clan Wars died out faster than contested territory. But that means there's no barrier in implementing all these in contested territory. So, what gives? Seriously, what gives? You have a passionate group of people willing to make the game better, yet you not only ignore everyone, at every step of the way, you somehow miss almost every step and make the game mode worse overall. But that's the common narrative. Let's take a step back and look at the bigger picture from Ninja Kiwi's perspective. People want different things out of this game mode. One wanting to have a proper fight, cause, you know, it's in his name. And another group wanting what Ninja Kiwi wants, getting top 3 through getting the highest amount of points. And Ninja Kiwi tried to find workarounds to the game mode that suits as many people as possible. But do you wanna know the truth? There is no way to fix it. And I think Ninja Kiwi realized that. That's it. That is the Darkest Secret of Bloons. It's not the amount of sabotage, exploits, or whatever shady things people do in the background. It's this: contested territory. The entire foundation of contested territory is flawed in a game that is pretty much near perfect otherwise. All of these sabotage and exploits occurred because of how broken contested territory is, not the other way around. There is no way to fix contested territory, short of reworking everything from the ground up. No amount of bandages will heal a dead carcass. Every single event in this game requires some type of strategy. Racing tests our knowledge of rounds, our button mashing speed, efficiency of towers. Bosses test our knowledge of farming, our anti-moab knowledge, and efficiency. Odysseys test our efficiency sometimes, and contested territory tests our goddamn patience and efficiency. Actually, come to think about it, everything we do in life is based on efficiency. Makes you wonder. For the longest time, the community keeps saying that this game mode sucks, but failed to articulate what exactly is wrong with this game mode, as did I. But after editing most of the video, I think I finally have the answer as to why contested territory fails at being a game mode. It's a solve game. A solve game is a game where, assuming everyone plays perfectly, the solution is known. Tic-tac-toe is a solve game. It will always result in a draw if both players play perfectly. Ever wondered why you hear so much about chess but not checkers? It's because checkers is a solve game. Perfect play by both parties will result in a draw. That's why the World Chess Championship is a thing, and why checkers doesn't have one. Anyway, let's link it back to Bloons TD6. Races and bosses are unsolved. There are no fixed solutions, except when there is one. Even if you assume there are no balance changes, the number one guide will never be the most efficient guide. There will always be ways to push the limits ever so slightly, given infinite time. Yes, theoretically, if you feed everything into an AI, it will eventually output a perfect solution. But in practice, no human will ever be able to find it, let alone pull it off. Challenges, and by that extent, least tears and least cash, are soft games to some extent. Sometimes there is no way to bring the score lower, no matter how hard you try. Some are even so low, you might easily assume they are hacking. But even so, there is still some strategy required to figure out how to get the lowest possible score. But not contested territory. If you are aiming to maximize your points every event, it's a soft game. You just need the manpower and the precision to pull it off. Otherwise, it becomes boring real quick. If you're actually attempting to fight off other teams, then yes, it becomes an unsolved game. But even so, the general strategy is pretty straightforward. Secure all the relics and then push your opponents back with better scores. Maybe tweak the strategy a little bit if you're facing a team like Juan Pro. Had Ninja Kiwi made contested territory act more like how it does in Battles 2, where you match other teams based on leagues and give out rewards based on your league, then contested territory would actually be, contested. Why would you reward teams who try their best not to get contested? In a game called contested territory. By hinging the top 3 rewards on an unrewarding game, the game forces everyone to test their luck to prove their worth, thus becoming unrewarding for everyone. And sure, there was initial momentum when contested territory began. That's because people gave the game mode a chance. They hoped that it could become better eventually. But that never happened, and it probably won't happen. You know, I'm not a fan of Juan Pro, chasing the algorithm, and not to mention Hidden Agenda, for abusing the game mode so much just to secure top 3. Accusations, Sabotage, cheating, spying, conspiracies. Obviously, I disagree with their methods, but I do understand why they did it. Well, most of it anyway. All of them are trying to stay afloat in this broken game mode. Even Hidden Agenda, who 100% deserves to get flagged, are fundamentally just trying to make the best out of a game mode that rewards RNG and not skill. Think about it. Why is everyone so willing to tell the rest of the community what exploits they pulled off? Why does no one seem to care that everyone is cheating in contested territory? Why doesn't anyone hold any grudges against anyone else for pulling off so many exploits? Even I don't care what exploits anyone pulled off. No, I'm serious. I know I just made an 8-hour video talking about all the exploits everyone pulled off, and I literally just said that I dislike them for abusing the game mode. But at the end of the day, I don't care. Contested territory is dead. It doesn't affect me anymore, and I hold no resentment against anyone except JD Compy. This never happens in any other game. Heck, even in any other game mode within this game. I mean, yeah, there was Hidden Agenda, but that was because their leader is a huge No one talks about the exploits they pulled off. Heck, I'd wager that if JD Compy wasn't that dumb, Hidden Agenda would still be around today, competitive mode wouldn't exist, and Guardian teams would be the new meta in contested territory. And do you want to know why I'm confident about this alternate future? It's because it already happened. In Event 21, cheating the algorithm used a Guardian team, suboptimal, to secure their global #1 spot. I guess someone spied on Hidden Agenda and noticed them using Guardian teams long ago and decided to tell cheating the algorithm about it, and they pulled it off. Or they got that idea from someone else, but that's not the main point. No one knew about it. No one got flagged. This entire debacle was swept under the rug. Even when I confronted Late Trender about it, he couldn't give me a good reason. Like, what am I even supposed to say at this point? Should cheating the algorithm get disbanded over this? Juan also tried the same thing but failed. Should we just disband them too? I don't know. I really don't know. And that's why this video is so frustrating for me to work on. This video started off as a simple history video, a love letter to one of my favorite game modes from when I was younger. But then I dug deeper into the contested territory world, and the more I dig, the more I see terrible things one could never imagine would happen to this game. This silly game of monkeys popping balloons. If you think everything I mentioned in this video so far sounds horrible, those aren't even the worst things I've seen. There's more I could say. Even people you think you could trust just can't be trusted. It doesn't matter who does what exploit or who becomes infamous. Someone is bound to do it. If Juan Pro never existed, Juan Gon would have been caught cheesing the cheese. I don't know, I'm not good at coming up with names. People hated on Hidden Agenda, but don't forget, Juan tried to pull off the same exploit. And cheesing the algorithm actually pulled off that exploit. Had they succeeded in pulling it off consistently and not getting caught, history would remember them very differently. Or maybe it will be the new meta, like how new teams became the meta for top 3. Who knows? History has shown that Juan and cheesing the algorithm got away with a lot of things. And it's not like they don't know what they're doing is wrong or morally ambiguous. Hemi himself admitted that Juan gatekept information, especially Tau info. But now that Juan is dead, it doesn't matter. And yes, Tan did say that's a-okay. But even ignoring the fact that he only mentioned posting the map and not specific Tau rule sets, the truth is that this conversation happened so late that literally no one cares anymore. Not even Ninja Kiwi. As much as I complained about data mining in the previous event, it is now the norm amongst every top team. Cheesing the algorithm, Golden Apple, Pandemonium, all of them use data mine tiles every event, and no one thinks much about the ethical concerns over this. But everyone is so desensitized with contested territory, and everyone knows that Ninja Kiwi won't do anything about contested territory that no one bats an eye. It's just second nature to everyone now. The common justification now is, but we're democratizing it now. It's not just limited to Juan nowadays. And I appreciate that sentiment. But at the end of the day, it's still limited to Discord teams. Most CT players aren't on Discord. Don't forget, there is no in-game chat. Look, I'm a tech guy, and I think these kind of bots are really cool. But this isn't information that is publicly available in the API. So, where do you draw the ethical line? Some people defend this, and while I'm obviously against this, you could probably write a doctoral thesis on the complex ethical ambiguity of data mining tiles. Like when Juan data mined their locals to give them an advance warning of locals activity on Discord. I'm personally against this, but there is an actual debate on the ethics of using that exploit. However, if I flip the script, and instead, Hidden Agenda is the one who is data mining tiles, while no one else is, would the community accept that? Is this hypocrisy? This shouldn't be normalized. This debate shouldn't even be happening in the first place. There are no protagonists in the CT world, only antagonists. Contested territory is competitive, and competition brings out the worst nature of ourselves. We all make mistakes, and I think most of us regretted it, me included. Just because I don't engage in sabotage doesn't mean I didn't make mistakes either. The funny thing is, most of us in the community get along pretty well, and most of us are good at heart. I said most of us. Yes, we all have our differences, and we don't always agree on the best ways things should be done. But all of us share one thing in common.
We will make
contested territory
great again.
Better. Making contested territory better. It was never great to start off with. Both the ones in Bloons Monkey City and Bloons Adventure Time Tower Defense were fun, but got stale pretty quickly. Bloons Pop CT is just a worse version of its Bloons TD6 counterparts. All 4 versions of contested territory are solved games. Seriously, think about it. Even in BMC and BATTD, there were several broken farming towers you could exploit to get a huge amount of income to buy basically anything you wanted. If you knew what those towers were and how to use them, you could basically win any game. Obviously, that isn't the only reason why Contested Territory flopped. Battles 2 isn't a solved game, and that flopped pretty hard. But that's the thing, both Contested Territory and Battles 2 are very large flops from a studio known for what is essentially the best tower defense game. And I'm worried about their future projects. Boss Rush has been delayed multiple times, and when it finally came out earlier in May... Okay, they actually didn't screw up Boss Rush. Yet. They said they don't want to add a competitive element yet, which, good. But for the love of God, don't add competitive at all, unless you can figure out how to reduce the burnout and not let the repeat of contested territory happen at the highest levels of boss rush. Lots of teams revive for boss rush, including uncontested, but this video is about contested territory and we are at the conclusion, so I'll probably save that for another video. Bloons Card Storm is coming out too, as a spin-off to Bloons TD battles, well, card battles. I'm lucky enough to play the beta and it's a beta, so fine. I hope it will be better than Battles 2. If I've been harsh to Ninja Kiwi throughout this entire video, it's because I love Ninja Kiwi. They made some of our best childhood games. Their tagline is literally more awesomer. And they deserve it. They made some pretty darn good games. But their quality is slipping, and their screw-ups are getting bigger and more noticeable. This video isn't about contested territory being a terrible game mode. I mean it is, but that's not the point. This video is a warning sign of things that are about to come if they continue down this path. I don't want Ninja Kiwi to become another one that people will only remember for falling from grace. They aren't the same small studio they once were. They were sold for $200 million. And I don't think they were as passionate as they used to be, especially when making contested territory. They are getting too comfortable with their position in the industry. They need to make some changes to their game design and not just focus on inserting microtransactions wherever they can. I actually tried asking Ninja Kiwi some questions regarding contested territory early in the process of making this video, in an attempt to try and understand why contested territory is the way that it is. Maybe there's an aspect I, or we, the community, didn't see. But that entire situation was a fiasco, so I'll save that for another video. As it stands right now, I believe Ninja Kiwi is currently at a crossroad. They have made a mix of both good and bad updates as of late. And I'm not sure whether they'll trend towards making a mixed bag of updates or trend towards bad updates. Which I hope not. I really want Ninja Kiwi to push quality games and updates. But the trend is worrying. Boss Rush is good so far. No complaints there other than the lack of chat, which is a problem with teams in general and not Boss Rush specifically. But then we have minor stuff like the Bloons TD6 6-year anniversary, which I won't go into detail because it's very nitpicky, I'll admit, but the signs of the devs having a lack of passion shows. Recently, in Event 49, Ninja Kiwi added actual trophies rewards to the global player leaderboards. Timing aside, really? 100 trophies for claiming banners on time? It's better than nothing, I guess. And then we have Battles 2 Update 4.0 and 4.0.2. Oh my god. I know this is a Bloons TD6 video, but Battles 2 is a sister game of the former. And let's just say these two updates in a row were so bad that I rage quitted the game. And I just came back to this game a few months ago, thinking that it actually got better from a few years ago. I can only pray that there are updates in either Bloons TD6 or Battles 2, or even the upcoming Bloons Card Storm, can prove me wrong and tell me that Ninja Kiwi still deserves the tagline of more awesomer. But let's return to the topic of this video, contested territory. I mentioned how contested territory was Ninja Kiwi's biggest failure, but is it a complete failure? I don't think so. People are still playing contested territory, after all, but that doesn't mean there are no issues with this game mode. It's probably too late to fix contested territory in Bloons TD6. Reverting the changes to what they were before definitely will not help. But they can improve things in the future. All they need to do is to release Bloons Monkey City 2. Seriously, I'm begging you, Ninja Kiwi, release Bloons Monkey City 2. I need that game. But that leaves us with one last question I've yet to answer. We have established that this game mode is broken beyond repair, and the entire community knows that. And we all know that Ninja Kiwi will never fix this game mode. So why, after everything we've all been through, do we still play Contested Territory?
I got a great story for you guys. I spent a full week filming a Contested Territories video. I had never played it before, and I joined one of, if not the best Contested Territories teams. And the video was, I wanted to get first place in Contested Territories for a week. And that was the plan. I practiced with them. They gave me all the advice, and I got on every day and filmed and did everything that they told me to, and like really put my all into it. We ended up getting third place globally with it.
What?
And I learned that I mortally hated Contested Territories because of how unbalanced it was, and how much, I'm not going to use the word cheating, but people data mined the game to get the maps early so they knew what to do. People would use alts. They would have tons of alt accounts and all queue with the alt accounts so they would get dead lobbies so they could just get all of their points easily. And like you would just play, like the top of Contested Territories is just an iceberg of toxicity of like these top tier teams just doing the most like underhand dirty things to win. And I was like, whoa, like it was like this whole new sphere of Bloons I had never been introduced to, that I'd never seen before, that I got like a taste of. I was like, whoa, like this is crazy.
It's because humans are stupid. Like, really stupid. Some people still enjoy whatever little competition remain. Some people just like playing the challenges within Contested Territory. Some people use this game mode as an escape from reality. Some people truly enjoy this game mode for the friends they met along the way. But at the end of the day, people love that fleeting sense of accomplishment, even if we all know it means nothing. People can't let go of this game mode, as a sunk cost fallacy doesn't bother them. Everything can change, but when it does, everything stays the same.